superstar ရေခမားလေးပူစားသမျှဝယ်ဟိုက video capture device oh my god so good configure video okay ti dota 2 ti dota 2 ti
value and what they feel like they want to do against you. Like, what do you need to pick with it? What do you need to ban against it? And here's the Pangolier. Really nice call there. You have a super good with the team fight matching. Looks great.
Okay.
Yeah, both heroes fit in a lot of different strategies, so not giving away too much here either.
Yes.
Maybe even some flex still possible. It's not likely, but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible, and I feel like you're also gonna
Fagon Baga, Pangolia, sniper ban, sniper ban, loud on low. Yeah, for Naga. Yeah, for Naga Parian, for Night of the song.
The question is, do you think XG is going to start trying to enable the Mars by banning out difficult heroes for the Mars to initiate on, or is it more thinking about the wider game?
The boy
Marine specialties, right? The shakers, but something to think about potentially for future picks.
And on the topic of Snapfire, that has to be the most contested support between these two teams. It's looked great in the hands of Extreme Gaming. They flex it between 4 and 5. And if you give this hero to crit, we've seen him do magic with it.
Especially when it comes to ultra late game, of course. Yeah. Which you have to keep in mind, I think.
Okay, so let's see for Falcons. The out of pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go
live la.
I would not mind if Marine ends up playing it, but you need to kind of ban
look, you are yet the poem over here. Just saying.
There's a lot of Armor heroes that can be quite good against the Mars. You know, maybe some Underlord where every time the arenas you gate over, you drop the pipe. If any of these two teams know what a Mars wants, they've got the exact correct players for it.
And it will be a ban to the troll for the ban, the one ban that Falcons had. And
don't wear the oil, man. What, man? I don't wear the
arrow.
Sana said I'll share live, man. Loading Ama, I don't see it. Why better? Don't wear the oil, man.
No harm in that either. Very strong heroes in the hands of Falcons.
I think Snapfire in particular goes up in value.
Don't wear the oil, man. Oil, my pity, come here.
You can see if it's a pipe buyer or not. Mars, this hero does not really buy pipe for his team. That's usually the way that teams will play against early game magic damage.
Want to defer
Mars
to
has a different
situation.
archetype though. He's got Euls into Blink Fire, into BKB, into Refresher. And XG's Snap
okay.
have a Hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to
okay. Who went? Who back up Bangu Snapfire? Bangu Snapfire. Maybe I was Snapfire Sonny up down the Pili made Damo. Balemas ne como to my child will pick on pen.
I was looking at it too, but it's sadly banned.
Oh, is it?
Okay, ET.
Well, they go for the Elder Titan.
Yeah,
Nova had an incredible
It's Nova ET.
He's been so good on this hero.
No, arena ne, I split on it, the Rosso.
Very good at always. You have the range carry on Arme, you get the ET on X Nova in the 5. They lane so well together. It's super good with Mars too, right? Mars goes in and he just
Situation on leader over Jai Wu resemble to the Chamala. Fair one charm at the end.
Opening earlier in the playoffs against Nick.
Fair one charm is the Pata you pitting our H3 am a chow where Roma. H3 is on Papi in a quid.
It's kind of the same hero for what it does on the map, but it's such a formidable opening. It can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. Like, this is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
Especially for what it is that they want.
Army lady, Situ Lina tap your wamla.
Mid-game, not based off of Tharlayz.
What a shame, what army you may ask you.
Triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure with their next few.
Maho, hello, to that. You got fake H3 weapon if you are shame and not don't wear so that, but not with the Jai with H3 weapon. You go on it less so my fresh. I see it. I fake on 9-1. Yeah, like I let Jame go. No, machine, there are 2 below with them. Weapon is a see.
It's not going to be a
long game
kill game at 15-20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the
Weapon is a shield,
leader's hero, right? You keep the Pango open between like your 2 and 3. You don't really want to show. Sven is something that they've played before. I mean, it's nice if you can get a BKB
Dinity
hero
and
with
Trisha looked at it.
Mars against the Hoodwink. You have the edge because Falcons. This is also no surprise to XG. You
Trinali.
have seen these heroes before. You know what they're gonna do in the early.
အဲ့လေပြီး
but
ကြောင်
in
မ
the top
ပြီး
level,
သွားရလေဟင်းချက်လို့ပြီးသွားရလား drop လေးပြီးအောင်ကြည့်လိုက်အောင်မလေးနေမြဲပါတယ်ပြီးဒီတိုင်းထားခဲ့လေဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးကိုခဏခဏဝင်ထိုင်လိုက်
it's also where the troll ban comes in kind
Game
of
stream မှာမဟုတ်ဘူးလေပွဲကြည့်ရ
so now for XG
ပွဲကြည့်ရဆွဲတာ
they've shown us like a Medusa before
Huh?
because Ami he wants to
ပွဲနေပြီလေမနေ့ကဟိုအေးလို့အဲ့ဒါပြောတာပဲဆောင်း H3 ကပွဲပန်းနေပြီမင်း
It's the Medusa or the Ursa. That's where I'm leaning. If you want to
အဲ့
go
ငါ
for
ဖဲ
the
ကို
side,
ကေးဥပါတော့ကြိုက်နေတယ်
jump, you go for the Ursa. You then follow up with your arena, and then the Medusa, like you mentioned, also very, very strong. The only question mark would be Panglid, Diffusal Blade. Is that annoying enough to scare you from picking it? If it isn't, also very, very good.
ဆက်နှစ်ကောင်
And this pick for
ဖဲကောင်ကဆောက်ယူလို့လိုက်ချမှာမကြည့်လိုက်ဒီပစ်ကြီးရမင်းပန်ကိုလီကလည်းရှင်းနေဝိုးဝင်မယ်နောက်ကစမန်းရိုက်ပဲ
protected, and of course it is the other team
ဟိုဘက် ET တို့မားဆိုနေတော့ထောက်တော့ထောက်တာ
overall last pick. So if you want to protect any pick in your draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa.
အော်ဆောရချမှာဟာချမှာဟာ
for this one.
ချမှာဟာဒီဝဲချဖို့ရွေးချယ်နေပြီဖြစ်တယ်ခင်ဗျာ
In the moments, like a lot of the iconic clips from XG in this tournament have been, pumping in a Lotus or a quick turnaround play, and why not put Army on a hero that can throw themselves into these vulnerable
Asa
positions
နဲ့စပယ်
and let the rest of his team shine, and then he'll turn it around.
အာစာ average မပွင့်တော့စမန်းကျုံး
they're looking for, and still it keeps XM open, right? Sure, you have to ban a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to actually XXS XM standout performance, and you've got to be careful. This guy can
ဒါပေမဲ့ဟိုဘက်ဖဲကွန်ကယ်ရီစကီတာဖြစ်နေတယ်လို့အာနိုင်တာဟောဒီနေ့ကနိုင်တာတယ်ရှင်းနေရမောက်ရှေ့ရတွေကမောက်ချက်ပဲ
who with the spirit is going to be able to scout out heroes for you in team fights. You want the ability to instantly connect to them, either with an arena and just burst them down really quickly. The only
ရှေ့
issue
ရ
is
တွေကမောက်ချက်ပဲ
ET on lane, you're gonna
အဲ
play
စကီတာကယ်ရီကိုမကြိုက်ဘူးစကီတာကြီးဆောင်းပုတ်တယ်
Enchantress, it's most likely the snap.
ကိုလောက်တော့မကောင်း
Even a Pango off lane, and in that case, he's gonna suffer a little bit. Like his entry into the game will be slower. Ursa is not renowned for his laning unless he's paired with something like a disruptor.
So they're banning out the Huskar to respect the fact they need Ursa to get into the game, right?
ရွေးရှင်း over under ဒီပွဲအနေများတယ်ကွာ Q under လေးကတော့မစိုးဘူးသဘောကျတယ်
Stops Amar doing something like this as well. Like I fully break the lane, my Sven will farm, my Pango goes active, they will win me the game, but as long as I do the breaking of the first 15-20 minutes, like that's the thinking I'm having, is because if Amar's happy to Huskar, he'll be happy to bring out any other hero to dominate the lane, and there's the Storm Leshrac bans that you mentioned earlier.
I will say that if
Oh,
there
okay,
is
Pango
any
mate.
team that has Viper on their radar always,
အဲ
Go again, go again.
โอเคနေကပါ
One more.
so many legends on there.
Fiery Vision Oh Nightfall
Has he got more?
There will be more.
အဲ့ဘာကြီးလဲအဲ့နီအောင်ဖာသိန်းလဲ what the fuck mouse လားအဲ့ဒါ
Little hipster.
ဒါဘာကြီးလဲ
we gotta fix that one.
Ah, right.
အော် Harriet Okay အဲ့ဒါဘာလဲဟောဘာလဲ White
My guy.
Going.
Parry
Oh, there we go. That was a good one.
ခုတော့ပြန်သွားပြီ Parry က40ရောက်နေပြီ
Said they
ဟုတ်
banned
ကဲ့
Doom
This
again.
map
Very,
must
very
be
stable.
really warm.
Army ဟာရဒီက Army ဒီကအဆင်မပြေတော့ဘူးရောက်နေ
Great way to close it.
It is a great way to close it out, and it is closed out
Queen
by the
of
Queen Pain on
Pain.
Extreme Gaming. That will be their hero for XM.
This one was a no-brainer pick for
Queen
Extreme,
Pain.
where they lacked range.
H3 ကချမှာ
Instantly blink in and follow up.
H3 ကချဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်လိုက်ပြီကွာဒါဆိုရင်တော့
Now
ဒါဆိုရင်တော့ဘယ်ပြောကောင်းမလဲ
with the Sonic Wave to give you that added damage, XG are looking to blink in, take the fight.
အေးဒါပေမဲ့ဟဲ့ခဏဟိုဘက်ပစ်လေးကိုကြည့်လိုက်ပါဦးမလေး
And
မင်း
building on that as well, they also have kiting, right? If they are to blink in and maybe misinitiate, Ursa can disengage, Quap can disengage, ET can
အဆုံးတော့
just
ငါတို့လိုချင်တဲ့
the secondary
ချတဲ့ပွဲတွေပြန်လာပြီကွာ
the layering
တစ်ဖက်လုံးပစ်ကြီးကချမဲ့ပစ်ကြီး
ensures that this game is going to have points of pressure
ဒါ
at any
ပေမဲ့ဖယ်ကွန်ဘက်ကတော့နည်းနည်းဟိုဖြစ်မှာ7တိုင်ပင်စောင့်မယ်တဲ့အာစာနဲ့ကတော့စာပိုင်းချလို့ကောင်းကြပဲ
On the offlane.
I mean, you can go mid, but you do take quite a beating from the Queen of Pain. It's not your favorite matchup. You could say similar things for the offlane, even though I feel like maybe with the Snap 4, you can like try to offset the lanes. So to me, it's more about what they value more. Like, what do they also feel like they need from the game? You have two guys that jump in. Like, your draft covers quite a lot. So if you care more about the lanes, you could go
โอ
for
เคဗျာလီယိုတာ
Well, they only have
ညဂိမ်းတော့မဆော့ပြလို့တယ်ငါ TI Best of Fight တော်ပြီအဲ့တော့ဘတ်ဆော့ Fight တွေ
final pick.
Amber
There it is.
Spirit
Oh, it's an Ember for Spirit. We don't get to see that man on the main stage that
အေး
often.
ဟုတ်တယ်နော်
this
အမ
weekend.
Split ကဒီ
So they
ဒီမှာ
went
တောက်လျှောက်ဘယ်သူမှမပစ်ထားဘူး
because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus the Queen of Pain. They want something
နော်
that
final
can
လေးကတော့ဟုတ်တပြိုးတစ်ဖုံလေးကောင်းသွားပြီထင်တယ်နှစ်ဖက်လုံးကအောက်ရှိုးထားတာလေး
Yeah, not only that,
Ch-
it's
China
so much
lead-
vision throughout the game. The lockdown available for XG is quite limited. So if Marin's going in first, baiting Exodus has to ever waste a
လက်ရလောက်တော့ငတ်တိုင်းတော့လှမှာပါမာလင်အမ Split မမြင်ဘူးဆိုပေမဲ့
and then you throw in a Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder as well. Vision and information will be always on the side of Falcons if they're the one going in first.
So if you're
Shut
playing
down, shut down.
Wink and
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒါလေးစကောဝဲဟီလီယိုတာလီယိုတာလီယိုတာ
You
good
hate
luck.
your life.
Good luck because you cannot defend yourself against this hero. For Falcons,
နော်
they
H rank
have
ကိုပါယုံကြည်ထားတယ်
style of mid.
နိုင်
They're
ချက်
gonna
ပြန်လာ
have
ခဲ့မယ်ခဏလေးနောက်မှရက်သွားကြော်ပေးလိုက်အောင်
the off lane, they're gonna have Malrine building these early items and running at people. And
H
they're
rank
gonna be
ကိုပါ
farming the entire map. The question for XG is
ဟမ်
if
ပစ်
they
ကို
can
သွားကြည့်လိုက်အောင်နှစ်ဖက်လုံးပစ်ကိုလေ
early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly
ထုမယ်နှက်မယ်ပစ်ဒီပစ်ကြီး
that early
မဟုတ်ဘူးအာဆာတို့ဘာတို့နဲ့
You got to have a lot
H rank ကအာဆာဦးစီးဦးဆောင်ပြီးပစ်နေရနော်
they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off, and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy
H rank ကိုပါယုံကြည်လိုက်ခဲ့
items of the
နော်
map to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he
နော်
can.
ယုံကြည်တော့လိုက်ခဲ့ပွဲပြီးမှကျေးဇူးတင်
Such a critical matchup in this game one.
Yeah, I
My
really
bad,
love
no.
these two drafts. Like the way I see it too is that Falcons they have this early to mid game that they usually have, and then they might taper off a little bit, against Extreme Army. He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup. But I also like the Falcons. They cover their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the 5-slot, the 6-slot. Sven, doesn't do too well there, but then his teammates come in again with the network to back it up. So we're in for a long game. We're in for a lot of fights and absolute banger team fighting.
Well, that would be fantastic. I do have one final question to you. You say that this mid matchup super important here with the Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the arena. It feels like on their side as well. So they do have like a sixth man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Okay, let's see. I'm sure that the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of the Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore, with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons have made it here.
I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now, I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last grand final went. Upper bracket final, you played against Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to
I know,
lower
Chep,
bracket,
yeah,
had to play 3 games against Liquid, and
ပြန်လာခဲ့မယ်
how
ခ
did
ဏ
your
လေးခ
grand
ဏလေး
final go after that?
ခဏလေးတော့ကိုပြန်လာခဲ့မယ်နောက်မှရွေးလေးကြော်လိုက်မှာကိုခဏရုံးကြော်တော့ဆိုလို့
3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back. Well, actually, no. It was P-Vision, actually. The equation has changed. Everything's up in the air now.
I mean, I would love a 3-0, but honestly, I sort of hope for 5 games, We actually respect Extreme a lot as a team, so we're super happy to play them now.
Then let's hear it for the potential of this grand final. Hamburg, make some noise for this grand final!
Welcome to the International, everybody! Let's kick this shit off with a bang! It's China striking first blood!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce East versus West will grace the grand finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There is so much history that goes into the International. And a large part of that old history, some of you might remember, was that balance of power. It was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true. Until Ame and LGD fell to OG at TI8.
History was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket, return to a finals, a third appearance for some of these players. They have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment to put their name on that Aegis. They are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're going to play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play, because everybody knows the heroes that are going to come out from these playmakers. Can you out-team fight them? Can you out-skirmish them? That is the challenge ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme, as another 10-0 for Ame. Seems that, do you feel like Extreme Gaming put a bit more emphasis on the lanes against Falcons?
If anything, I think they did it against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's laning stage is insane. You have to come prepared for it. You cannot give them too much room, too much tempo, particularly when you give up these tempo supports. The Chen, the Enchantress, you can't ban them all. Snaking's going to get something in this game. If Amar is on one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example, these games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some crazy comebacks.
Yes.
This is a team, you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all 3 cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominance move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fights. And by God, has this man had a TI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP right now.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket in its entirety, he has come up for Extreme time and time again, and he is a large reason why they are here in this finals. Ame, he's trying to put some pressure onto Amar where he can in this Ursa versus Pango matchup, but the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against X-Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
Certainly feels like a lot of draft threats on the table no matter who wins in this game, right? If all of a sudden the Elder Titan is kicked to the side and this Enchantress reigns supreme as a support, we've seen how when the games start going late, any support that is able to farm for themselves has big value.
And also, we have the 2 biggest support ranged playmakers in this meta, the Hoodwink and the Snap.
Knocked back by the God's Rebuke, will not be able to get a stun off. A second kill for Extreme in this laning phase as they are up now 1,000 gold.
This is such a strong duo. You can't ask for more in this meta right now. Terrifying lane to go up against. And the fact you had to put crit up here to try and get that Enchantress ET matchup does hurt crit a little bit, because these Snaps and Hoodwinks want to play with the offlaner. They want to get aggressive. They want to use the early spell power to build momentum. Earn charge is already online for Jin-Q. Super strong right now.
Lots of damage. Jin-Q stepping a bit too far forward, trying to pressure Skeeter, takes a lot of damage. They even threw the blood grenade at him, but they couldn't go for the kill. While Amar goes down, they trade out cores. X-Nova, can he beat down Snaking? One more hit, he's got it. A 2-for-1 special, and the action returns at the top lane, as this time it's Crit who puts his life in danger and does not manage to get out of it.
I was maybe a little concerned for XG laning-wise coming into this series, but already they are hitting the mark. This XXS Mars is the most farm hero coming out of this laning phase. They even get a kill with that Ursa on the Pango, not expected.
Nó ngon này ngắm mà biểu kêu là Extreme kêu ba rồi mình nó ngon này ngắm biểu đấy nó mình nó
Elder Titan already has the boots online, already level 4.
đừng biểu đấy Extreme kêu ba rồi mình nó tập bóng mà bao.
You can
The ball about
damage later, the Mars damage later. They have such good
no worry about it.
combinations. If you're Falcons, you need to get this Ember off to a good start. Play through him, let him drive the pace of the game. Don't let XG set up these big fights around Roshan where they're super confident in their AoE control.
Make up ပါလေ make up ခေါ်ပါရဲ့အာကင်းကိုမတေးဝဘူးမတေးဝဘူးဘုံလည်းမရဘူးတေးလည်းမတေးဘူးမတေးသေးဘူးရရေးဒီ final ပွဲတော့ပြီးအောင်ကြည့်မှာမတေးသေးဘူးဘောဆော့ပြမဆော့ပြကတော့
should be able to weather through this a bit.
မောင်ရင်မြင်နိုင်လွမ်းနေကြိုက်တီးရောဖေဟုတ်ပါဘူးတူနေအောင်တူဖူးခဲ့တဲ့ကြိုက်တီးရောဖေဆန်တော်ရှင်စေဒီမာလေတနေ့တစ်ခါစုတောင်းမယ်
ဒါဆိုတော့အတန်နဲ့ဒီလေးဆိုတော့အတန်နှစ်ခုဖြစ်နေမင်း YouTube channel ကနေကြည့်နေရတယ်မင်းက Discord မှာစကားပြောတယ် live မှာငါနှစ်ခုလေးပြင်နေ
view လိုက်ပြီးအောင်တော့ပါလေအေးရွှင်ကေးဟိုပါလို့20လို့ဆောင်းဝန်းတန်နေလို့ဒီဘက်ကခါပဲ3 digit ကအားချောင်းနေဟဲ့ပေါ်မှာရအားမြော်ဟောပါထက်ရပြီအားမေးပါတေတော့မှဟဲ့အမဒါကကန်ကောင်းလို့မတေးရ what the fuck အမဒါ ADF လေးရလိုက်ဆောင်းတန်သွားပြီကွာဖေကွန်ကစကေတာဆောက်ဖို့ ADF ကိုချိုးတာ ADF နဲ့မာလင်ကျိုးရင်ဖေကွန်နိုင်နေတိုင်းတို့အေးစေး
အင်းတန်တို့ပါ
ရန်တို့ပါလား what the fuck
support TP there that yielded nothing for Falcons. So now, if you want to get aggressive top,
မင်းကတိုက်မင်းကတိုက်ဟိုလေးလောက်လိုက်မလားငါလည်းဒီပတ်စံလေးလိုက်ရှာလိုက်မလားတိုက်အခွင့်ရင်းတော့တိုက်တာပြောပြတာပါ
စာရင်များ
so many levels on these.
ပွဲပဲကြည့်မှာ
ဟုတ်တယ်ပေါ်အောက်မှာရောက်သွားအော်မဟုတ်ဘူးကွာ region အပေါ်မှာရောက်သွားတာ
Nice pick up for him. XM not finding early fights with this Sonic Wave.
Mid tower အရန်လိုချင်တာဒီကောင်လေးအရန်လိုချင်နေ
just not something that XG can deal with early on in this game.
This tower is going to fall, but who's going to get the last hit on it?
အော်တော်သေးအောင်တနိုင်ရပါ
XM already snags the deny.
လိုက်ထောင်းချပလိုက်
but not the case against an enchantress.
ပြန်ငြိမ်သွားပြီပွဲတက်မှာပြန်ငြိမ်သွားပြီဒါပေမဲ့10မိနစ်ပဲရှိပါသေးတယ်အာစားခုံးမှာအကုန်လုံး
just got to try and slow it down as much as possible.
Especially with the lane swap they did when this enchantress plays from the off lane, those moves behind the tier 1s are incredibly dangerous and they're a lot more fluid for Snaking to make than if he was stuck in that safe lane trying to secure.
ဘာထက်တာကိုကဘာထက်တာ
Did not make the read there.
ကိုကဘာထက်တာသိလား
That a ward was placed on that high ground. He gets his own really good laning ward though.
ကိုကဘာထက်တာသိလားလို့
hunting him here in the jungle. He's got his eyes on him.
You got to punish this enchantress.
ဟုတ်တယ်စလီကိုရိုက်ပြီတိုက်နောက်တစ်ချက်လောက်နောက်နှစ်ချက်လောက်နောက်သုံးချက်လောက်ဆိုင်အိုးဆောင်းနေဝေးရပေးရမှာနှမျောစရာကြီးအောင်ဆောင်းနေဝေးပေးလိုက်အကြီးရရမယ်ပေါ်လာမှာ crit ကိုကျုံနေပြီပြတ်ပါထက်ရပြီရောတန်သွားပြီရော extreme kill ကိုပါလေးပဲကြားပါတယ်ကိုကြီးရမသေးသေးဘူးလားဟေးဟာarena ကြီးပေးရတော့ game မရပါဘူးတဲ့နှမျောစရာကြီးအောင်
You're showing all 3 cores on this top lane to bring down that Mars, who is having a fantastic time. That's a big but it does give a lot of space to the Ursa, more space for X.
Yeah, you are being right.
Towards this 10-minute power, and if he can grab it here, would be a huge win for XG. Maureen looking for an amp damage or a haste to accelerate his game.
Once again, Maureen going to try and outclick XM for it, but this time XM gets the
nó tại AC nó tại piano lúc rồi nó tại lâu này lúc quá này
big room to take away from that.
Yang tiêu tiếng qua mà lựa AP mình khá mà sim cú về bùi rồi. Extreme kêu vào thế bây giờ extreme AP này. Tiêu tiếng từ sau nó mông nè, lựa không kệ.
Easily a move he can make to top, right? If you have this arena on top, anybody that shows there, just arena him into the Sonic Wave. Even if reinforcements coming back,
tiếng thành AP này ra quay vậy.
Kind of your best point of attack right now. You can also continue to hold.
Trái lại là mấy phía em phía lì qua Pussy này Army à.
Continue playing bottom against some of the threat that the pain.
Mà phía này ya bỏ mày cái liều giá lại mà. Ai mà bắt xuân bị gọi rồi nào mà spear, spear mà biết rồi. Okay, hold it. Chao nè bia, hold it. Chao nè. ဟုတ်ဘာလို့အကုန်လုံးအဲ့အပေါ်လုံးကိုချိုးနေရလဲလို့ငါ AD ရဲ့လမ်းကိုချိုးစမ်းမှာလို့ AD ရဲ့နှောက်မှာလို့အဲ့စပန်ဘာမှမစကီတာစောက်ဖို့
because he had to play more sacrificial on that safe lane to give Sven some of that XP. This Snapfire is level 4.5 right now. I don't know when you're going to have kisses in this game, but it's not going to be for a while. And to me, this has been the spell that's defined this hero at this TI. You know, heroes come and change, the spells come and change, but right now, getting kisses online fast, taking fights around that ult, super powerful long-range damage. We've seen it just win team fights straight up. We saw what Jin Q did with it in the previous series. The more this is delayed, the better the team fights look for XG, particularly around that Roche pit, if Ame gets off to a fast start. Maureen just playing with her mid.
တူတူပါပဲ crit လဲဟိုလို့ပါလေ9 class လို့ပဲ hero မရရင်တိုင်ပတ်နေပြီနောက်မှာ stop အေးအဲ့မှာထပ်ပြီးသွားရှော့သွားပြီမြက်ပါရလိုက်ဟောရောစောနေဝီရနှမျောစရာကြီးရောဝိစတက်တိုင် renite ပေးပလိုက်စမ်းပါဟာကြီးရမှာလို့
Well played. And Skeeter's here looking for the fight. There's nothing to fight. He'll just pick up the rune and go back to the jungle. Huge kill in this Ember Spear. That's the hero. You want to get the fast Mage Slayer on that Falcons can snowball through. Every time you take him off the map, you buy so much time for your other cores.
ဒါကူဖန်နေပြီနော်ဟုတ်ကဲ့စကစ်7ရရင်တော့အာစာလည်းမခံနိုင်ဘူးဗျစောစောလေးကေးလေးယူထားပြီးတော့ဝဲလေးရှုံးပေးလိုက်မလား
9 more stacks that Extreme have done. I mean, when you have that kind of imbalance, Extreme have to get aggressive, right? There's no other
ဟုတ်တယ် Extreme aggressive လိုက်ဆော့ရမှာ
Start stacking of your own, claim early Roshan's.
ပစ်တွေကမင်း aggressive လုံးဝ aggressive ဆော့လို့ရပစ်တွေဟုတ်တယ်ရော Extreme ဘက်ကလည်းရှင်ယူက cool step ပေးတာတယ်
Head in XP.
အာသာဟော Fury ရပြီလားမရသေးဘူးနဲ့ကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါတော့လိုသေးတယ်ရော
Sven is level 11. He's a couple levels ahead of the nearest core. So their supports are behind, but their cores are ahead. And these are cores that can absolutely just win the fight, even if the supports are lacking some net worth.
Hey, I'm just happy we get to see 2 cores that do not build Helmadon.
Oh, there's not going to be a single helm in this game.
အေးလေမ smoke ကန်3မှာ
Another wisdom
ဆန်
shrine.
smoke လေးစာပြီးပြေးလိုက်မှာအေးအဲ့မှာတွေ့သွားပြီဗျတွေ့သွားပြီဗျအဲ့မှာမတွေ့သေးဘူးမတွေ့ချင်အောင်ဆောင်နေအောင် တီသွားပြီတီတော့တီသွားပြီ ကြောင်နေအနေများလိုက်တာ
Maureen still looking for that Mage Slayer, but very strong on the front line as long as
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီဟိုနဲ့ဆက်ရနေရဟိုတကယ်အဲ့ smoke ကြီးတော့ဖွင့်တာအဲ့ဆန် smoke တော့စားတာဘာမှမဟုတ်တေးလည်းမတေးတော့လို့
That is a risk a bit too much for Falcons. And this smoke seems to have petered out.
and items flying in for XG right now. They dodge that fight, they get Blade Mail on the Quap, they get Yules on the Mars. Early fight items now online. 14-minute Wisdom Shrines are spawning. Looks like they're just going to get it traded out here unless X-Nova wants to try something.
ခုချိန်က Extreme ကမင်းတို့ aggressive ဆော့မှာမင်းတို့ကဘာလို့ပြန်ကြောက်နေရလဲလို့လီးပဲစမိုင်းမင်းတို့ရိုက်တော့မယ်တို့ငါစိတ်ညစ်တယ်
Very little punish outside of a sick bushwhack that we saw, but now he's going to be running into potentially a Mars who just Yules Arena Spears. Easy.
Super deadly on the front line. A lot of threat coming out from XXS right now. Downside is you don't have the reach of something like the Blink Dagger, so it's a little harder to just make an aggressive.
ခုနအဲ့နဖကလောပြပါလား
But if you get the right angle, you just run into heroes, phase boots into the Yules, it'll do the job, and yeah, that ward's gonna
ဆောင်းရ
That first move with this Yules
ကောင်းနဖကလောရှိလား
is going to be red
နားဆောင်းရ
right underneath a laning
အဲ့
ward.
နော်နဖကလောတော့လောက်နားဆောင်းရ
The tier 1, you might just be able to pummel this tower and get something out of this move regardless. The Falcons don't want to give up this tier 1 for free.
Sure, and maybe find the sacrificial support position.
Yep.
Here comes that play. Even had the scan on the mid lane right next to XM to
And an
see
Obs.
who was next to him.
Obs placed right under Sentry up top.
You're going to try for it. Rolling Thunder. Amar. The chains, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. I mean, if the tower's not going to fall, there's really no need.
That's not a fight you want to force into this amp damage Ember. Not the timing to do it, especially when Ursa's just not going to join the fight. Battle Fury was just finished for Ame a minute ago. He's cruising in the farm department. He's having a great time. No pressure on him right now. Recovering his disadvantage against the Sven, who had all of those ancient stacks earlier. Does not want to be dragged into a bad engagement for a tier 1.
Falcons make a show of a 5-man defense in the mid lane. After the tower's defended, back to hitting neutrals. They really haven't gotten... They haven't ground out that usual lead that Falcons tends to do after a laning phase. Extreme is still keeping up despite the stack disparity.
Difficult team to grind it out against.
Why is that?
they're just resilient around the map. They rarely give up really bad core deaths. I mean, the games that are spiraling are going to spiral for anybody, but I feel like they just don't feed in poor places. It's usually getting lanes super deep. Nova, he's
okay. The Croaker, yeah, Snaking had that well in control. There was no problem there whatsoever.
That's that Mage Slayer online for the Ember, so time to get aggressive. Follow Malrine, let him bring these supports back into the game in a really nice position. Look,
Malrine does find another one. Slight chains, kisses. And XXS is biding his time, waiting for Malrine to show, but the kisses give too much information.
Just follow this Ember. Very little XG can do about it unless they are just baiting someone out.
Bài điပြောမနေ့ကနေပြောပြလာbàiအေးပြောတယ်ငါတွေ့ရတွေ့
But they do manage to find some support kills.
Actually don't mind this kind of style though. Like they're willing to give up some part of the map early on in a game to push it later, get their items.
ညကလက်ကြီးကကွာတယ်ကွာ fair ကွန်နဲ့ကလက်ကွာနေရတာ player တွေ experience ကွာနေရတာ
They believe in their timing. They're going to overcome that, particularly around the Roche bit. We have seen this team dominate Roshan fights.
မတ် control ရရန်တိတာ fair ကွန်မတ် control ရကောင်းလိုက်တာဆိုတော့
I was about to say, if anything's going to give them even more confidence is going to be that lower bracket finals, game 3. Yeah. They played against a net worth advantage the entire time and still had the confidence they were going to be able to pull through, and they sure did.
I mean, at this point, just believe XXS is going to win you the Roshan fight because he's done it time and time again.
Yeah, just give up every Roche. Just make sure XXS...
ရပါဘူးတေးဥထူတာတော့ဒီလောက်ပါပဲ China ထူတာတော့
There's the blink dagger for the Mars. He was thinking about BKB or blink.
အဆင်နေမှာပဲ Adrian ကတကယ်တော့
XG want to get aggressive here in the next few minutes. If you can get a team fight on top of
အားမေ Adrian မဟုတ်အားမေ
that Pangolier or Ember, it can break that fight.
နာမည်လေးသိမကောင်းဘူးနော်အားမေနဲ့အဆင်နေ
Roshan for this Ursa. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Falcons to defend their map.
Baiting an 18-minute power rune.
အဲ့ idiot လောက်လိုက်စမ်းပါဘောရှောဆောက်တော့မကြတော့
And reveals that there is a whole heap of heroes right behind him.
ဘလူးကြောက်လာကြီးဟိုယူချလိုက်ရတက်ပင်နာကပ်ပြီးတော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဘောဟိုပါလေတက်ပင်ဆိုင်တော့
Falcons are going to look to do what XG
ဘာညာလိုက်အဲ့မှာတကာ Arena Arrow အော်ကောင်းလိုက်တာဟိအောင်တိတ်အဲ့မှာရှော့ပြီးခုတ်ပြီးယူရတော့တင်ချင်မရလိုက်ဆိုရင်တော့မှ AT ရဲ့ roll ပြီးတော့နောက်ကောင်တော့ထိန်းထားပေးရဘာဆမ်းဖြစ်တော့ဟဲ့မလုပ်ပါနဲ့စိတ်ကိုတီးရင်လေးထားအေးအဲ့နောက်ကောင်မှရပြီလိုက်အားရမဟုတ်ဘူးကဟာအေးအဲ့ဒါပြောတာ Extreme ဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါပြောတာဒါကြောင့်လဲတရားယူမဲ့အသင်းလို့နာမည်ကြီးနေရအောင် Extreme ကရှာအေးအဲ့ဒါပြောတာမင်းတို့ငါပြောတယ် Q ပါလို့ ငါပြောတယ် K over လို့
a little differently for them, but a beautiful pin from XXS. You burst down the Ember. That's what you want. Ember.
ဘိုက်စားလာပြီးရင်ဟိုဟင်းကျော်မြန်သေးဖြစ်
It's a recipe for success.
ဒီဆက်ကောင်းလိုက်တော့ကွာအဲ့ဒါကြီးအခါ instant ပြတ်သွားဘာတော့လွတ်ချင်မရလား
The execution was fast, and that's what kept Falcons out of it.
Gets to hold Arena.
Arena နဲ့မဆိုင်ပဲတက်ပင်လင်းဆိုင် Arena လေးခြံတာကောင်းသွားတာအဲ့မှာခြံထဲကဖာပဲချင်းခြံထဲကကြက်ပဲချင်းရိုက်လို့ရသွားတာအဲ့ပါမဟုတ် ram ဆိုတယ် final ကအရေးကြီးရဲ့ final လာနေပြီ bro တမ်းတော့ဒါ final game 1
I mean, it all starts with the Ember Spirit pickup.
ဘာ final game 1 တာ
They can play the longer game because they're up a man in that regard. But Skeeter forced to do something. XM trying to force a play.
AT လေးက strong လေးမိလိုက်ကွာ
It covers
ငါပြောတယ်မင်းတို့ K
against the
over လို့
retreat
extra
of
K over လို့
Falcons
ပြောခဲ့ပါတယ်
go back to their side of the jungle despite the loss in that mid
အဲ့ဒါစလာရဲ့ပစ်ကြီးကတကယ်ချမှန်ပစ်ကြီး
not that big of a net worth lead for Extreme. We're still
လွေ
keeping
လောက်
this
ပါ
game very tight at 20 minutes though. Extreme, they want the Tormentor.
အားထင်တော့အစားပိုင်းဟို Adrian က lower problem မှာပြုတ်မှကြောက်နေတယ်နဲ့ Falcon ရောက်တော့မှဟို final ရောက်တော့မှဗာလေသူတို့လွတ်လပ်ဆော့တာထင်တယ်ဟိုမှာကျစောက်ကြီးတိုင်းသွားနေတာတကယ်
Super pivotal at locking down these mobile
နေကမှပြန်သွားပြီ
XXS not going to blink
Adrian
forward.
မနိုင်ဘူးနော်ချိန်တိုင်းတော့မနိုင်ဘူးဒီဘွဲကမိနစ်တွေကြာလာအမြဟိုဘက်ရောက်မှာ Falcon ဘက်ရောက်မှာဒါပေမဲ့စောစီမိနစ်45မိနစ်အောက်ဆိုနိုင်ရောနိုင်တယ်ကွာမကြည့်မပြတ်ဘူးတွေ့လားတပည့်ပေးလိုက်ရပြီအော်ဟဲ့ကောင်းလိုက်တယ်ဟဲ့ arrow ပြစ်ပြီးအမြထောင်ဟဲ့ပြတ်ထွက်သွားပြီဟဲ့ငါဘာနီနီကိုကောင်းတာဟဲ့ကောင်းလိုက်တာဟဲ့နေကမှနုမားလောက်သွားကြတယ်ဟဲ့
Any losses there, Falcons, they'll retreat as 4 and Extreme now own the Tormentor.
နေကမာနူမာတော့သွားကြ
from XG and XXS
နော်
5
တော်မန်နာလေးပါထပ်ရပြီဗျအဲ့ဒါဆိုတော့
time again.
Roshan မယူသေးဘူးလား
Up in this fight, Malrina's not been able to play a single fight other than him just getting nuked down instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan gets you. He can throw the spirit out, he can wait for a slight, and then he's
အေး
gonna push you
အဲ့ရိုင်းသေးဝင်ဝင်နဲ့တွေ့သွားတာအဲ့မှာ
It's coming after that stomp. Very little to bail you out of that situation. It's an annoying spell for Malrine to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight.
မာကြာလာဖာလာဆိုတော့တီဝိုင်းတီဝိုင်းရွက်ဖြစ်တယ်ခင်ဗျာ
I mean, Amar's
Fake
level
one.
hero here for Falcons. He's having quite a good game. Just can't find his mark in these engagements.
စပီးရပြစ်ပြီးတော့မှ arena လှမ်းထောင်တာတဲ့အဲ့ရအနေများရောလွဲသွားတယ်
down here, but Falcons know it. Thanks to the deep ward.
လွဲအောင်လဲငါမမှုတ်တာလေ
earlier in the game is not allowed
လွဲအောင်လဲငါမမမှုတ်တာ
match. Going back to the Ember Spirit though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of.
ကျွန်တော် Roshan ယူရမကောင်း
TI. Why is that?
မဟုတ် Roshan ယူရမကောင်းဘာလို့လဲဒီကောင်နဲ့ယူပြီးနောက်တစ်ခါဟိုဘက်ရသွားတယ်အဲ့ဒါဟိုဘက် advantage ပို့ရသွား
Fake him a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think
ဘာလို့ဆို banner တွေရမယ်နောက်ထပ်ဟိုတွေရမယ် Roshan အဲ့လိုမျိုးတင်မလား Roshan ရတိုင်းထုနေရမကောင်း
are crazy, but you compare it to things like the Queen of Pain with the sonic wave damage. It's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. It feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump. You throw in the nukes, you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now. And now his strength can be just set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta. And I think that's what Falcons wanted to
မဟုတ်45မိနစ်ကျော်လာတဖြည်းနဲ့ Falcon game ဖြစ်သွားလိမ့်
Particularly since they don't actually have a
45မိနစ်အောက်မှာဒီကောင်တွေကောင်းကောင်း control မကန်ထန်လန်းလောက်ယူထားနိုင်တော့ဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်
to get guaranteed kills.
ဒါပေမဲ့လည်းဆောနာလို arena ကြီးနဲ့ဖတ်ဆိုပြီးဟိုကြီးမပြတ်တော့မပြတ်တော့ဘူးစမန်အချိန်တိုင်းမပြတ်နိုင်
And as a result, Ame is up at 13k.
ဘူးမဟုတ်လေကင်းရောက်တော့မပြတ်နိုင်ဘူး arena နဲ့အားမေအဲ့လောက်မခုံနိုင်ဘူး
fix that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really strong. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down. I think XG dodged that pretty well. Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minute mark as they wanted to, especially with some of the power.
ဒါတွေရပါတော့ငါထောက်ကြည့်လို့ရတယ်အော်မ YouTube ကကြည့်ရအောင်မရဘူးတက်ခါဆိုရတယ်
Mid tower, they didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't
PT ကြည့်မှာ PT ကြည့်မှာ PT ကြည့်မှာ PT ကြည့်မှာ
and they won the
PT
side.
ကြည့်မှာဗျာ final လေးကတေချာလေးကြည့်ရှေ့တည်းအဲ့လိုမျိုး strain နေနဲ့ဟိုဘက်လှမ်းကြည့်တာအဲ့လိုဟို show တီရောအဲ့လိုခိုး show နေတာတဲ့ final လေးကကြည့်တယ်ဒီနေ့ fight ဒီနေ့ TI လေးကတော်တော်ဘိုက်ရတယ်
And now you're cruising into this mid game very even. Still
ပွဲတွေကတကယ်မြိုင်နေဒီနေ့ပွဲ TI တကယ်တိတ်ခါကြီးချနေတာ
very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
ပြီးတော့ TI မရဘူးနှစ်သင်းဆိုတော့တကယ်ဆော့မှာတော့နှစ်သင်းလုံးက TI မရဘူးတော့
For Falcons to man up for it if they feel you're on the wrong part of the map.
We are now at that point, by the way, where we're going to get some serious magic resistance problems for Falcons. If Amar is going to build to scale, these supports on the side of Extreme, you've got the combination of max
အေး
natural
နော်
order.
ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့လိုမျိုး duration over တော့ချက်သွားလိုက်ရင်မင်း fair ကွာဟိုဗာလေ Extreme ကဆောင်းဝတိုင်ပတ်သွားပြီ Extreme ကရှေ့မှာလဲ duration ဟိုရှေ့မှာလဲတပွဲကကြာတာတည်း game တွေဒီကောင်
Shard really soon. That boom
Someone
rate
been
is
mad,
gonna amp up that magic damage even more. The burst damage is going to go crazy.
If you get a latch off this Mars, that hero is just gone. No hard save. in the
Extreme
fight.
3 နဲ့နိုင်အောင်ဆော့ရင်ဆော့မဆော့ရင်နောက် game တွေမဖြစ်နိုင်
From the Sven, you have the shield on the Ember. You have a shield on Pango. You can be tanky in these fights. Enchantress with the
3လွန်ဆုံး3-1 ထိပဲပေးလို့ရမှာ
that first point.
hello Miraki bro
Yeah, which
3-1 ထိပဲပေးလို့ရမှာ Extreme က
they've been struggling to find
3-2 အဲ့လိုမျိုး2-2ဖြစ်သွားပြီဆိုရင် Extreme မနိုင်နိုင်တော့
issues in these early fights. Always seems like XXS is able to hit first.
ကြာသွားမှာပွဲပန်းတဲ့တန်အဓိက
So they either got to find that or they got to start just, playing to farm, playing to scale.
They have BKB blink on this Sven now, though. This changes it a lot. Now you can let Skeeter go in. He can pick his mark, BKB. You're not afraid of him dying super fast here. And he has level 3 ulti online. He's hitting a really nice power point. Falcons when he
အာ
uses
fair
it.
ကကျန်းတာဗောဟာ
Get a pick off right now with
fair ကဒီလောက်ကောင်းတာ fair က carry ပဲပုတ်နေတာ ADN နဲ့မာလင်ကထမ်းနေတာ fair က
would be a massive boon for Falcons.
ဟိုပြီးတော့ရှေ့မှာ Extreme က best of 3တပွဲဆော့ထားတယ် fair ကခုမှပထမဆုံးပွဲဆော့ရတယ်ပွဲပန်းတဲ့တန်ရှိတယ်ဒီက Extreme က
Their own smoke play.
They feel that Roche was maybe being forced. They're smoking before Ame finishes his BKB, though they did get the Ags on the Queen.
ဒူတာတော့အခုချိန်မှာမဆော့ပါနဲ့ဒူတာဓာတ်စပြုတ်နေပြီ
Poor item timing. to
အေး
try
အဲ့
and
မှာ
take
တွေးလိုက်မ
the
လား
fight.
တွေးလိုက်ညှိလိုက်မလားစပြီးတော့
Here, but Ame's still going to keep farming up. He's so close to his BKB. I'm sure he's calling to his team. Don't force it too much. I'm
အဲ့အာမီက fan နေတော့လို့ BKB ရတော့ BKB လေးစောင်းလိုက်ပါတိုက်တော့အာမီ BKB လေး
We don't want to do it right now. We want to let Ame farm, but we also don't want you doing it.
yeah. And if if they just stick around,
မြင်သွားပြီ
okay, they do find one of the wards. There was 2 different very dangerous wards that Falcons managed to get down. That was one in the triangle, the other one being in that lane, off lane position.
ဝက်လေးကသွားကောင်းနေအေးလောက်ခံမရတိုက်ပြန်လိုက်မလားတိုက်အာရဟုတ်တယ်နော်နှစ်ဖက်လုံးကဝက် position နေနေရ
Really massive, they can catch him, but there's no same similar ward. Still though, found by Falcons, at least
ဝက် placement တွေကတကယ်ကောင်းတာဟေး
sides. It all comes down to this Roche, man, and we're gonna have BKB.
ဟေးစကီတာကြီးကတကယ်ပုတ်နေရမင်းကြည့်လိုက်မင်း ADN နဲ့ဟိုဟာထမ်းနေတာတောက်လျှောက်မင်း
Amar does not make the jump for it. Skeeter's too far away. Skeeter's just farming away. He doesn't want to fall behind Ame right now.
စကီတာကသူပြီးလက်ကပါလေ operation ဝင်လာတာလေဒီကော
to just fully invest into contesting this Roshan.
But Ame got to finish BKB. They got the double obs.
အရင်စကီတာကျန်တယ်အခုဒီပေကွန်ရောက်စကီတာကြီးမကြိုက်ဘူးဒါမှမဟုတ်သူတို့က 10 condition ရပဲအဲ့လိုဆော့ခိုင်းနေရလားမသိဘူး
You let him go down for free.
မကြိုက်ဘူးဒီမှာဖေကွန်မှာစကီတာရဲ့ပုံစံ
And if Falcons isn't going to make the move, then Extreme, maybe they'll be the ones to play on the offensive here.
လေအောင် smoke ကန်တွေ့သွားပြီကွာ sneak smoke စားသွားတာ
Making a break for it with his drums, trying to get far enough ahead. XX
ဟာရဘာလုပ်တာလဲ arena ကြီးပေးပြီးတော့ဟာ
dodge a little bit, still
ဟာမသိဘူးအဲ့ဒါ
heals are so
Ha.
much, they do not still
ဟာ
have the burst damage to kill him. They need the
Ha.
to jump on to Snake
ငါပြောတရားစကားတော့မရှိတော့ဘူးဟေ့အောင်ဩတက်ကိုတယောက်ဤတကောင်တော့အာ
synchronized using
Ah.
Extreme
သိ
Gaming.
တာ
ဒီပဲပြောတရားစကားလည်းမရှိတော့ပါဘူးကွာအဲ့ဒါကြီးကမင်းငါလို့ကြ
XXS, they gave him the ob sentry. Very
Ah.
smart. Don't sacrifice your positioning on these backline supports.
Extreme Gaming seem to know Falcons word spots very well.
They have no obs left.
ဘောစိတ်ကြီးနဲ့အဲ့ကောင်လောက်တာလေဟိုဘက်ကပါရိုရှန်ပြန်လောက်တော့မယ်ရောမင်းတို့က arena မရှိဘူး
For Falcons, perhaps another
အစပလစ်တာတော့ရှိရယ်
to take matters into their own hands.
The team fight's super
ငါ
strong.
AD ကပြောင်းရအောင်မင်းတို့နှောက်ခံတော့မှဟေ့အောင်ငါခံစားချက်တွေမကောင်းတော့ဘူး extreme kill ပါ
Towards, whereas XG, they have that ET to do a little scouting.
ခံစားချက်တွေမကောင်းတော့
We're
ဘူး
gonna get 2 or 3 more items on these carries before we actually get a fight around the Roshan pit.
Nobody wants to man up for it first. You get caught in that pit, it's absolute destruction.
Malrine found, not pinned. Roll up will stop him, and he dodged away from the stomp.
ရဟုတ်တယ်ဟိုဘက် space ရောပေးလိုက်ဒီဘက် BKB ရောပြန်ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်ဟိုဘက်သွေးသွေးနဲ့ဟိုဟာတွေပါ monitor market တွေပါပေးလိုက်ရအောင်ဟို Russian လုပ်လိုက်ရတိုက်တော့ Russian လုပ်လိုက်ရပြီတိုက်တော့ monitor market မရှိဘူး
Advantage either way for the
အာစာတယောက်လည်း Russian ပတဲ့ပို့လာလိုက်မင်းတို့ပြင်မှာစောင့်နေလိုက် easy
Especially if the Mars gets going on, you don't have a clear
သွေးသွေးနဲ့ရောက်ရင်နှစ်ဖက်လုံးကသွေးသွေးနဲ့
gem, which is interesting considering he just killed 3 wards. I mean, how much vision's left on
သွေး
the
သွေး
map?
နဲ့ဖြစ်နေပြီ
Want to secure
Russian and DU တရ
right now.
တရ
The Falcons are getting
DU တရလူကအမြဲတမ်းဒီ
20 on
ဒုတိယအော်ဒုတိယလူကအမြဲတမ်းဒုတိယလူပဲဖြစ်နေရောအေးလို့
up in this game. I mean, that's the upside for Malrine. He's on the best split push hero in this.
DU ဆိုငါ duration and ကိုပြောလာငါစဉ်းစားနေရ
He will recover his GPM. Continue to scale.
And that's why Extreme,
trending
they're going to force it onto the pit. And it
trending
feels
ဆို
like
အခုချိန်မှာလောဆယ်
they
မစ်ကို
stay
မာလင်ကြိုက်တယ်
keep tabs though. He's got his creep
Miko
checking out every
Marlin.
once in a while. But this
ပြီး
Roshan
သွားရင်
wants to swap over to the other
Paul
side.
will
Not
say.
only does it sound like you think that Falcons have gotten the
Bike
better
wa
of this
Mibushka.
stalemate, but it's also about to flip over to a
offlane
side
ဆိုဘယ်လို
where
ရှိ
they
မလဲ
can play
offlane
off
idiot တော့မကြိုက်
in
ဘူး
their outpost.
I don't think the first half of that stalemate was good for them, but I think the second half was.
offlane ဘယ်လိုရှိတယ်ငါကြိုက်ဒီထဲမှာ
Could have been more
ကြိုက်နေ
aggressive.
လောဆယ်
There
ကြိုက်နေ
was how much
offlane
vision they brought down.
AD ကမကြိုက်ဘူး
Playing a little scared.
AD ကသူကကြိုက်တယ်အဲ့လို offlane က offlane မဆန်လို့
Push going to the other side,
လူရှိတယ်ငါကြိုက်တဲ့ offlane
especially if Falcons are willing to commit buyback.
ဟုတ်လောဆယ်ဆိုတော့အရင်တော့ offlane universe လို့ပါကြိုက်တယ် universe ပေါ့
It's also going to be another Tormentor spawn.
နော်ပြီးရင် KDO 33မကြိုက်ဘူး KDO
XXS
Dandy.
saw a Sentry, but the
Got-
ward is on the other side of the tree there.
It's a good one.
တန်က KDO မစောဘူးကွာ
Super valuable as this
Good
Roche
work.
switches sides.
အဲ့တည့်ရလေခေါ်ချင်လို့ခေါ်တာလေဒန်နီဖြစ်နေလို့ခေါ်တာ
And while Extreme have all shuttled down to this bottom part of the map,
ဟဲ့မားလင်းမှာ MB ကအဲ့လာရမဟုတ်လား
Amar's getting
Fred,
a
go
lot
on,
of farm out of
Minamia.
his top lane. He might actually be able to take that tower at some
Marina.
point in time. As you said, Malrine.
အင်္ဂင်းကကြည့်နောက်ကျလာလို့ခဏအင်္ဂင်းနဲ့ဝင်ကြည့်လိုက်ခဏအင်္ဂင်းကဝင်ကြည့်လိုက်
He's enjoying all the farm.
Holy,
He's getting
Inge
out of the
Gio.
situation.
ကစတာမပါဘူးဒီ
But Falcons is grinding more and more gold into their favor. Extreme Gaming, they got to do something about this. They're going to force the Roshan, and Falcons not
ဟို
gonna
မဲရင်းကွာ
almost saying that, all right, we delayed it for like 6 minutes. You can finally have it.
It is only the first one, right? Not super valuable here. It's just to progress towards the later Roshans.
ချန်ပီရောကြိုက်တာဆိုလိုကယ်ထဲမှာဆိုတော့ဂျမ်ပီရောကြိုက်တယ်လေအဲ့လို global ရှင်တော့
41 minutes in.
Very slow for an Ursa lineup. Yeah. Still have this tier 1 up mid for Falcons, by the way. This objective has not been claimed by XG either.
global မှာတော့ဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးထင်ပါတယ်
Control right now, which is great for Malrine. Means he gets to push these side lanes in deep. Gets a lot of vision control off the mid lane to help him do it.
ဟာရ
He's enjoying life right now.
ငါကီးဝယ်ရခံစားချက်မကောင်းတော့ဘူးလို့တာကြီးတော့ဟုတ်ကဲ့ရူရှန်ဘယ်ဘက်ရအော်โอเคအားမရတာโอเคရ
Falcons. The extreme stuck on the other side of the map.
မင်းတို့ TI လိုချင်တော့ကွာမင်းတို့ကကီးဝယ်လေးရအောင်ယူလိုက်မင်းတို့ TI ပေးမယ်
Always just shadowing.
ဒီ TI မရလဲဟိုပါလဲဒေါ်လာ2ထဲမှာရောင်းနေဟာငါဝယ်ပေးမယ်ဒေါ်လာ100တန်း
Do anything else.
And I must apologize, Austin. We do have one Helma dominator.
အေးလို့
It stuck its way in.
တော့အားနေကောင်းတော့ပြစ်နေရလို့ဟုတ်ကဲ့
I guess Jinkyu said this game is going to go late. I'm going to start farming up and pushing some waves. I mean,
Helma Dom Hoodwink? Are you serious, man?
Hiya.
this was probably the least expected one here. You know, you could argue it for the Mars. A lot of these offlaners just wanted to...
dominator 2ဖြစ်နေပြီဒေါ်လာ2ကြီးကမင်း hero တိုင်းမှာ dominator ပါတယ်
Dominator. I don't think I've ever seen that.
You know what I hate the most is that it just kind of makes sense the way that they're likely to be ratted a bit. Somebody's got to get one on extreme.
ဒါလိုက်မလားအော်လိုက်မှာတယောက်လောက်အေးအဲ့မှာကာရီယာနဲ့တွေ့အောင်မှာ
Negative scepter done for Malrine.
Days
အော်
recovered.
မာရီယာလည်းပြန်အောင်
Level
ပြီးသွားပြီ
18
ဟဲ့အောင်
as
ကြီး
well. He's getting real big.
ဒီပွဲကတဖြည်းနဲ့ Falcon ဘက်ရောက်နေပြီဖြစ်တယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Was where he just kept getting caught by XXS.
Falcon အောက်ကြီးလေးပေါက်လာ Falcon လေးသွားထည့်လိုက်အောင်မေး
This peaceful 10 minutes feels like he's actually going to be able to play.
Power
some
error
defense
retrieving
in
data
the
le.
late game. Now we'll see how well he scales into that point compared to the Queen of the Pain,
Falcon အောက်ကြီးလေးပေါက်လိုက်မလား
who is currently XM just about to finish up BKB.
ဟာတူတူနဲ့တူတူနဲ့တူတူနဲ့
He got a Yules off though on the Sven. That
Huh?
delay will not be enough. Too much burst damage coming in.
Huh?
No! There is splitter. Stop Skeeter. Does extreme
အေး
realize-
စကီတာကိုရလိုက်မလား
They certainly do.
တိုက်အေး
BKB
ဟာ
inside their
ဟာ
The Skeeter. He's stuck.
Oh my god
The kill. That
အေးအောင်အကြီးကျူးပြောင်းရောင်းကြီး
platter
တပြိုင်လွဲတာ
No, X-Nova, his far sight, he saw it coming the entire way. An Earth Splitter to
Ha.
catch the Sven TB.
ဟာ
Their team
ငါ
work
စိတ်ညစ်တယ်
absolutely on point right now for XG. And they will take that trade.
ဟေး Falcon ကအခုချိန်မှာ3တောင်ပေးနေရကွာ
Larger differential between him and Ame. That's exactly what you want. This Sven Ursa matchup is generally not fun for the Sven. The farther this Ursa pulls ahead,
နားနားအင်္ဂိမ်းနဲ့သွားကြည့်မှရတာဒါကြောင့်အင်္ဂိမ်းနဲ့ item လေးသွားပြီးတော့
pressures and
Gee,
big damage and that kind of
Panya.
nonsense. Yeah. Ame in control of the carry battle right now.
ရင်းနဲ့ကတော့သွားကြည့်လိုက်
Huge pickup for XG. I mean, that was a crazy blink from
ကို
XM.
ကိုနီးနီးတော့သွားကြနေလှိုင်းက
Opening there. I guess he's right in the end. Very sacrificial.
And if he doesn't get the Yules
ဟာ
off on
ဆွမ်း
the
နာတော့
Sven,
all
he could
arena
die
ဟိုလှမ်းပြီးပြီးမှ
fast.
arena ထောင်ပြပေးရတော့ထင်းထင်းကြီးနေရမယ်အေးဘေး
For, X-Nova to
အဲ
get
ချင်း
there.
တိုင်ပြတာလှမ်းလွဲတာတဲ့
And these Yules can become Wind Wakers way later in this game.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
the nice thing about them, and the Wind Waker is amazing against this Falcons lineup.
Still a bit worried though, even though the Sven has died. We've seen
ဝင်းဝိတ်ကလားဟုတ်ပါဘူးဟဲ့ရပြီ
Yesterday we
အဲ့
saw
ကောင်ရမသိဘူးလို့မင်းမကြိုးစားပါနဲ့လား
2500 damage crits. I mean, you can get Wind Wakers, but can you react fast enough to stop that kind of burst damage?
ဆွမ်းနေဝေးလေးပေးလိုက်မလား
Snake King, is this guy just untouchable in this game? What is
Yes.
it? They can kill the Sven, but they can't stop the Enchantress.
I mean, it is called
ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့ကောင်တော့ကောင်တော့အန်တို့စီးပွားတို့ထက်အောင်လည်းမ
Should
တန်
not
ဘူးဟျောင်း
even
ကြီး
waste your time. If Ame's there, it's a queen. It's a quick pick me up. Right?
Of course, yeah.
But Ame doesn't want to commit his time to take Enchantress off the map. If anything, you just want to threaten Snaking. You know, make him think he can die,
အော်
so he doesn't push as aggressively. But don't commit so much to actually kill him, and it's a negative network play.
အဲငါမဆိုအဒီကအဝေးလှမ်းပြရလို့ကွာ
BKB done for XM. So the next time
Oh, yeah,
he
handy, yeah.
gracefully blinks in,
ဖြည်းဖြည်းစိတ်ကိုတည်ငြိမ်တာစိတ်ကိုတည်ငြိမ်တာ
we'll see if he can
အဲ audio
ignore the
အဲ
damage.
ချနေပြီချနေပြီချနေပြီအော်မရပါဘူး opposite
Does not get the follow-up bash required for the kill.
ခဏလေးခဏ audio ပိတ်လိုက်မယ် audio ပိတ်ပြီးဒီမှာ in game မှာ international ဝင်ကြည့်လိုက်မယ် PC ရပြီနော်ကောင်းတာပြည့်အောင်လားအာမပြစ်ဘူးကောင်းတာမြေဆောင်းဝမ်းပင်ပန်းနဲ့ကောင်းတာကြီးရမယ်ပြီးတော့အဲ့တော့ဒီ fee မလာတော့ကောင်းတာကြီးမင်းကောင်းတာပြင် viewer မမရတော့မင်းရလေ
They want blood right now.
No.
Aegis is going to expire, but they finished that Abyssal. They finished Hex on the Mars and the BKB on the Queen. huge item timing for XG. They're looking to strike. I mean, this has kind of been the MO of this game. Both teams hit their item timing.
ရရပေါ်ပြရအေးကိစ္စ
The other
ကောင်းသွား
team
ပြီ
recognizes it and they dodge that moment until they get to theirs. At some point, that bounce will break here.
Well, now some of that magic amp that we were talking about is still going to be effective, but there is a pipe.
Huge item
on Snaking. Big
Huge
pickup
item
for him.
against CT. Yeah, the aura is worth so much here.
And this is kind of a weird positioning. We swap places. And it's going to be Extreme breaking the smoke, going into their own jungle. Wait, they got the side device initiation onto the Pango.
ပန်ကိုလေးရလိုက်မလားအေးပန်ကိုပြတ်သွားရင်ပြီးသွားပြီဟိုဘက်အကုန်ဆောက်ဘောတွေလိုက်ဟဲ့အောင်လိုက်မပြေးနဲ့ဟဲ့တရင်ကြရဟဲ့လိုက်တက်ရသမျှကအကုန်လိုက်တက်
See you later. No one is surviving that play. And that is all a glimpse of
ဖြစ်နိုင်တော့စင်မာတိလားဖြစ်ပြီးအောင်မြင်စင်မာတိလားဟိုပါပဲရှိမယ်
Hex.
But what do you do with this pickoff?
What do
ဟုတ်
Falcons
လေ
like?
အင်္ဂိမ်းနဲ့ item လေးငါကြည့်လို့ရတယ်အင်္ဂိမ်းနဲ့ကငါ item လေးကတ်တိုးလေးသွားကြည့်လိုက်မယ်ကြည့်ပြီးတော့အေးဘာဖြစ်သွားအေးမကြည့်ဘူးအေးစိတ်ဆိုးသွားပြီရော
But they got the shot on him, and from behind, a big
တေးသွားဘူးလား
from Skeeter takes out
Oh.
XXS. Sonic Wave on 3. You
Ah.
open the air for Crit.
Ah.
Skeeter makes a run for it with
ဒါ
his
ပေမဲ့ရပါတယ်တန်ဖိုးမရှိတဲ့ကောင်တေးသွားတယ်ရ arena တော့မရှိတော့ဘူး
support, trying to slow them down.
မင်းတို့အဲ့စနေကင်းကိုမလုပ်ပါနဲ့လားလို့ဟုတ်ကဲ့
Get one of them here, Snaking.
အေးဟုတ်တယ်အေးအဲ့လိုမျိုးဆိုလုပ်
He shows up to the fight to claim Snaking's head. They'll get one out of this.
ငါဖေကွန်ယုံကြည်လို့ရမလား
They get this Mars off the map. They do pay a little bit of a price.
ဖေကွန်ယုံကြည်ပြီး
It's
တော့
a fight you're not taking.
ဟောအေးစကဘယ်လိုနေကြီးက over သွားပြီကွာ
Control is going to come through.
မိနစ်45မိနစ်ကကြော်သွားခဲ့မှဆိုရင်ငါစကစ်တာကိုယုံကြည်လိုက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဖြင့်
This is a very deadly point. No
ဟော
panic.
မဆုတက်စီရေးဟုတ်တယ်
Picking up for Extreme. Being able to take the Mars off the bat, like you said it, like there's not really that much
နော်အေးစ
initiation for
အော်
Extreme. It's
sorry မိနစ်45မိနစ်ကကြော်သွားဖေကွန်နိုင်နိုင်နေကွာ
They did get another D word off that, though. Falcons are losing a lot of words to make these plays. It's really adding up.
ဖေကွန်နိုင်နိုင်နေနိုင်နိုင်နေအေးစကဂိမ်း20ကကြော်ပြီတေးကြပါပြီဒီပုံစံတိုင်းဆိုရင်
with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titan's going to give you. It caused some problems, but those problems, they can at least wait another minute or two. Because really, there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it. Ame tries to go fishing with this haste rune, see if he can find some hero up here farming up jungle.
I mean, this Hoodwink Dom has done some work. Jin-Q mega farm now. Finished an entire Lincoln Sphere.
ဘောဘာဖေကွန်အောက်ကြီးလေး
I wouldn't say it's the best Lincoln Sphere game. Not really good against
နော်
the
3စားဆိုတန်နေဗျ
Yeah, you're stopping
3.3 က
this
ဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်ဖေကွန်က
But you are trying to throw this on
45မိနစ်ကျော်ရင်ဖေကွန်ဂိမ်း
them. Maybe even XXS, who's been getting jumped a lot. If you block that,
လောဆယ်တော့ Israel KU
huge deal in the fight.
easy
But it's a very
easy
expensive investment to look just for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe a little things like blocking out a Yules during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that. It could go a long way.
နှစ်သီးသားလေးများဖြစ်သွားမလား
Absolutely.
Level
ဟမ်
25
Israel လေး
for
ကီးလေး
Leverage.
over ပြီးတော့ဖေကွန်လေး
Both
ပါ
of
ညာ
our carries.
နိုင်သွားမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဖြင့်
That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan. We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams are going to be playing around this area.
ဟုတ်တိုင်းတော့လို့အဲ့ဒါနဲ့တေး okay ရပြီဗျာ
Like the burst damage just becomes insane.
ဟို Israel ကဘယ်လောက်ကီးလဲမသိဘူးထည့်တာ
If the fight goes long, this queen could be a big problem for
ဟော
Falcons.
ဝိုင်းဘက်ကလည်းလာပြီးအောင်စာပါကြရင်ဘယ်တော့လူတွေဝိုင်းပတ်နေတယ်ဝိုင်းဘက်ကစာပါကြနေတယ်လို့ပါ
That
ဖြစ်
same sort of attrition, just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fights have been going is
အေး
feels like
မန်ယူဘယ်ကိုအော်ရင်တော့မင်းမန်ယူကမင်းရန်ကုန်ယူနေတဲ့ရှမ်းယူနေတဲ့ကန်တော့ရှမ်းယူနေတဲ့နိုင်မဲ့အသင်းမျိုးဟာယူ
still want to jump this Sven in to almost give them better entry into
20.5
the fight.
21ကောင်
If you get to a satanic and
Not
then
that Drago.
Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because the Ember mostly?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from on?
တိတ်တော့စိတ်ပူကြမလို့က Extreme ကအကေးကမနိုင်ပါဘူးဆိုရင်တော့ Extreme ကေးကမနိုင်တော့တေးကြတယ် Fair ကွန်ကနိုင်သွားပြီ
The difference. Can you find supports at the
Extreme
start
ကေး
of
က
this
မနိုင်သွားခဲ့သည်ရှိရင်တော့ငါ Fair ကွန်လေးနဲ့ကာမိပါဆိုပါဦး
damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pick off there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
He's so farmed. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They haven't
ရူရှန်
given
လောက်ဖို့
up.
တော့ရူရှန်ကမနက်ဆိုရင်အောက်မှာပေါ်မှာ yes
Radiant ward
အောက်ကဟာအောက်9မိနစ်ဟောရမိရဲပါဒီကောင်လေး Russian အောက်တော့ရအောင်တော့ control ယူမှရအောင်ဒီကောင်လေး control ယူသွားရမှာ Russian ဘက်တလေးချလိမ့်မယ်မှာနောက်ဘကမပြတ်ဘူးနော်မင်းဖဲကောင်ကနိုင်သွားမှာမင်းထိုးတာမှနေကမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးရောက်ရေးမန်ယူဆိုတာနာဗီတမိုင်းကြောင်ပဲရှိရဘာမှမရှိရတဲ့အသင်းတမိုင်းကြောင်ပဲရှိရတဲ့အသင်းနေ
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump.
နေကမာကတော့ဒရာတင်းနဲ့တော့နှိုင်းလို့မရဘူးအော်နေကမာကတော့ဘောလုံးတင်းနဲ့တော့နှိုင်းလို့မရဒီကောင်မနေ့တနေ့မှအသင်းဖြစ်လာဆိုတော့ဘာအောင်မြင်မှုမှလည်းမရှိဘူးဆိုတော့ဒီကောင်ရန်ကုန် United ပေါ့
That's an easy turnaround.
Sure.
Actually, you're going to throw out the sonic waves. Arena's going to hit someone in the back.
ဟောပြည်တွင်းဖလားမဟုတ်လေဒီကောင်လည်းရဘူးမှာပါဒီကောင်လေးပြည်တွင်းဖလားတွေပါဒီကောင်သိရမလားတီယာ3တင်းနေပါပါ
And he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeontis. They have not jumped after this
တော်
initiative.
တော်ကြာနေပြီတော်တော်ကြာနေပြီအကွင်းဘယ်ဖြတ်တာတော်တော်ကြာနေဘာအဆမဖြစ်ဘူး
XM holds off on putting the Aeontis together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM, I mean, the balls did not put that Aeontis together.
Ben you had how old?
Knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you, but he refuses to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skeeter jumps, he will pay a big price there. And then force
ပြောတယ်မင်းတို့ငါပြောတယ်ဒါလေးဘတ်တူဘတ်တင်လို့
But Falcons, I think
မယုံကြည်တဲ့လူတွေကတော့သိရမလားအိုး Obama အေးဖို့
Alright, he just throws
ရွေးရှင် over သမားတွေအေးရှာရင်အေးစောက်ခေါ်ရိုက်
He isn't able to get there in time, and now he's been
စကလာပြန်ရိုက်အေးပြန်ရိုက်ပြလိုက်ဟောမသိပါဘူးအိဆန်
kicked himself
ရှာင်ပြလိုက်ဟိုမရိုက်ပြနေရော
away from Skeeter.
သိလားအေးသိတယ်
Has gone
အဲယူနေပြီစကလာယူနေပြီ
and his claws will rip through the Sven armor. They'll find another with
အော်ကောင်းလိုက်တာကောင်းလိုက်တာ
beautiful.
Extreme Gaming ဒီဝဲတော့နိုင်သွားပြီ
Sven stalling up his jump to follow that Ember Spirit. And such clutch hexes from XXS.
Oh my god ဟာမင်းဒီမှာကတိုးလေးကာထားလိုက်တာမှဖဲကွန်3သားကိုသွားထည့်ပြီးတော့အရင်လေးကာထားတယ်ဟွာဒါမြက်ပြီ
Fight
see
from XG. Their burst damage is just insane. Maureen, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Earth Splitter. One last bash from
ဖိုက်စားရွာထွင်းသွားထည့်လိုက်အောင်ဒီကိုခဏဆောင်
situation.
စားပြလိုက်ဖူးဘလော့လေးတစ်ဖြက်
Wrong for him.
And if Extreme win this game one, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI 2000. Mar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it. And we may see if Extreme have answers to it, but first they have to close out this game one to make that happen. And they may have a big lead. 9,000 net worth. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS. He's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads away with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another hex on this hoodwink. Maureen's life is just not getting any easier. It didn't start easy in this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. It's just so much control for him to play through, and this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat during his BKB that XG can't deal with it. So you have to play for the long fight. Yeah, somebody is getting caught in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Feels impossible.
Kind of does. I mean, you're going to have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is going to take some sort of initiation, and I don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice. I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
But he has
Rolling
Ags.
Thunder, Blink initiation, but
You cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. He will always get Ags and Rage off. You have no silences to prevent it.
yep.
Like you said, 2 minutes on this Aegis XG. They can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that, right?
Yep, especially if you can abuse buybacks. It's one way to try and force that team fight win. They do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit.
လိုက်တယ်လို့လည်းတယောက်ကတော့နောင်တမျက်ရည်နဲ့ပြောနေပြီးဖြစ်တယ်ခင်ဗျာပေးတယ်လူကပေးတာကိုမယူတတ်တာကတော့3 digit တွေအထာလားခင်ဗျာပြောတယ်
We said luxury items were
တော့
coming
ကြ
in.
ည့်ကြည့်အရေးတော့
They're here for a couple more.
ကြော်ချက်ပုံစံမျိုးကြော်ချက်ပုံစံ
The side device on the hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problems killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line.
ရိုက်ပြီးရိုက်အော်ရ
Off the range on Ame. Skeeter got that much out of him. But you
ဖဲ
got
ကွန်လေးပါနိုင်လိုက်မလားအိုးသိပြီးအဲ့မှာဟုတ်တယ်
Skeeter, he wanted to fight, but he didn't think it was going to start that way with him.
မာလင်မသေးသေးမာလင်မသေးသေးနောက်မှာ ADF ရိုးလင်းတော့အဲ့ဘင်းတို့ support ကောင်တွေကဘာလို့စိတ်တိခိုက်မှုအဲ့လောက်တော့ရှိနေရလဲလို့ဘိုင်ဘတ်တွေပါပေးတာပေးရမကောင်းတော့ဘူးရောနော်ဖဲကွန်လေးပြောင်းအားပေးလိုက်မှဆိုရင်နေထားမြင့်ဟိုက AK ရှိသေးတယ်ဟိုကဘိုင်ဘတ်တွေလည်းပေးရင်မင်းတို့အကုန်လုံးပေးဆိုင်နေပြီလားစိတ်ဆိုးနေကြပြီလားဖဲကွန်ကောင်တွေ
From the low ground, from XXS, buybacks being used from Falcons, from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a hoodwink at best. They took out roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for a triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For one, Small Ring does survive the Hex burst attempt, gets BKB off, has some impact, 3,000 damage, but you can't burst any of these targets down. You can't wear through.
ဒီကဖဲကွန်ဘက်အောက်သားကိုကိုက်တင်မလုပ်နိုင်
Bear is just
ဟိုဘက်ဟိုစမန်အကုန်လုံး
need more sustain.
ကိုက်တင်
need more
ကိုက်တင်လုပ်နေ
There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one.
ဘယ်လောက်ထက်ရဆိုနိုင်လောက်အမောင်းမညီလေးရ
Just hit every single one. There's another Aeon disc for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS.
ဆလာကိုအဲ့လိုမျိုးစောက်လို့နော်ကိုခေါ်မရမှာနိုင်ရင်တော့ဆလာနဲ့နိုင်ရင်တော့
But if they can take him out of the equation right away,
ပြတ်ဘူးရအောင်အေးပြီးသွားပြီအဲ့လိုကြီးခေါ်လိုက်တော့တိုက်တော့ရပြီ
throughout this arena, he's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skeeter's going to expire soon, and now he's got it for the side, then the spear, then the damage. That all
ကြီးခေါ်လိုက်တော့မရတော့
to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer.
ဘူးကြီးလိုက်တော့မနိုင်တော့
Ame
အားရနောက်မှာ idiot နိုင်တော့လေးကိုကုတ်ပေးနေ idiot နဲ့မာလင်း
XXS doing his best, even an outworld staff there.
မနိုင်တော့ဘူးတကယ်ရတော့မနိုင်တော့ဒီပွဲ
Still finding
အားမီအကုန်လုံးရိုက်ခွဲနေပြီ
no buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can, and they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just
two
killing him.
supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
X-Nova boss just man fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jinkyu. That's a free kill. Mallory did not expect the damage.
အေး
but
ဆွေး
there's
ကီ
that
ယူပါမ
damage.
ဟုတ်တယ်ကီယူပါမငါတို့က from မှာရှိတယ်မထဲဘူး
Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high
ဟီ
ground.
ရိုပစ်ကိုမကြည့်တတ်တာ
Says, thanks for the setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on
လုံဝေးပါကွာဒီဝေးရလုံဝေးပါ
these waves. Extreme Gaming, they're going to get Megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons, I mean, I don't even know what they have to do here. I mean, Amar, they do manage to get back to a protection up. But the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with the Rolling Thunder. He's not popping. He's trying with the swashbuckle. It's stopped by XM. Now he has the Rolling Thunder.
လူလိမ့်မှပေးလိုက်
See if
ရုံး
he
မ
can
ကောင်း
kill
တော့
the creep wave. They pop the clip. They
ကောင်း
pop
တော့
the
ကွာအဲ့ရ
wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes a blink away. He makes a swift retreat. Did he just buy Falcons the time they needed?
Backdoor should come up here.
အဲ့ဒီခေါ်လိုက်တော့မင်းတို့မဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးရောအေးဒီကကြိုးစားနေရောအေး
Some nice moves on this mid lane.
ဒီကောင်တကယ် TI နိုင်နေရဟိုမနိုင်နေတာတော့စကီလာသွဲကောင်
He gets through the backdoor protection though. They're gonna try. Aside them, no, they got the invisible blade initiation on Maureen, and Maureen dead for 2 minutes.
မာရင်းမှာဒီကပြီးသွားကြီးခေါ်လိုက်တော့တိုက်တော့ပင်မန်းနေကြီးခေါ်လိုက်တော့
Ame.
ဒီဝေးချင်းလဲ over wide တော့ကြီးခေါ်လိုက်တော့ရပြီဘာမှမပြု
At this point in time, 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Or take the
Or
easier
not.
road, go get that bottom lane in. Free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas very shortly here. They know that's a dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for him. All right.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered for the Pango. Does have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons They did their shenanigans, but the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. Try and get something out of it. Even a BKB, there goes the Rolling Thunder, there goes Team Ratio with a BKB.
မဟုတ်ဘူးလေဘာလို့7ကြီးကအဲ့ဟိုပဲရိုက်ဖို့စဉ်းစားနေရလဲလို့
Claws in the bear, he will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still at Eon to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Shin Q, not even required.
အဲ့လွယ်လွယ်နဲ့နိုင်နေလောင်းလားဆိုတာဘယ်လိုဖြစ်တော့မှလဲတာထားရဲ့
to close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident game one victory.
ငါပြောတယ်ကေးကိုပါလို့
To say the least. These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that.
ဝိပါထည့်ထားတယ်မြို့ဘာဝိပါထည့်တာ
Even in that laning phase, which is
ဟောတိန်လုံးမှာတယောက်တည်းရှုံးတာဗောအော်
တကယ်ရိုက်တာရောအာဆာတကယ်ရိုက်တာရောအဲ့လိုရတယ် level 2နဲ့နော်ကဲဆိုတော့ GG ကျွန်တော် Best of 5 Grand Final မှာတော့ Extreme Gaming အနေနဲ့တော့အစလေးကတော့တော်တော်လေးကောင်းပါပြီဆိုတော့ Falcon Back ကတော့ငင်းကုန်းထုတ်စရာတွေတော့ဖြစ်သွားခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့သွေးပဲမပူလို့လားလိုအပ်ချက်တွေပဲရှိနေလို့လားနော် 1Z ဆိုတော့မကြခင် Game 2ပြန်တွေ့ပါမယ်ရေကောင်းနေ Extreme Gaming အနေနဲ့ဘာမှပြောစရာမလိုဘူး ဝင်းကတော့တော်တော်ကြီးကောင်းတာဆိုတော့ Extreme Gaming finally နော်အားမေရဲ့နောက်ဆုံးဒုတိယလူအဖြစ်နဲ့ရက်တန့်ပြီးတော့ Champion ဖြစ်တော့မလား
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Extreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position.
Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Jinkyu got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like
မဟုတ်
they
မှတ်တာမင်း
brought their
အဲ့လိုမောင်းတွဲမင်းစိတ်ပူနေတဲ့ပွဲကဘယ်တော့မှမကြိုးမင်းစိတ်မပူတဲ့ပွဲကမင်းကြိုးပြလိမ့်မယ်အဲ့
When you
ပုံ
look
စံ
at
မျိုးစုံနဲ့မင်း
so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark,
ရှုံးမှစိုးနေတဲ့ပွဲကဘယ်တော့မှမကြိုး
4 deaths, 3 deaths.
ပုံမှန်ပဲအဲ့ဒါ
He has 3 deaths more. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Marine. They killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malrine's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Extreme Gaming came to
အဲ့တိုင်မင်းကငါ
win
ပြော
today.
တယ်
They
စ
played
ကတာမ
with
ပါ
such
လို့ပဲမင်း
confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines. But guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need
Kaya
to
yan
pull
ka,
these
hubad
team
iba.
drops.
There were also like so many clips that we can see too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on XM, he disassembles his A on this, it proxy gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a bushwhack to like save him onwards, and there's so many things. The Falcons too, like
Yeah,
Snake,
di ba ka?
countless times, he lives because
Mahal din yan, ba? Mahal din yan. Load na, load mo yan, man.
he delays, but the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map.
ဆော့တဲ့ပုံစံကမဟုတ်တာကွာအခုက
How do you do that when this Ursa has a blink Abyssal Blade so early
ပြော
into
ရမယ်
the game? We'd see a hero
စပန်ဘက်ကနေတွားပြီးတော့ smoke ကန်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်ဝင်စပြီးဆိုင်နေဆိုတာတခါမှမရှိလိုက်ဘူးသိလားဟိုဘက်ပဲဝင်ချနေတယ်အဲ့တိုင်းဝင်ချခံနေရကွာ
မဟုတ်ဘူး
သူတို့က
မင်းဖန်ကိုပလေးဆိုင်ကအဲ့လိုမင်းမင်းဗါလေအဲ့စကက်တာကိုတို့ကအရာမသွင်းဘူးလी
Finals would be how, who can
ADL ကိုမှာပြီးစော်တာ
to get themselves to this
ဖြစ်လိမ့်မယ်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့
Army being third
ပြီးတော့ကွာ
place,
သူတို့ကောင်းတိုင်း
fight
လူပြောရမယ်ကောင်းတာပြန်ပြီးတော့ဟိုဘက်ကွာမားစ်နဲ့ဝင်ချနေတဲ့အချိန်ကွာအခြားခံရတဲ့ကောင်ထောက်ပေးမဲ့စပယ်လေတခွာမှမပါဘူးကွာအဲ့ဒါကိုတီးတီးနဲ့ကိုယ့်ဘက်လိုက်မချဘူးကွာပြဿနာအဲ့ဒါ
the mid game timing. So
စ
သူ
ပန်
ယူထားတာကွာစပန်အမ်ဘာရဲ့ဒီမှာပါတယ်ပန်ကိုလီရတယ်ကွာချလို့ရတယ်ကွာဘလို့ချချ
ငါမစပန်နောက်ပိုင်းစပန်ခုတ်လို့ရအောင်လည်းဘယ်မှလုပ်ပေးလို့မရ
And
မလုပ်ပေးနိုင်
XXS on this
ဒီ
Mars, like we saw it. It was in first
ဒီ
pick
မှာ
Mars.
ဟိုဖြစ်တာပဲ
They
အဲ့ဒါ
really prioritized his
Original
hero in
town
this
ကြီးပိန်းတာ
draft, and I would love to
Eh,
see
eh,
him
eh.
recreated in
No, no,
this
no.
game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Alme to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out it was an overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder. I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG
ဒီနေ့တရိုင်လေးကြီးလို့ကောင်းမင်းညကပွဲဆိုတော်တော်ကြီးလို့ကောင်းတာရော
BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So
မင်း
they
ည
go
နောက်ဆုံး
ahead,
ပွဲလေးရမင်း
they
လုံးဝ
smoke ahead to make sure
roller
they
coaster
Roach pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top level dewarding from both teams here. You have X Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They deward them again. Now because
Final
this
up.
deward happened, Extreme they
ဖိုင်ရ
protect
တကယ်တော့
their
8
triangle.
နဲ့ပါပြီးအောင်တွေ့နေတာကွာ
He plays this ward, so I'm now gonna go deward your ward that is on the lane too. And these
Seren
are the
Lane,
small
I'm
things
not-
that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minute, you have another Roshan. You have a fourth deward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way,
Hey.
but Vision is
ဟေး
အေးမင်းဟိုဝီကလီဝီကလီဘက်ဝယ်ကျင်လို့
Right, yeah.
Hey.
အေးရရတယ် ID ပြော
ငါဟို ID နဲ့ဟိုနဲ့ပို့ပေးလိုက်မယ်နော်
ဒီက
အေးဘယ်လောက်လဲ
Discord ပဲပို့လိုက်ပါဆိုင်6500ဆိုင်
Okay,
ဟိုဟိုဗာလေဟို Discord ပဲပို့လိုက်ဆိုင် VPN မကြော်ရင်တော့
But look at the creep wave. Top's hitting the top tier.
Ah, yeah.
Falcons, mid is getting shoved in, but XG, sorry, able to utilize the vision that they place. And there is just no good wards on the map.
Pass
for
ကဲ
everyone.
တော့ analyst တွေတကယ်ကောင်းတာဟေး
One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like this, the map is getting choked out from the vision game. And when you get to play a slow game,
မြန်မာနိုင်ငံမှာအဲ့လိုမျိုး analyst ကောင်းအောင်မရှိဘူး
one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, tier 2, high ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought.
အဲ့ဟို reset လာဟွာလားမင်းကိုယ့်အဖြစ်ဖို့လား
That was there was a very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early
Yeah,
game
well, yeah,
fights
maybe.
after you lose your towers are so important because
Was
they
it- was it
can
a
hurt your
Zebra mo-
opponents or stop them from taking more grounds. That's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars.
Thank you.
They're able to
Shouldn't I
jump
do
and
this
spear
shit?
back Mallory into the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates.
အဲ့ဒီက
And
တောက်
it's
ချင်နေတာ
important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good team fight disruption from the Pangolier, and eventually with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically set, oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity.
ကောင်းလားတိကျ magnifying glass တွေပါတိကျပြတာရော analyst ကို
Look
what
how
the
much
fuck
armor he's got here. He's got 8 minus
ဟာရ
right now,
analyst ကဟုတ်တယ်ဟာ
to the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close
ဟုတ်တယ်ဟာ
to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got minus 8 armor because of his Mask of Manus, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used
ဟုတ်တယ်ဟာ analyst ကလုံးဝ
Sister
လုံးဝ
to
D-Day
give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got minus 8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this, Kesu, considering it was so slow? Do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malvin, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many like opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, like, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up because if you look at their draft,
မင်း keep ပေးဝထွက်လိုက်နော်
အေးဟုတ်တယ်ငါပဲလွယ်တယ်မဟုတ်ကမင်းက reset ဖို့လားမင်းဖြည့်ဖို့လား reset တော့တက်တက်ဟို short ပေးမလို့
well, I know two people who are great at waking up.
ဒီမှာသူကအိတ်နေကွာကျွန်တော်ဝယ် customer ရှိလို့စဝယ်ပေးမလို့မင်းစီရတစ်စင်းဝယ်မင်းစီရပဲဝယ်ပြီးတော့ကွာ customer ကိုရောင်းမလို့ကွာကြည့်ရဒါပေမဲ့အခုက no why ဆိုတော့ तू မလို့တော့ဆိုတော့ငါကောက်နေပဲငါဖြည့်ရအောင်
အော် okay 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 ဒါလွယ်
You're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the international, there's a bit of time until the next patch, and typically people will pick whatever they picked at the international.
ဟို Discord DM ပဲပို့လိုက်တယ်လိုက်ငါ VPN မကြော်တော့လို့
Very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the international in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator, any kind of support, pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Right
in
Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. So do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall
Slip touch in hey, slip touch in slip touch in slip touch in slip မွေထားမိ slip မွေထားမိ
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami.
သွားဝင်ခုသွားဝင် traffic ယူမယ်ကျော်
What do you think we'll see after the international?
I've got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
Maybe like this Azizov character.
Let's not
အဲ့ slide ကြီးကိုစောင်းမကြိုက်ဘူးစာ action slide ကြီးနော်စောင်းစောင်းမကြိုက်တာအဲ့ကောင်
No shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why he keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello.
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
For everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. And
Okay.
you guys have an idea?
ကိုစဲနေတော့မှာ
What will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the bristleback with Battlefury in my pubs.
Oh, no. Gracious. Dark times ahead. Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh.
ဟုတ်တယ်နော် hero ရမိဖို့ carry ကောင်း
The one Meepo player in the crowd. Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Oh, God. My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo mode.
Oh. Okay, could happen. All right, everyone.
Translate မလုပ်ဘူးလီ
Do you like our choices?
The choices are sound, my lord, and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're going to keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo, any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends.
Okay, ပွဲလေးစလိုက်တော့မလားလို့
Be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive. So you queue for the game, you're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No.
And then you still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you still win. Okay, that's all. That's all.
I was gonna put you down and then bring you back up.
No, we're good. We're good. Speaking of winning, Extreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt. Tigo, how do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respect of Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X-Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulison fell ill, and X-Nova has entered the team with exceptional Elder Titan gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a grand finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs you just see, they stomp and they chill, but when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pango, he went on top of them, he reduced all the armor, so Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately, and we must not forget, X-Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked, there was nothing going on, but this guy, he's incredible, he's making this comeback, he's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sven kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in XG's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually Snaking and X-Nova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 dewards.
They have respectful map play. I say that, and it's like very honest traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar, and why this finals
Hey.
အင်္ဂလိပ်နဲ့နည်းနည်းကျဲပါတစ်ခါတည်းရန်တူး
They were doing a little sneak.
A little. It was like, why? I was like, what?
စင်ပြေလာလိုက်လားဆို
I'm referencing the fact that it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink, wink, nudge,
ပြ
nudge.
ရကိုယ်ကနေကြာဆိုတော့တက်တူး
တော်တော်တိုးရလားအော်မဟုတ်ဘူးငါ Desktop Audio တိုးရလို့တိုင်း
The last times that Ame played in the grand finals, he ended up losing.
OBS မှာ Desktop Audio တိုးရလို့
And then they ended up winning 2 in a row, and then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Hold. The other grand finals that Ame lost, he won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first we play, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the grand finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again, 5-game nail-biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them you finish top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that age time and time again. And this time Extreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this grand finals, but I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. There's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game Melreen having such a rough time, you could feel that Extreme Gaming knew to target him. are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on?
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with that Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution. And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned, like they already had respected it. So yeah, you got to slot Marine a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Team Falcons versus
Extreme Gaming
Grand Final
Game
2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons Radiant Extreme Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Extreme Gaming this time with the pickup of the Beastmaster. As kind of expected, the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons already. They leave the Sniper for this particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars shoes, but they've just put total respect on XXS's hero pool. They take out his Shaker, they take out his Centaur. They don't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
A lot of the big Marine heroes that we were just referencing
are
already banned or picked. So, interesting enough, Marine will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't relied on.
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because Ember is a hero that needs to play with the supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Snay and Crit will rotate so early and play with Mallory, and this just didn't happen, so the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a little uncomfortable, to be fair, like slight change. Some of them he was missing in the mid-river when he got ganked by the Hoodwink. Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't. Like, he hasn't played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the International. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The Snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once with it, don't go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster, but at the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. Because Skeeter, unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important to him, but it's more important that he slows you down. So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that links well with Eng to slow down the Beastmaster themselves.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator, that's fair, it's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know what's going to happen anyway with the Beastmaster. But Ent is one of the old school lane counters as well. Sure, you cannot enchant the Dominator, but you just take a boar on lane and you stick it to Beastmaster.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the Bristleback, he's throwing himself into early fights very quickly. And we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG. And with the first two picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for. But once again, this Elder Titan, 5 games, 100% win rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive that early game. It does so much to dismantle any early aggression.
It's the same support duo from XG. They owned with it in game 1, you take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You've got the break, you get some roar into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is, I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for you in the lane against the Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Eng together.
Malrine Primal Beast. If you want to create chaos in the game, throw in the Bristleback, just run through XG. Don't give them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they want to fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put XM. I would say he doesn't put Mallory in the position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the Ember. Primal Beast on Mallory, he doesn't even have to lane. He just cuts the waves, drags them behind towers, or pull them into waves, and always make sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. For XG.
And the Ringmaster, right? We saw Crit play this before. When there is single target jump and that big pickoff, having Escape Pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and XM's gonna want to pick it up.
You're just great against the backline, right? You're going to show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. X and Puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons too, you have the option of flexing your heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malrine is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick of the draft.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their overall last pick. So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the Puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrine will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game, that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Malrine will also utilize Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
When you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he's held frequently. And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifesteal. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristle back through the game. You don't really care about end. The game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons?
If you do want to
flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skidder.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That I don't think has ever happened before. They go for their Clinks.
There is no doubt. I respect that a lot. We've seen Arme with the Clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. Relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. It's insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick because you need some type of stun or lockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, but Clinks very elusive. Puck as well. You don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a Primal Beast. You're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offensive bar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on Skeeter who can do the blink? That's why you have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid. Those do happen as well. There's also Faceless One.
Let's see what they get. Baden is.
Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away, playing behind you, because like Kenzie already mentioned, the elusiveness of Clinks, Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wants to walk down the lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes, as the game progresses, become very problematic. Like Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a network advantage, you end the game before they're too strong. And that's another way to play into these Pucks and these Storms. So if Falcons have a stronger early game, this really works. And Skeeter is one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck. He can just go Radiance, Blink, into Orchid, into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Abaddon still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online, to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me, it's like why we're here in the grand finals. It's both teams. They have what they want. You have Falcons. They're gonna play together. They're gonna tower down. They're gonna go but XG to I love this Clinks. It's like a very OG card. You're gonna go through the gate. Clinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of, go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all
beefy
Ha,
heroes.
hố
Like,
bên
yeah,
nên
so
đùa
if you're
liền
pressing
lũ
one
neo
move,
gì
you want a
miếu
pilot
để.
who's charging, you want an at-bat that's helping you. You want a ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for
Tao nó
XG,
về
it's about survival, Falcons,
Hố về thì xí
All
mà
right,
xong
let's
nào,
see
như nó
survival
mình lưu
versus
phải mà mình lưu
speed on the
nhiều.
main stage, and also on the main stage, it's Zawait with Slack.
Nó tao mới thế lại, hay nó thao mâu ý đồ đi ở bây giờ nó tao thêm
Absolutely,
người
ladies
không
and
kìa.
gentlemen, I am here with the director
Thế cho cái
himself.
tội quá.
Give Zach some noise! Come on!
鼓掌鼓掌。
Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, you know, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a
Này
watch
hỏi
the
ra
face
rồi.
joke here, but that would be
Nó
immature.
biết gì
and
nói
I
ra
will
rồi,
not
bà
do
đây
that
rồi,
right
ở
now.
cái gì này giờ
Can
cái
you
lùi
tell me,
ra rồi,
how
số
are
này
you
bị
keeping
mẹ,
energy
chạy
up?
cú.
How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场。他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just watch your face.
Fantastic, thank you very much. All right, you picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Clinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛。你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍，你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 S Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X-Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome everybody to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X-Nova and that Elder Titan. Now you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X-Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stunner Earth Splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X-Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell amp, and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG lineup.
It really does go to show how amazing a player X-Nova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Extreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going higher at that 25-30 minute mark. Particularly with this bad pick for Skeeter. They had a couple options in the last slot.
You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just get to single digits away from first blood.
Amar would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game one, where we saw very early on, it was extreme getting the CS advantage.
That's like the nice one. Mega 對不啦係 Mega 都望過啊。Gary 那講啊，17-17影都唔過喎。
Straight out of the gate, XXS had a very
咩
fast
嘛？同
start on
埋
that
都
hero.
望，不過同埋啲行咧。
He was just so far ahead out of that
Gary
lane phase. The
Lehman
Beast is
was
going to be a
one,
little
but
bit
so
sore
bad,
here,
90
especially into the
million
Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boards as strongly. You have to go the Axis build. Abaddon can shield it off. Not a fun lane for the Beast to fight into. And this Bristle can be annoying for the Clinks. It's one of the few melee heroes that can cause you problems because he can chase you down. He can build the stacks up. His tankiness comes online later in the lane, not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. X-Nova. Amar still falls. They both get dangerously low. Ame ends up going down. This dagger lands.
Might go back in.
And X-Nova, he's now going to challenge him.
Right.
Crit.
Dali
He's
tap
got
dia
another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. X-Nova can challenge him, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of miss CS. X-Nova shows Crit on the chase.
嚟到，人哋咪係咩？但係你先呢講呢，但係一路變到變咗呢差，你上啲呀，上啲呀，duration over 嘛？我聽下就話飛過9 plus duration over 嘅，比如飛過幾 over。W1 係duration over 嘅，比如 W1 10或者 Game1 17.5 over 我聽下。
Primal Beast pickup for Falcons. It almost doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes.
Over 人哋 save
Tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
阿爸咧之前係我得到係喺度 save 啦。
Expecting these primal rotations through that jungle. Right. I don't think it's a move Maureen would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps you play the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Maureen, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Maureen make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. You can rotate these side lanes super successfully. You can just keep pulling waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some pretty decent side lanes to kill. Going in on this Clinks, going in on the Beastmaster, building momentum for your two side laners could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw a Clinks pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move, because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Clinks non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Maureen. If you can connect once or twice, it's going to feel great here. Not a lot of defensive options for Ame if he just gets trampled on.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an Arcane or Haste rune.
Maureen?
Will it spawn top for Maureen, or will it go bottom for XM?
So
Maureen does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there. He'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game one. And I think he's on a hero that can just
It
was odd that Falcons ended up in a position where they were last picking Maureen's hero. Very rare for them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. As X-Nova trying to threaten that Shrine steal, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured. They got this last time.
Perfect move from Maureen. At the exact point in this game, you want that mid to get over there, set that kill up, double Wisdom Shrine, do to XG what they did to you last game, with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Primal Beast around the map with the coil, but a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time, more space, more time for Maureen to just rampage around the map. This could be a free tower last hit. There
Secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here, which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12-minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down, similar to that Ursa. But that's a long ways away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making its way over here. So they can just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. He jumps in, hits the coil. Can they finish him off? XM going to be slowed down and feared by Crit. Good response from Falcons. Pushes XM away. The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. The puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low. We'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength force are going to be useless to bring down this game. Back to Falcons build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tank ability. Yeah, that's not happening either. This is the aggressiveness that he can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps. Threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s. Get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Maureen can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Xnova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers into the viscous nasal goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here. Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in Game 1. They're getting it in Game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG up 3K. Now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane. He is in prime position to do just that. Going first item, Lotus, going to be a little early tank ability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. XG still looking for the support ults here, man. It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xingqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the Sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst of damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
They also, again, going straight Helm on this Hoodwink, potentially for Xingqiu. They have a Helm on the Beast. They do have some split push stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these items up, start pushing the lanes into Falcons, make these immobile cores show on parts of the map they don't want to, that can be a way to slow this game down and just get to some more scaling on your tri-core. Especially you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, we might see that smoke towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast blink.
Have you ever seen a Helm Dom creep on a Skeleton Warrior?
I don't think I have. It's not the
Big
strongest
Brother
boy.
Skeleton, man.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's Mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Extreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune Blink Primal Beast smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that much.
I mean, this is where Malrine can break the game open. If he finds a couple big core kills.
Backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside. He just used it on perfect time. Get the grab on him. Long Orb is done. Chain up the disables. Push him into the wheel.
Nice connection, perfectly executed. That's an Arcane Rune, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. We could see another fast play come out from Malrine on the map.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting your mid-tier 2 or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snake. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skeeter's going to do the exact same thing. A push strike's been a hurricane. Crazy little micro plays going on. King slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Extreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they've got.
And there's the Bristle rotation to mid. ATF, he gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27%. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG, it's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man. This is the last person on this map you should be going into right now. He is the hardest to kill for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snaking just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just gotta play for your Beastmaster Ags. Deso on Ame. Try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the shard later on where you could bypass that untouchable. Simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. We're just running around picking off heroes. Extreme are fighting for scraps. Little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the mid lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this Skeeter Abaddon, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into the Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking down bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abaddon. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot of time for Falcons to support him off of the tier 1 that is still standing. All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid-tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Extreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skeeter and Malrine, they've made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skeeter. And this is going to go for Squirrel is gone. And the Extreme Gaming make their first big move of the game. They're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
And a double kill for Malrine, 5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style at Dota. They just give you nothing. They present an unkillable sight across the map. You want to go on this Bristle? Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck.
ဖြစ်နိုင်
Why
ဘူး
is
ဘ
this
ရိုတက်ဆန်
game
ကိုယ့်
too
စကားပြော
so
တာကို
much
လေးလုံးကွဲတာမဟုတ်စကား
different
ကတ်ဆန်
than
ရဲ့
game
ဘွားနဲ့ဝေး
Because last time Ame was just able to play his own game and has nothing really to do
ဘွား
with
နဲ့ဝေး
carries, right?
ကိုအဲ့လိုမျိုး
Extreme
မ
were
ဟုတ်
able to
ဘောက်က
run
ရှုံး
around
နေ
and
ချင်ရအဲ့
floor
လို
and
ဘောက်ကရ
do
ရှောက်
a
အော်
lot.
တယ်ကိုအဲ့လိုသူကကိုနဲ့တစ်ဖက်တည်းလောင်းတာတော့အဆင်မပြေဘူးဘောက်ကရအော်ဖို့အဲ့လိုမျိုး
got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it.
ကိုလီဘောလိုက်စီးနေတော့
That just sets everything up way better. The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got all the shrines. Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker. And all these small things add up immensely.
မဟုတ်ကိုရဲ့မဟုတ်အဲ့လိုမျိုးနိုင်ရင်အဲ့လိုမောင်းမတွဲနေမောင်း
can close real fast on
10မောင်းလောက်တွဲမှာတမောင်းအောင်မမသေး
It
ကြ
feels
ဘူး
kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late. Teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
You can't ignore it. And it's a trap. Like, you want to play for the scale because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a grand final. But you risk getting run over. You are going to sacrifice some of your lane. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s. And Falcons are not.
ရှာမတော့တာအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်လေ့ကျင့်ခန်းလိုအပ်
Oh
တယ်
yeah,
အဲ့
they're
ဒါကြ
just
တော့
going to do Roshan right in front of your face. An extreme.
No response.
I don't think there is. Yeah, I think that the most you have is his spirit going in, slowing him down every once in a while, and every single time he does, it comes at a risk. He might get found by Marina at some point.
It's not home yet. တိုက်လို့ easy ဆိုလို့ဒီမှာ easy easy
Crimson for ATF on this bristle.
ကျွေးစရာအန်နာပြီးထင်ပါတယ်ဒီပုံစံတိုင်းမဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူး
Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like Ursa. Needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yep.
哎呀，တတိရှိနေရတတိရှိနေအားမေ
We're
ပေါ်
going
တီ
to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep extreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down and north.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control.
မင်း60လောက်ဖြစ်သွားတယ်ကလင်ပွဲဖြစ်သွားပြီ
No way you can take a head-on fight right now. Xnova looking to steal this.
မင်းကောက်ပေးရဒီနှစ်ချက်ကတိုင်း modeling ကိုတစ်ချက်ပို့ပဲ
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we got to pause right as the spirit hits. If I'm crit, I'm like, yo, where the hell is the spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care, though. That's a nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? They just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristle or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the vision control like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten the Clinks even more in team fights. You just weren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Extreme to actually take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the gate, they try and chase after these heroes, but Extreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jin Q, yep, breaking more smokes, playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose double shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jin Q, cheeky as always, just trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero define these around the map. Scary next him off this mid, just so hard to get the lane control. This will pick up though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up, right? Between the puck and the clinks, very elusive, very hard to catch here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially if he goes the Helmet Dom build. There's some decent hope if you're XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
And Amar takes some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take the outpost, more and more map control. I do almost wonder, like, would Falcons be strong enough to just hit high ground and say, you know, you have to fight us?
I think Amar is strong, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. From the creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to the mid tier 2.
Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early utility. You have sustain from Enchantress. You have shields from a bat. I think they will make this play. And that is the downside for the rat action from Extreme. You're not going to have time to see this style through. You can keep farming the side lanes. Puck and Beast are on the edges of the map. Your base is dying. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid wave. And then somebody's got to cut the next wave.
No one's in position to do that.
No. So yeah, the other option is you either concede this mid lane of barracks at 22 minutes, or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be a really big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's going to run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Maureen, he's going to jump in, and he gets grabbed on XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available, though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is going to be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS. He tries to chase down crit, but it just will not work for him. Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Lamar still hitting your tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the gates are wide open.
They're trying to stall his damage, but he has just planted himself here. Truly invincible in this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game Flink scaling comes online.
And there's the gem at 24 minutes. Staking buys one. We'll see if he passes it off to somebody else or if he holds on to it.
I'm gonna take your pick.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get in a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, either high ground or Roshan, Torment, or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here. It's just very difficult to catch the puck and the clinks out on the sides.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the Escape Act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. It does let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Roar connecting on somebody.
I mean, like me, wow, man, for the death house, so now, man, just
that was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There's always going back to X over here on the ET as well, right? Like, if you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you.
Yes.
Now BKBs can be annoying. It's blocking out a lot of your aura.
Throw that
up. You get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through, break the bristle. Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Mulry. He loves this rush refresher build.
Yeah.
A bit tight on the mana, but if you're getting every power rune, got a couple arcane boots behind you. It absolutely can work in the
down
fight.
so the finding so again
Extreme
down
Gaming,
so
they bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off the smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. See him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed. Maureen starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree climb. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Very few reliable stunts to play with in this game outside of that roar. And of course, there's Skeeter on the bat. You just run in, shield whoever you go on. Have a good day. Now I'm hitting your base. All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. And a lot of his net worth got taken off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcons.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that. Game one's mistakes. You're sort of going to feel like you have from this sort of situation if Extreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from the arena. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. It is worth pointing out here in case you commit some big spell on him.
Sure.
Just a little defensive capability. I mean, there's already an Orchid for Skeeter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck, and there's your ticket high ground. Second Roshan available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. And this will prompt a smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against Aegis. Scan goes out. Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time. Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Both teams aware of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want.
They try and go for the nullifier, but the grab no more. It's going to stop it. Ame gets a bit of distance, and the Earth Splitter does good damage. Maureen kind of has to retreat here. As tanky as he is, he backs away. This is going pretty well for Extreme, and now with the break, they go out to the Abaddon. Escape back to help protect him. Maureen with the refresh, though, goes back in with the BKB. Second round, no roar to protect him this time, and Skeeter on top of him. What a bushwhack, but Ame simply cannot output the damage. These heroes of Falcons, they are just too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they all too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons' game to win. And if it does, and you're XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into Game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses. They just run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in, and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Extreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up fight limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board. Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Extreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time. But Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit.
စုပ်လဲစူစားလဲယူ
Force
ဟေး
Extreme
လို့လည်းမရ
into
ဘူး
this uncomfortable
ပေးလို့လည်းမရ
position
ဘူးဆိုင်လို့လည်းမ
where
ရ
they
ဘူး
watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push into their base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have this significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras. In this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that actually have to jump.
15မိနစ်လောက်15မိနစ်လောက်လေးအိုက်တိုင်းလေးပဲမင်းတို့ဟိုဘက်လည်းတူတီတူတီဒီဘက်လည်းတူတီတူတီ15မိနစ်လောက်အချိန်ဖြုံးလိုက်မလား
Extreme definitely going to be put to the test.
ဟုတ်တယ်အိုက်တိုင်းပဲ9မိနစ်လှူးနေရ
Practically doubled over.
Oh, man, he wanted that
He's
damage.
just going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them.
Oh,
and
you
Ame's just
oh,
going to
shit.
keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the roar stopping out Maureen, but look at the Enchantress threatening him. He's running away from a 5 position. Who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Phonic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Extreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8k damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress's HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing
Thôi,
more damage, but
ball
they're
nhau.
dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of Falcons' HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Ame နဲ့ fan လိုက်မလားတိုက်မင်းဒေးလက်အေးAme ဒေးလက်မျောလင်းချက်တော့
in this game.
ပွဲကြစီမဲ့မျောလင်းချက်
Ame, he picked up a Chrysalis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Like, just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us. Now we have to reset a little bit. No, just let the Bristleback do his thing, man.
တော့ဒီနောက်ခုလုံးနိုင်သွားလို့တော့ကေးဥပါဟော duration ဥပါနိုင်သွားတော့ချင်းချင်းလက်ထက်က KTV မှာဟောတော့ဝယ်မှာဆက်လက်1000မာဘီက1000ပေးပြီးတော့ပါ
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament. But this is a rough game for Extreme Gaming as a whole. And that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes to take one lane of barracks. Falcons. How does Extreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, land an ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody. ATF disconnects. It's definitely doable here.
Excellent. Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive, now what do you give the chances of that happening?
A lot lower.
He does have buyback, and that is certainly what Extreme are going to have to play off of. Lots of buybacks, as many as they can get. The Beastmaster and the Hoodwink with the other two to have it. Maureen just trying to make Extreme Gaming flinch at this point.
There's the banner drop. Let's get whittled down.
XM, he's trying. Whittling it down won't cut it though. Extreme, they're going to need to do a whole lot more because the damage that Amar is doing right now, it's about to become permanent. You can't handle Megas this early into the game.
No shot. You have to take the fight here. Have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to wear him down. Shin-Q finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Extreme have yet to make a move. They're just going to concede this to Megas.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis. You see an Enchantress you can't kill. And there's an Abaddon sitting behind everybody. The move just does not exist in this game.
I feel like it's almost insulting. Amar's just gone back for a 36-minute blade mail.
Why not?
I mean,
is there even any damage going to reflect at this point?
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And
if he does, he'll have the blade mail to respond.
He goes straight.
I think you just get the Shivas up on Malrine here and go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're extreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it. You're just talking about plans for the next one?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Adjustments, what went wrong here. Got to plan something out to deal with these heroes, right? And it was going to be an issue in this series. Like, the tempo Falcons can set the laning phase they have is a lot stronger than what XG have shown. They get the upper hand. It's scary. You can rat it out. You can stall that game. We've seen XG do a tremendous job at coming back from these situations. This game is just impenetrable.
They just bristle back.
Yeah, it
He's
just go
already
really
here,
out.
and the Shiva's Primal Beast is now behind him. So 40 seconds.
All right,
to get Extreme to respond. Here comes that all-in attempt onto the Aegis hero. Can't even kill him the once. Maybe with a stomp. No Earth Splitter yet. They gotta wear through this first life before they use big spells like the Earth Splitter. But the tier 4s are dropping pretty fast here. There goes the Shiva's. Malrine tries to make a jump out the grab onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow him up?
Nó mày á gì nó ná nó cái clip đã ná này nó
actually interrupts him. Outworld step. Whoa, look at that.
Ai bao nhiêu à?
He goes right to the middle of them, and Malrine takes 3 down with ease. Falcons go into the Extreme Gaming base. And Extreme, they fight out to pretty much the bitter end, but they will call it quits, and we have a tie series now. The TI Grand Finals.
It has been some time without a 3-0, but we will get it here at the minimum. And this should be quite the entertainment series. You have to expect that XG are going to make some adjustments going into the next game. They will not want to give Falcons this kind of start with these kind of heroes that just become so tanky so fast, they take you out of the game. It doesn't matter how good your teamfight execution is, if there is no teamfight to take, there was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in Game 2.
As Dota fans, you love to see it, a tied series in the grand finals, meaning we are definitely getting at least 4 games. And this one, although if you're an Extreme Gaming fan, this one might have been a little bit too one-sided for your liking, T-Guff. This was
Yeah, this was the methodical beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons. And of course, XG probably going to learn about how it happened. But yeah, the snaking and chant, just the way that they just break this map is so scary. Malrine Primal Beast as well. Incredible game from them.
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Klings could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malrine was off map so often too. So Klings not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malrine, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying because Crit in game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, you know, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to like boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. You know, this Skeeter a bad, and this is his type of carry. He helps Marine, he helps Amar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Ench, back to back, flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcons in the later stage of the lane. These first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Ench. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to next, it's the tier 1 towers are fallen, Malrine's ganking the map. When Malrine's ganking, you got Crit behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that there was zero pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill on a bad at a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the science, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad. I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage in TI finals?
A TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty, so absolutely Falcons full beatdown start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in game 1 too, but I would say the execution wasn't there, but in game 2, they do it nicely, they come in clean, Man, Malrine on this Primal Beast, Effie.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups. Because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Clinks, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that you're not really wasting any time. You know, Malrine, he comes to bot lane, he pressures the Hoodwink, Skitter's here, they're securing the rune. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for a little bit longer, farm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure, and critically, Malrine, he's actually going to go through the Twin Gate eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then Snaking, he's going to take mid tower. So every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant, just take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent, don't over waste your resources, because Malrine's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Malrine's sacrificing, but because of Malrine going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdoms. So everything is getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skitter, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, what happened with the net worth and how did, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time about how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Clinks and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there is so much pressure on XG, on Ame to try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this Nullifier timing later on, but now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Clink Strike, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build the slow fire because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered versus the Ringmaster. So XG, chalk this one up to a bad draft. Go next, but don't reconsider the Clinks unless it looks like a perfect Clinks game.
Now, we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Cheever. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively, but there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting crit on a high damage disable layering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory, because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snaking continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snaking's space. Now this might look a little weird. He's running into enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make them think that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we gotta kill him. So they try to force a gank, he pops heal, 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG, because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier, because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily, and their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes, and everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Malrine rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time. So their safety border is kind of like this, less than half of the map, so they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is, but the Enchantress is really hard to kill in defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the ABBA very well either, so their options just feel kind of limited, and they eventually try to kill the ABBA. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the Beastmaster necessarily. And as they approach and dive him, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or TPing. They end up running into a bad team fight, which takes their disadvantage to a whole new level, just because of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting on Enchantress in the mid lane. It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't exploit enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm expecting Extreme to maybe address in the next game as well. I mean, there were a couple of issues to address in the next game. We also have talked a lot about how XXS, especially in that game 1, was the shining star, and he was definitely not able to do so in this game. It just was a rough lane for him, rough game for the whole team as a squad, of course. But if we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best offlaner of all time?
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Now it is time for offlane. Gentlemen, which TI winning offlane player do you think deserves to be numero uno in the Hall of Fame? Who would you choose?
Okay, may I guess one of them? Sure. I'm guessing one of them's 3-3.
No.
All right, you're crazy.
Okay.
Continue.
I've got Collapse. That was my other one. Faith Beyond.
Okay.
Collapse.
Reasons?
Not even close. That's my reason. Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah, he's here and other people are here. It's not close.
I think at various points in that TI, you have a team that has one of the widest gulfs in skill between them and any other team at that particular time. And you have an individual player on that team that was the best player on that team. So that's my argument for Faith Beyond, and still relevant nowadays.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being #1 in the offlane. He may not have won TI 2 times in a row, but I think he had a similar gap actually between the rest of the offlaners.
My argument for 3-3 is that I feel like he did things that no one else could replicate based on heroes, builds, and team strategy all coming to like collective victory on 2 separate teams.
I'll spoil it for you now. Collapse is #1. Of course. Why Collapse? What do you see him do that makes him not even close?
I feel like I've already explained
No, you
this.
just said not even close. I'm going to press you for an answer. Give me an example of something he did that makes him not even close. You can't just say not even close.
Have you seen his Magnus?
Yes, of course I have.
So you understand that no other player is performing on Magnus close to his performances on Magnus.
I agree. I'm with you. I just want you to give me an example.
He can skewer somebody.
Okay.
They're not even close to their team. You understand? The man plays Mars. He goes and he spears somebody. They are not even close to their team anymore. You understand what's happening?
Wait, Mortos again. They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control, looking for another round of this. RP gonna get off the mark. And Collapse pulls him back in. What in the hell? Sumail has a Ghost Scepter now inside the Fountain. I don't know if he fought that or not, but Finger of Death out. Usually when OG is in the Fountain, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No Tail dies.
Probably Collapse standout player for me at TI-10, and then Yatoro for TI-12.
Right.
So they've sort of juggled that back and forth between them, but I don't think you can hate anybody saying Collapse is their #1.
I mean, Collapse is incredible. Yeah, completely fair enough. Deserved. He simply outplayed his opponents.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, especially I think anytime a player is able to make a particular hero their signature hero and win TI with it, you sort of think, like Collapse Magnus is just too good. So we're happy with Collapse.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, who do you think was second and third?
I mean, it should.
I know who's second.
Faith Beyond is not in the top.
He's not even top 3. He's not even top 3. I already knew that. You know who's #2? I'll tell you. I'll tell you 2 and 3. I'm not sure about the order.
Okay, give me 2 and 3.
Seb.
Yes, he's in there.
And Mind Control.
No.
Wait, let's clap that. I think #3 is Seb.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who #2 is.
Go on.
It's Universe.
It is not Universe, no.
Number 2.
33?
Yes.
33.
Yes.
33.
It's 33. Well done. You can cut that together, and Avery will look like a genius. I'd like it if it jumped around all over the place at the end.
Thank you.
Well. So that was Offlane. Well done, pros.
If there was a Hall of Fame, Collapse would be in there, right next to John Whipple's, of course, well deserved. And of course, Avery knew that the whole time around. He was just playing Kazin.
Yeah, he knows everything. But I will say a cool name they also mentioned, you know, like Universe, like taking it down, like Memory Lane. There's also other people, like maybe, you know, you have to put like Amar in there or XXS. You can mention Zai. A lot of legendary players in Dota too.
Yeah, a lot of legendary players. We got 10 of them on stage right now. And one team on the side of Falcons, we are going to get a little listen in from them during one of the fights in the previous game.
Cliff, by the way.
I'm Gio, but
ET Cliff.
Look, I wanna go, guys. Oh, I'm fine.
I cannot.
I'm fine, guys. I'm fine.
You Crimson.
I'll merge you after all.
You're Licky Lotus. You're on
itself.
Someone's feeding here.
I love that, especially the team is so quiet, Tika, and then you know that they're just focused. So then the release of when the GG comes out is just right there.
You know what's even cool for me as well is Elder Titan's innate is one of the most looked over innates, right? Additional damage during glyph. Did you hear the comms there? They went strong glyph. The fact they're even talking about the types of glyph and also the energy, of course, that you're mentioning. I don't know. I just got excited when I heard them say strong glyph because they're respecting something that probably 99% of people in Dota. Fog loves this innate, by the way. Valve never removed this innate. Fog loves it. The fact they're talking about that shows how much they're thinking about every little thing in the game to make sure that they can win.
The best part was just Mallory yelling, and then a few seconds after, before the clip cuts off, you hear Snake and go, "Someone's feeding here." Okay.
Ooh. I mean, what I like about their comms is so it was very cool and calm, but everything they said it like it allows someone to like, be more aggressive. I have Crimson, I have Lotus, I'm shielding you, I'm fine, don't worry about me. And then at the end, you know, Malvine with his primal beast cosplay with a little roar. I like it. Like, get immersed in your hero.
It was good energy coming out then, and I'm sure that all the 10 players are filled with energy again for the third game. Now that the series is tied, we have seen both teams taking one game. I will say that previous game probably definitely left Extreme wondering where they will go next, and I will ask you guys the same question because we wanted the teams to play a little faster potentially, and it seemed that Falcons really understood the assignment with dominating the lanes from the get-go. How is Extreme going to answer this?
Thì bữa nay chỉ là mình phê qua lấy một này ông số cũng mà mình có đi. Lấy này ông số tôi nói này mà. Lấy này là he would be Charlie I remember.
Like the reason why this Primalbeast looked so scary was because if you look at the supports in either side lane, they don't stop him. If he runs up their lane, they're gonna die. If you have an ET on one side lane and a Hoodwink on the other, these heroes are food for a hero like Primalbeast. Like they don't have a means to shut down this hero. So either change one up in your support duo, or be more mindful that a hero like Primalbeast could come out later in the draft.
And absolutely, like one of the big things that we did see in game one, and also another way where I've seen Falcons lose games, is well, Marine doesn't have a good game, or he's forced to like gank his safe lane as opposed to the off lane. In game one, they have the X and Quap, he slows him down in the mid lane, they play through it. In game two, this didn't really happen. You don't pressure the Primal in lane, and yeah, you can match him, but also, you know, that didn't really happen too. But for me, what's really important is going into this game, as we see a little sleeper man in the crowd, is the people that have the experience, what are they saying to their teammates? He's back.
I love you guys.
Yeah, a little catnap in between games. You know, this might be a very long night we got coming here.
Another important thing to look at
Hey,
here is that Falcons target banned XXS in that first phase.
Yeah,
they did not care for
what the
anything else.
fuck?
They took out his Centaur, they took out his Mars, they took out his Earthshaker. XG have been making magic happen with these blink initiation type of heroes on XXS. And sure, Beastmaster has a stun, but it doesn't function in the same way as one of these initiation type heroes. Like, it's a great hero to rally behind, but it requires for you to have won those laning stages and won that early game. So they've identified a big problem here on Falcons, and I feel like they're going to keep target banning him for the rest of the series, unfortunately.
And that's where, as you already mentioned, if Marine has a good game, then it kind of compounds, right?
Sneaky,
and XM is kind of getting shut out because Marine's playing quicker on the map. I really want to see either XM or XSS have a priority where they know their matchup to have a better lane. Because I feel like either of these players has the potential to grab XG and kind of throw them into the game. But when they're both shut out, there's no way Army's going to find the farm. Like, you need one other core to make time, make space for you.
There's also, like, Falcons are very, like, they understand heroes very well. They may not play Beastmaster as much on Amar themselves, but Skeeter's hero pool is very tailored to, like, stop you from what you want. And Beastmaster is an incredibly tempo-reliant hero. So when you open that hero and you know there's going to be the snaking edge because, well, you're going to take out his gen, you know the edge is coming. In my mind, try to take those two out. Maybe just prepare yourself for a Pugna. You know, look at, like, an SD or something else, whatever you want. Take him away from these heroes that make your game incredibly hard to play.
Because the Ench actually was killable in game 1, right? You had Queen of Pain, you had Ursa, you had the Hoodwink Mars. Like, any way when you step up, put two of those heroes I just mentioned together, snaking dies, their information gatherer disappears, and then the fights can get harder. In the second game, you know, snaking kind of ran around for free, right? I'm not saying we need to rush to ban the Enchantress, but you need to respect that it's probably going to come out in the draft, and you need ways to stop him, because from the Purge clips, he had complete freedom. He was tanking coils, tanking camps, kind of doing everything he could to make the game super easy for all of his team to farm.
I think that Enchantress also looked exceptionally good because she was playing into a Beastmaster. And I think that hero, now that it was if you're countering all three of XSS's playmakers and then you're leaving a Beastmaster in the pool and your carry plays Abaddon, you're just going to pick Abaddon every time into this Beastmaster offlane. And you're not concerned whatsoever. If you're going to pick Enchantress every time the Beastmaster potentially comes out, you're not concerned at all. And it felt like XG thought they solved Enchantress with Klings. You know, he has that attack speed from Strafe. He's going to kill her regardless. He had a bad lane. He couldn't do anything. You can't just have your carry be the hero that kills. You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't snowball.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be in the next game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 3.
For the third game in a row, we will have Extreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get second pick and also overall last. We do have Extreme Gaming back on the Radiant side where they were on that first game as well, with Falcons taking Dire. And so far, Extreme Gaming, since they only get 3 bans every single time so far, they have been banning the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Sand King. But they changed it up this time around, respecting that Enchantress we talked so much about already.
I like this quite a lot. I think going into this, so the teams preferred the stage that they're in, like the pick order, right? So you take out the Chen and the Ench, the next most played hero from Snaking is the Pugna. You give yourself the first big Shadow Demon. You're quite happy about it. So I will say if there's one guy that knows how to cook after losing a game in Grand Finals, it's Xiaowei. Both of these coaches, they know what's up. They're going to tell their team what they need to hear. Go into the next game clean.
Yeah, take out the 2 tempo supports, and then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that Maori is utilizing. But that's often with, you know, Sand King. It's disruption can break don't really care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero. So a good response from Falcons.
I wonder if Extreme Gaming are just going to do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. Like when they pick save supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for X-Nova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament. They want to go for late game. They want to build a draft that lets them go to late game instead of having a Beastmaster that forces them to play tempo that they can't do.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the camps, look at like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling. They have like, you go into the game like with your new strat, you try to scrape up, you know, the last 2 games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this idea, go in, have some fun. I do like the response though, like T already mentioned, you got the Pang against the SD, you don't care too much about this guy, sure. You save him, well, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds later, I'm still rolling on you. So it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot about how do these 2 teams continue to build on top of this.
And the offlaners are still getting banned out, right? You got the Bristle, the Sand King, and then of course in the first phase the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. So a lot of bans being thrown out towards both of the offlaners.
And still the Ursa ban maybe indicating more tanky heroes to come out for Falcons once more.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it could be the tanky heroes, it could be the... Generally speaking, Skeeter likes his melee carries, his melee strength carries, right? Your DK, your Sven. I mean, you saw Ame absolutely destroy them game 1 with this matchup, so it could be setting up for this as well.
It could... might sound stupid. It could also be a vibes thing. You know, Marina Ma, when they jump a hero, they want to lock them down. They want to be, you know, the showman of the game. You're trying to jump at Ursa when you're playing Pangolier, you're not doing anything, right, the entire time. So I think it really rallies your team knowing that Ame isn't going to be on this hyper-elusive hero.
I also think maybe their read is that Extreme Gaming, if they don't have an Ursa on the safe lane, they will lose that lane, most likely. And they just want to snowball off of the lanes, just like last game.
So
Ôi
this is
lại
kind of
phê con
interesting
ôi lại
because
phải đó này
SD is
nó
generally
ngày về số này
considered a
niệm
counter
bị
to
lại.
Pugna because, well, your SD ult and the crab won't come out, but very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners. The other heroes are out. You can still heal the guy, of course, that's getting, you know, damaged over time. One hero that Extreme could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango. In other games it was banned. And in other games they've also shown us the Mirana. They are the only team that have played the SD Mirana combo in this tournament.
But it fills the void of creating information, right? Chen Ench, they want to hit towers, they want to run around the map, they don't care if they get jumped. Same thing for Pugna. When you leave your safe lane and, you know, Skidder doesn't need help, he'll be poking mid tower, he'll then move in bottom, never blast here, he gets jumped, there's a decrep, life drain, like there's so many annoying things that XG, if you try to go on the Pugna, you're probably wasting 30-40 seconds not going on another hero.
The second safe support comes out here for XG with the Nightmare. To me, this is just screaming that they want to build around Ame. They're trying to hold out for the late game. They're going to just get wave clear through their two cores and hope that Ame on a hyper carry can take it to late game.
I mean, that is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now on screen too, X-Nova 5-0 with Bane, hasn't lost yet. Now the question for them is, what do you answer? Because this is a hard pick in this stage. You double pick, you see one Pango. That was going to be one of the questions. Do you just lock in your mid? Maybe you can find a flex. It can go mid lane. You can go safe lane against the Pango. I like this actually very much.
And it gives a lot of life to XSS, right? We want him to have a game. We don't want him to be sacrificed if XG are to be competitive. And the way that Zhao Weight's drafting right now is they're giving him so much information to find the right hero.
I mean, I'm thinking about Falcons, like, because you still have, like, these two supports, you have to respect them. You have SD Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the backline, making them play against something like this, too, is incredibly annoying for these two.
It's going to be off-lane Pangolier, mid Beastmaster most likely. Sure, they can flex it, but based on how they've been playing it so far, are we worried for XG not having the damage to deal with the early game tempo that Falcons showed us in game 2? Shadow Fiend does need Yasha, Kaya, Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem. Both of the supports in XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill. The next two picks from XG need to respect that Falcons will sweep across this map in the early game.
I mean, if you're worried about that, maybe you could just go back to Road to TI and run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I mean, I wonder too where Falcons want to take this, because a lot of the fours that Crit plays, they're okay against SD Bane. Like, sure, like if you have some, is Snapfire still in? No. So they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SD covers kind of well. You've got the Purge against the box, you have overall, I think, good laning, you can stack for your SF, or whatever other offlaner you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
But also it flips the way towards the Bane, right? Now Bane wants to the grip, you get escape pact, right? It's back and forth, saves on both sides, and the Slaughter, we've seen it obviously mid to off lane, but yeah. Minus armor.
Yeah, minus armor looking pretty strong, making the spend maybe a little bit stronger. Are we not at all surprised to see the Ringmaster come out when both Snap and also the Hoodwink are both still in the pool?
Save is good.
Save is good.
A little bit. I mean, the reason it surprises me is because the save isn't as good in this game with like the SD, so there must be something where they don't care as much about damage, they care more about staying alive themselves. So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents, which is a very interesting approach.
And I think that Escape Act completely counters Fiend's Grip. It makes it so that you have to go on the Ringmaster first in each fight, or wait till your carry has a nullifier. They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a nullifier carry, and it didn't look so good. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving against Grip, the team fight is going to be so easy to take from Falcons compared to XG, who are going to only want to go on Ringmaster and Pugna. They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
A key problem still is XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that does invoke quite a lot of fear in me. I am scared to, like, do they have enough map to actually get these items?
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slaughter combo. Like when you play into these saves, you don't want like hard commits. Like if you corrosive face someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like you don't have to like go with this big spell and like commit. It also gives you an Aegis. It also helps you when Pango rolls in. you amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
Yeah, I want to see Ghost Scepters and Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG's lineup. SD can't ult everyone. There we go.
The issue is the Nullifier is like a key item for Extreme Gaming anyway. That's the timing they're playing on because of Decrypt 5, because of Escape Act. Like eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
And so what,
as you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke. They have some options. Do we want the SF to go middle, you pick a new hero for Ame? Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down?
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like Alchemist carry or something. Super tempo, you get early blink, you push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent, behind you. Such is life, they go for Sven.
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
I mean, it lane's very strong, right? You've got your Bane, Sven. This is this is their recipe. ET Bane with a strong carry.
Yeah,
I really like what's happening so far, and now it also depends for Falcons. What pick can you find? Because actually found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter, but the Sven as well in the Troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes, because the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning, the Fiend's grip into a Requiem or the Slaughter plus the Sven jump, like it is so explosive. But I have to keep repeating it. It is items, items, items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize. Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut them.
Maybe some Skeeter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked TB themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, they went like one step ahead. They could think, they want Sven, we're gonna take it, but it's really good with them too. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against Pugner. I like both these drafts so far.
Normally in this position, Skeeter can also, I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like, just shove wave, you go early butterfly, you push your team out, and they do go for the Gyro. I kind of feel like they need to have lane presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive damage that we're mentioning. You like buying Beekeeper and Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to dispel Slaughter's Corrosive Haze, but yeah, I like the Gyrocopter pick. It is a statement to XG that they are willing to sacrifice a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
There's a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think supports will play the key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, they get this first Aegis, their draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like they also got what they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like bread and butter Falcons. Even though Gyro on paper isn't going to have the best matchup versus Slardar later on and Sven with his VKB, they're going to hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just going to be about XG weathering the storm and whether or not we're going to see XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his lane to go well. He needs to get those kills early on, get that nice blink timing, and make those pickups happen. If it doesn't, it's going to be a repeat of last game.
Okay, so you and Effie both mentioned Extreme Gaming has to weather the storm. We saw them unable to do so in the previous game. Is the storm going to be as strong as previous game?
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with Pugner 2 that can invade the Wizard Shrine. Maybe at least Beastmaster could be a little bit slower from the mid lane as opposed to Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out who's going to take the lead in this best of 5 series with game number 3. First up, we're heading to the stage, Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of the Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick, first Extreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw them off of balance. And I'm also noticing that in the first phase, in game number 1, you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane. This time, you didn't opt to do it, didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you feel?
I mean, Bane's a good hero for them. It's a hero that we're actually concerned about, but we just thought that we had to ban something. I actually don't even remember what we banned on 12, but we thought it was better to ban that instead, I guess.
They have a lot of heroes, I don't blame you. And last, I was wondering if you could give some praise to Amar, because he has been captaining this team this entire TI, and we saw how spent he was. That elimination game during the road against Spirit, he was on the desk, completely washed out, and now this is one of the highest pressure situations that any esports player could ever be in. How's he handling it?
No, I mean, Amar, honestly, he always surprises me, like, for his age, just a level of maturity, and he has, like, some online persona he does, but as a teammate, he's been great, and he's really come into his own in this role. It's just really, honestly, admirable.
Words of praise for the captain, the young captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating Game 1 loss, but they strike right back in Game 2, and now it feels like Falcons have the overall strategy advantage.
Potentially they do. I mean, it goes back to Zhao 8 to kind of bring the team back in this Game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. He definitely took a new direction to try and counter that tempo that we saw Falcons put into Game 2. I don't know even what you call this. This is the hyper demon draft. I mean, he just went for all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face. This lineup scales like an absolute beast. Like, this is not a lineup Gyro is going to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double BKB piercing supports. You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Slaughter to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons, I don't want to find myself in that position. I want a game like Game 2, where I have a strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks, and never give a chance for this hyper-scaling lineup to come online.
I guess I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in Game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale when the problem in Game 2 was they just got ran over in lanes?
I think they have been run into a corner a little bit on XXS's hero pool. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Batrider. We saw him play earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good enough for it. So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that XG really need? It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe they were struggling to find it. If you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the lineup around him, and this is just kind of where it ended up.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession to Extreme Gaming. We heard from AUI 2000 himself. They are a very good Bane team.
Oh, yeah.
What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight. It's just such a huge threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep save can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that. This hero just feels good at almost every point in the game outside of the very early laning phase, which we have not seen go punish too hard this event.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's certain games like last where you get run over, but even that Game 2 was not a game that was one off the lanes. It was one off the draft, in my opinion. That
A
game
lot
would
of
have been
damage
hard.
on Ame here, as this duo of the Bane Sven are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango, but we have seen Amar, his item choices, he is really loving the early Lotus Orb pickup. I was going to ask you about this in Game 2. Why did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this, first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early now?
Well, this man's been doing it for a long time. So maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization. It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in net worth, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the meta, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, kind of a pseudo farm item or resource item to stay out on the map. You just have to get it up fast enough. If you get a delayed Lotus, it's not going to feel great. If you're leading the pack with Lotus, it can feel amazing. And ATF likes these kind of builds. We could easily see some sort of Lotus Lincoln's Pango build this game, just so he can roll in and block some of the Slardar Amp, the Bane Grip. Demonic Purge, also very influential spell in this game off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Jin Q. Amazing Purge game. Versus the Pugna.
Yep.
Versus some of the buffs. Versus the Escape Act from this Ringmaster, right? The panel was talking about Nullifier. They might not need a nullifier as fast as they normally would because they have Xingqiu on the Shadow Demon that can provide that constant dispel for the first target you are trying to burst down. That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of how XG have built their lineup.
That's fair enough. I think it's also worth mentioning Lotus Orb did kind of get a buff recently. It's just a little bit harder to see than it used to be.
I mean, maybe I'm just old. I always complain about the visual changes, but you know, you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final. Step up or go home.
Nice two-man stun. And X-Nova almost kills Crit off of it. Two-man stun into a two-man blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first blood. That is still on the table.
Don't want to get baited by this Ringmaster in the laning phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. You can always bait you in with stick charges, Lotus, potential strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts snowballing off of those souvenirs he gets.
You just want to make sure he doesn't get anything out of it. If it goes even, you're pretty happy against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is a good matchup for Ringmaster. Crit's going to do a little stacking on top of it as well.
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash, into the crush, but the teleport is coming in, and now X-Success is the one in trouble. It's first blood going to Staking, and a second kill on the way. The Shadow Demon, he can do little to stop this Xingqiu doing what he can against Skeeter, but I bet he's wishing he never popped that poison.
Sick TP from Crit. Instant on time, turns it around. That's a tough fight without the support coming in from the Ringmaster and his extra DPS. Big turnaround for the Gyro on this lane. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead, it goes Falcon's way. Skeeter very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
Yeah, with the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit. Primal Roar and trying to secure the power rune. Don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain sap, no sleep for X-Nova there. Just gets taken down from the high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? Have to see. If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind in economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure your Sven and SF are having a very good laning phase into that acceleration, and potentially making some plays, I don't know, through the Slardar, through the Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep people in directly if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying to this tower. Another great D ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it, and I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game too.
Absolutely.
You have to prioritize it a little bit here.
Yeah, Falcons are certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be Extreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have the stack advantage, that can really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not only a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full of resources out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Fiend for a long time.
Xingqiu gonna run into Snake King. A pick off perhaps. It's gonna be up to Snake King to get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to take it. Nobody around to help them out. The Gyroconters not gonna join in on this. And especially if XM, they do have the Beastmaster. They're trying to sandwich this right now. So it's not so simple as Maureen just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the saves that actually have too. If you're Maureen here, like you go in and roar a target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your teamfight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Extreme have the answer to, right? The Rolling Thunder is going to come in, they have Fiend Script for that. If there is the single target stuns coming out, they have Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snake King and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There is high potential for Extreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the Gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snaking, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid towers claimed by Extreme, and the SF, well, he's free to move around the map. He relied on X-Nova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3 extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple raise.
Get off
the shield crash, though.
Where
was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem in there, but little misexecution from XG off a beautiful setup from X-Nova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Extreme. I think they're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having, you know, a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
The early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kick Skier out. Almost nothing in terms of fighting after we saw that double kill that Crit TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stacks to fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition, but
this is great for XXS. He was struggling, now he gets a free lane. And XM, another ancient stack going to the Shadow Fiend. This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard, he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clearer. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid who wants to protect those ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. You know, I think there were probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that game.
Yeah.
And just run it back all the way to an Aegis. And the answer seems to be no. Yeah, run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG. As long as you protect the Shadow Fiend, it's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging. Especially you can't just all in Worm because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Malrine. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills. He's playing Beastmaster, he's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much. And we're seeing the impact of that. 12 minute. And they do have a Sentry in place for this one. Can X-Nova get the right Nightmare? Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's Grip just to make sure but he sacrifices his life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place or time to get stuck on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality.
That's
a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from X-Nova though. I think he might have been able to bail him out. And you do not want to die on XM here. I mean, he is so far for him to go down. Lose that presence on the map. That would be a huge blow to XG. That's why Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a blink tagger to set up these Requiems, right? He's got X-Nova, and he's got, I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption. Or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise, and anybody's going to die to that.
I think it's all that goes out the window if you just get gone on.
Yeah, absolutely, which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Extreme have set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of the heroes in this game.
Staking, you are not on Enchantress anymore.
They spotted and Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it. As he looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken snaking down in this
ကို
entire
လုံးပေါ်မှာ
series.
လေးလို့ကိုကောင်တွေက
That's true.
မင်းကဝါလေး
He's
လိုက်
still around the
ပြီးနေပြီ
Enchantress.
It's like
Gonna
this
do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to feel.
I love this.
ဘွားမှာ
Look
ထား
at
မရှိဘူး
XXS is hiding his blink dagger.
Every
It's
little
sitting on
thing
this
matters.
courier, just hiding in the
Battle
trees.
5ပဲရှိတယ်
We get some value out of this. There's
Battle
that
Finally,
dire
going
ward
Battle
up
5.
there. Might scout it, but
Yeah. I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time or if it sees him.
that's a
and he backs
way
away.
better start for XG though. Game even for them out of lanes. I feel like that's a slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a
လူ
team,
သားလို့
but
game မျိုး
draft-wise,
Battle
do you feel
Fighter
like
ဆော့ရ
this
ရင်
is a
တေး
draft
ရ
that as
ည်
long as you
Battle
come out
7
even,
က
you're
ဆော့ရ
actually
ပွဲ
favored?
ပြေးပဲဆော့ကြည့်လိုက်အောင်
I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Sardo, right?
Yes.
You get one core pick off, the thing's just gonna insta die. Meanwhile, Falcons are like, yeah, nice Roche. We're gonna take it way before you're expecting it.
I certainly wasn't expecting this.
This
I've
is
got
a
free
very
vision.
bold move.
And they're actually going to do it. They're
Ay,
going
con
to
này
run
đang
it. They're
nhường
going to chase after this
Ba-
kill.
ba- ba-
But
ba-
that
ba-
means Roshan, it goes the way of
Roshan đã
Falcons.
tấn lên đây
This
không để
match in
không
this game, you'll gladly trade a support to take this away from this Sardar lineup.
Extreme had literally just gone for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick-off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taking away a critical objective.
đó
I was
đây
very
có
clutch on the
thật
timing.
lâu tàn
They got the Beastmaster eggs, they go in the pit, they read the map, absolutely on point. And if you don't run interference there with the Ringmaster, there's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Yeah.
4 minutes on the clock here for Maureen. You can now push a little more aggressively, have a lot more presence in the team fight, work towards his scaling with that BKB, try and create some space on the map for this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at Skeeter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game. You gotta wonder how easily he's gonna be able to join the fight, but he can absolutely recover very quickly here. Maureen gets some action.
Battle 7 ဆိုမင်းအောက်ကလာတဲ့ကောင်ကမင်း lower bracket ကလာတဲ့ကောင်ကမင်းစိုက်နေအောင်ပဲ game ဆော့ရတာမင်း game မှာ3လောက်မဆော့ရင်ဖြစ်သွားတယ်
Yeah, it's
Give him the heals, wait out the demonic purge, and the escape act is ready now that the demonic purge is gone. Not required though. Extreme, do not force anything. Seek few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango? Sure. Hunt this Gyro? Absolutely. They're eyeing him up. Look at X-Nova on the back.
မဟုတ်ဘူး Adrian အတိုင်းမင်းရမ်းနိုင်နေတယ်နော် Adrian TI ရမ်းလို့ကျင်နေတာအားမရ
Out of range and now out of sight.
မင်းအဲ့ဒါမင်းကရှေ့ကပွဲဘယ်နှပွဲလဲ3ပွဲ4ပွဲလောက်ရှိရအဲ့တိုင်းပဲမင်း Adrian ဆိုတာမင်းမချဘူးမင်း item ဆုံးမလာချတာအဲ့တော့စိတ်ကြည့်
Well,
နံ
we
ပါတ်ချတာ
haven't even
နော်
mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Ameng is certainly getting the better of the situation.
Yeah,
Having
some
300
Zara
net
liya,
worth
kong
on
like that.
him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down, chasing after him.
That's so awkward with the tumbler toy. Didn't get over that little cliff. Dude, the little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves,
Kira
they
nawa
almost got it
pian
too
ni
early,
yo saban na 3 long
just
pian ni
because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away.
7 နဲ့ဆိုလေ
Sure.
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. And yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Falcons
yeah,
say
yeah,
that is not even close to
Oh!
XXS
အဲ့တက်ပြီစပြီဇလန်းစပြီ
stun there that should have gotten them the extra kill.
That was almost harder to miss than hit.
It really was. He had to walk away from his blink. Whoopsies.
Extra life for Falcons to play with here. I mean, it's still a good rebuttal from XG. You bring Ame into the fight, you just decimate the Pugna. Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is excavating the map right now.
He is so far ahead of this Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the
ဟုတ်
levels, right?
final battle 7လောက်ဝင်တယ်မင်း lower ကိုလည်း battle 5လောက်ရပါမင်း lower မှာလည်း battle 3-2နဲ့ပြီးပြီအဲ့တော့တနေ့ပွဲ73ပွဲလောက်ဆော့ပြီမင်းတေးစိတ်နေပါ
Those are good levels.
3လောက်မင်းဆော့ရဆိုတော့ဆော့ကြအောင်မဟုတ်
Aura goes out. Trying to blow up this
အဲ့တော့ရမ်းမချနိုင်တော့နိုင်အောင်ပဲဆော့မယ်သိလားဟော kill ပါလားလို့ဒီစိ okay အဲ့ဒါလို့
And they know they've got strength that's on
Don't
cooldown.
let
Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there and pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much.
But
They
then,
had
they
2
have
wards
only
up on that
the-
top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. If you control this part of the map, could set that fight up a lot easier. And we're still seeing Malrine just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG while he has Aegis for another minute.
Xnova spotted by Malrine. They get, no, he's faster with it, gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away and Malrine does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons. Playing the objectives well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade if they continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives. So if he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Extreme gets a better control of the Tormentor.
Also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now. If you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level.
That's true. I mean, he gets the BKB. Blink BKB, don't know if Malrine can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option.
Damage.
I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that. But as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Extreme, aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor to take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Got a little spotlight action, so we'll see 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Yeah, very true. Could be influential here.
Missing a single hit could make the kill XXS and Amar right next to each other. They both blink back in terror. Neither certain of their position in that one. Done for the Beastmaster. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's got to be next Roche. That's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that team fight happens. And there is BKB done for XM. This is an insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine to get him to 18.
He is crushing it right now. And you're still looking at this gyro. It's just so far behind. There's level 18 for XM. They want to smoke it up. Try and do something at the back end of this amp damage. Absolutely devastating.
Nice.
They get the jump on a Snake King and XXS. The finishing blow.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And another Arcane. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane? I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons, the rate he's progressing. You almost want a faster Roche here. They get more online.
They have kept the network. Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty farmed. Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ult cell. Like a lot.
Malrine exercising and realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
She continuing to just dodge. Overwhelming physical damage, eventually winning out for them.
I can't say I blame them. I mean, especially the triple BKB timing. What are you going to do as Falcons? What's the game plan? If we get to a triple BKB timing, you can roar one of these heroes. But the others are just going to run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with Gyro committing, and let the roll through cover on the backside. Try and disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. You'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much
Leo
about
chỉ
him.
တက်လာပြီ
I mean, you have to worry about
Leo
it.
first of all ကိုဒီ
You
နေ့
gotta
တည်း fail
pick your
ကွန်ဘက်က
poison here. There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a
ပ
little
တယ်လေး
bit.
တပွဲတော့ဖြစ်လိုက်မလား
Might
ဟိုဘက်
bail
လည်း
you out.
smoke က 3
Depends
man
when that
4
demonic
man
purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not.
အေးအဲ့မှာဒါမှမျက်နှာ
He is not playing games.
ဘာ
He
ဖြစ်
is
သွား
not
လဲ
being coy. He just goes straight to the sport, takes the kill that he can get out of it. Use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately for him, it is a late Roshan spawn. So Roshan is not up for them to take. In Extreme Gaming,
Roshan
will
Liam,
still
Roshan
have
Pro,
to play
come on,
5-on-5 for control of the pit.
I think they would have just manned up for it
ဖဲ
there.
ကွန်တီရရပါကြီးလေ
We'll have to wait another
TI
bit,
ရတော့
but
မယ်
they
လို့
will
ပြောတာ
have
TI
God up for it when it spawns. So if
တော့
Falcons
တော့
want to
ထ
try
င်း
and
တော့
sneak that away a
ထင်း
second
တော့
time,
ဒီပွဲတော့မဖြစ်
they
နိုင်
absolutely will
ဒီ
be
ပွဲက
tested.
ငါဖန်ကျင်းနေပြီးအောင်ဖဲကွန်နိုင်နဲ့
Skeeter just
duration
has to
over
get
ထည့်ထားတာ
BKB
လို့ဟုတ်ကဲ့
Pray he can survive in the fights. Timely decrep could
ဒီ
bail
အ
him
နာလေး
out.
ကအစ်စ်ပါသေးတယ်ဗျ
Skate back to do the same, but if demonic purge lands on this gyro, all those options go away. He's just on his own, and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight.
တဲ့ကောင်းอ่ะ
And yeah,
စော
that
နာ
is
လေ
the bags.
ပွဲစားပြီး2မိနစ်နဲ့ A string A string 12.5 over အောင်ပေးတယ် fuck
He's just out of control, and this is
ကျွန်တော်မထည့်ရဲလို့
it's almost level 20.
ပွဲစားခြင်းတော့
Falcons put into position where
5မိန
they're
စ်လောက်
just
တော့
going to have to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides. All 4 supports in this game have options for saves, so the initiation, it's going to be messy. You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing into the enemy's hands.
Russian ဘက်တွေတော့ကြည့်အောင်ဒီ Russian ဘက်တွေနိုင်တဲ့ကောင်တော့ပွဲနိုင်မှုများတယ်
Throw demonic purge on the target.
ပွဲလုံးဝနိုင်သွားမှာမဟုတ်ချက်ချင်းဆိုလို့နိုင်သွားမှာမ
Yeah,
ဟုတ်
but
ဘူး
that
လေ
also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder hit and 100-0'd by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango.
ငါတို့ဂျာယိုကော့ဘရိုက်ဟိုကောင်ကြီးကဝင်ရရင်ဘယ်ကောင်ကြည့်ပြီးမှဂျာယိုကော့ဘရိုက်ငါသိတယ်
How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The boar is scouting out for him.
ဟိုဘောက်ဆဲထည့်ပြီးလို့ရမယ်စီတုပ်ပြီးလို့ရတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့လောတဲ့အဲ့နှစ်ကောင်ဟိုကောင်ရိုက်တာနဲ့ပြက်နေတယ်အားမင်ဝင်ရိုက်တာနဲ့
If Nova's positioning is really good, then you get grip.
ရေနည်းနည်းစိတ်နေပြီးလေရေနည်းနည်းစိတ်နေ
really sacrifice your team's
ဖာပါဦးဟေး
Nonetheless, Roche is up. Ags is gone.
ရေလေးခတ်တော့ပါဦး
20 Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's a monster. He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Extreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
Someone tore up.
I mean, this is at the point where you have the BKB on the starter. You have everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skeeter, you do it incredibly fast. They got scouted on that again, I think.
Yep. Aggressive wards from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they find Amar.
It would be massive. Oh, that would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up.
အားလုံးဂျာကိုတိုက်တော့ Russian နေပြီ Russian ထောက်အောင်လိုက်မှလိုက် all လိုက်မှခေါ်ယူ all လိုက်မှ Russian စကား Russian ဆို all ရထင်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်စမုတ်ကနေတီးရောတီးရဒီဘက်လည်းတီးရသွားနေလမ်းမှာမျက်နှာချင်းဆိုင်တွေ့ရရတယ်မနတုံးကအေးအဲ့ပါပေါ်နေအောင်
But XG they take the high ground. It's going to have to
တွေ့
be
ပြီ
blind
တွေ့
here
ပြီ
for
risk
Amar.
me နောက်တစ်ခွက်ပေးပါအေး
Rolling Thunder.
မပြမယ်မင်းတို့အဲ့ရဖလာမကန်နာကနေပတ်ပြီးနောက်ကနေဆိုင်လိုက်မလား
X Nova making some moves on the left.
မင်းတို့အဲ့ position ရအတားကြီးဆိုင်ရ
Line looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a
running
bar.
right up there, and they managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's demonic purge, so he has to Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one, but they've blown a lot for this. Meanwhile, the Roar, it gets used on the Sven, and the Sven's at half HP. He's got the BKB. What's he gonna do? Can he turn it final? He brings down Marie. He takes down Namor as well. With XXM chasing down the Gyrocopter. Fun Falcons down.
What a clutch turnaround from Ame. Help that BKB. Disruption buys him some time. And Falcons overextend trying to bring this king down. Extreme take a 6K lead. They'll put an Aegis on this Ven, and now they are cruising in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break this one wide open. The damage is only going to pick up from here. And that Requiem wasn't even the best it could have been. It was almost a zoning Requiem to break the fight.
Yeah, it did not get a quick kill like we were theorizing it could do. It pushes Snake in a bad position, but yeah, most of the Falcons dodged that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not effective, it was just a zoning tool, but Malrine, he found his mark on this ward. Did a significant chunk of Ame's damage, but you can't finish him off. This is the gyro problem, right? Skeeter doesn't offer you enough physical burst because of the game.
Look at those crits, man. He got like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long series.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game, too. You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. And now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
Rushing down the lanes. Malrine trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He was running into 3 of Extreme, though.
This beast has to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skeeter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage. You might just be able to bring him down. The save came out a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
It says a lot that he feels like he has to go back for the Satanic rather than completing the Daedalus.
I mean, Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. If you can stay alive, that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of the damage you're looking for, but you're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Extreme Gaming, second Tormentor of the game. And now we have a Demonic Cleanse on top of a Demonic.
A little bit of extra sustain, why not? They found Snaking again, just been hounded.
Oh! Gets there just the last half second, and that will help XXS complete his Aghanim Scepter. Seriously, 4,000 HP. And armor and regen he's going to get out of sitting in these pools.
A puddle when you go on him. It feels like you lost the fight in a way, right? Especially if you commit big ults onto him. Especially with the status resistance on top of that.
They have a scan on him. Ame, not worried about it. He says, this kill isn't even worth me chasing. You guys can have at it, though. X-Nova. They'll hunt down crit on the sides of the map. Oh, they'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge. It means that X-Nova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Yeah, Ame, he doesn't have time for it.
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2, push towards your 25. And he is so far ahead of Skeeter on this gyro. It's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
It's almost got a 10,000 network lead on the opposing carry. It's ridiculous.
This was an important game for XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because, again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is Falcon saying, we've banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick? Their reply was the Slardar. If you win a game with this, you might have to change up a lot of your bans. You can't target him as much. Zero has been pretty effective in this game so far. Just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting into the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malrine's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well, you've got a bit of a problem.
What's a big factor of this game? Limiting the lane damage Falcons were able to put out. And now they're on the back foot. This was a beneficial Aegis period for XG. Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Wants some more. Get him. Didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
Gonna have to make a lot of moves like that. And Amar Well, Doug gets the roll up. Now the Rolling Thunder and the Lotus Orb. And the teleport away. He's good.
There's a chance you bash him there. It's not possible.
XXS didn't have the numbers for it yet. But in the future.
On the other side of the map, XG just playing really aggressive right now. They just want to find anything. And another amp damage for XM, almost level 25 himself. Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
It's just flat out a guaranteed ultimate. Oh boy, Falcons. Well, Satanic's done. Back to the data list for Skeeter. Stall, stall, stall. Maybe Skeeter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after the data list. A Swift Blink. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick. You add in some Corrosive Haze on there, some little bit more minus armor from the Shadow theme. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond to the fight. Bash from angle, war from the beast. There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there.
What the fuck?
Unrewarded for this move across the map. Closing in on that Shivas for the Beastmaster. In fact, little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward. Like, this is a game you must have wanted Butterfly in. And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind. So you don't have evasion, you don't have bonus armor. It just feels like you're food unless the team bails you out.
XXS is hunting. He's not going to find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base right now. That's where we're at.
Okay, to the point where you just have to smoke out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Maureen, so if you move out with him, see if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Giving XG a lot of information to play off of. Another power rune for XM. Just been gobbling him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Extreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map. That gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF city mid and they say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS. I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them. And instead, Amar's going to be the one jump. A roll up and a rolling thunder. Away he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and blinks away. Destruction. Survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage had to put fear into Falcons. Snake King, he delays it. One tapped by Ame. That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario.
Yep.
But there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential.
Man's on fire. And XM is fearless, man.
He thought it was bad before. Had double ult with Dizoon Blood right with Timeless on top of it.
AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantages just keep on
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
Starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active. They couldn't go for kills. And Extreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage, this much minus armor.
Need more late game survivability to punch through it. It comes down to the gyro. Like, can gyro take a jump in this game? So far, the answer's been no. He does finish up a brooch. He disassembles it. Once Daedalus here.
The banner down. And on.
Này bà vì biết tao làm gì Amalai được Toby Amalai được nhưng lại xong biết lại được tay được ra đi.
It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without Snake King and without a mid lane of barracks.
Chỉ có lấy đồ luôn.
Trying to deal with a banner. Skater.
Oh my god.
No good. No buyback available. Requiem just for the fun. Just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amara to jump in.
They do manage to get that jump on XM, but there's the link. It's now
có lấy được rồi, tôi chưa see ạ.
You don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line.
Tôi ký điểm. Yes, fuck. Rồi tí điểm 16 bạn. Rồi tí đâu kia anh ali. Đi về. Gì ơi.
You thought that was good in game 2. You thought Falcons they had the advantage. That they made a statement.
Rồi. Oh my god. Đi về rồi tí điểm ơi. Bây giờ mày đó, phải nhận ra đây chỉ mà nó khu quê lâu này, con tao chỉ cả, con tao
một hồi mày này, cái sắp lấy ai của bạn đấy.
Chưa để.
Chi để vào thao trả của nó phải.
Mấy bạn biết bài mà phải nhận ra cái mà quay bài mà con tao tông nào chịu á. Ngay lâu này, cái quan bi qua chỉ mà ngay. Sa lùi nó khu quê lo chừng ấp sa con tao nó thằng gì nè cái đứa bi vào con tao nó thằng gì về tao xấu nè.
Going into a BO5 against a very tough team, they have not had the easy road. I'm sure they are. But this is a time to push through it and claim that ages because you may never get another chance.
One more game. Can they do it in game 4?
Let's
head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Extreme is really getting Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. But we're gonna find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're gonna break down this game because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow again first Tigo.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, you know, I think critically, Arme, right? He loses an early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and Jinq on the support, the SD, the Bane. How much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure Falcons. Anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected. They are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Ench, you know that the Pugner is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those two with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Xiao Grand Final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugner, like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. it worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also, I think Malrine, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Malrine. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malrine in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1 and 9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like he's untouchable, literally. It's like
Yes,
how
it's not
do you
you know,
stop this
army
guy?
liệt
He's
tao nào
playing
còn
Butler,
nữa.
he's
Chỉ có
doing
người
the
PR
same
lại bà
thing,
mẹ.
But when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, stand out, you have Jinkyu. He does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that
Man,
way.
ôi,
Maybe
ta
they're so
biểu đây
used
bà
to
ôi
the
mày
snowball
áo
stat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging the escape back, purging Decryptify, regardless of Sun's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Army ne,
Yeah, we
army
are
ne
going to talk a
sakit
little bit more about those supports, because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good.
Yes, I just wanted to point out
here how well Xnova and XM played together. So here they're doing a rune secure.
And
XM gets the region on the side, but the key here is that Malrine actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows Roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malrine's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malrine's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malrine, and that's like 1/2 of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're going to take that safe tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking Gyro, in my, like, I would not be calling for a Gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though. In all these clips, is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like, all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry to into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But his lane was good. When you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangolier, but he didn't do that at all, right? He just got tower and then just farmed. And then in the farm battle, I just don't think Gyro's the correct carry to win a farm battle against like Arme. Look at the net worth difference. It was night and day.
It's also like, if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, you're gonna take the L there.
Yeah, we now mostly show skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, wiggle around how you're gonna make them. So here, it's very important. We're gonna keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around, team fight over, Amar wants to quit, free Roche.
the positioning there from XG. They have the high ground. The fight's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SDR. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for a while there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah, so, go for it.
Another standout thing was if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5K below this one, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Tharlayz is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. But a somber tone here as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends and Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw at TI5. I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win at the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got the good ones, but they got. It's not easy.
They do not need your fights. They don't need a fight. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay, he's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skitter, please, no Nature's Prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing, amazing draft, good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You're a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice. Please hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must not...
Great start. That's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me. You did. Okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some outchat, hit the enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
He need to play a game. Amar to play.
The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that. Fantastic. Give it around. I like that. All right. One more. Does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech from the back? The person in green coming down. Hello. What's your name? My name is Lala. All right, that's a good step one. Fantastic. Okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening. Right? Ali 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it for Falcon? You can do it, guys. I believe in you, no matter what. You're the best.
That I will tell you. Well done. They're motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time? That was a
good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a fifth game of this grand finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. Effie, what did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took second pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at.
Ai quên mình tay nó tao mình lại nó tay ngáo với mà cốc bu lại bên tay. Khá là mình muốn lại bài phim này. Nó khá là quay bị lại bên tay.
But luckily for them, you know, they have AOI. He's been here before. He's gonna make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone. Because just go in, we gotta play.
And if they do end up taking second pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success.
It feels
like coming into this fall game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace, because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Malrine needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Malrine that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. You want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Ench, to maybe get the Malrine Sand King and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5 and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within this series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that we do know the experience of grand finals at TI, but this year in particular, grand finals, Extreme Gaming has not sat in this entire season.
It's still why it's so shocking that not even be talked about coming into TI as no one predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, you know, not their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players, to like try to like read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in like these type of moments. He knows what he has to say, he knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, like, you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme Zhao 8, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change, how are we going to be ready for those scenarios. So for both teams, like critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Extreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first 2 games, they run the ET plus Hoodwing support duo, you know, an aggressive pair. And what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling save type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, and Thai Primal Beast heroes, and Thai Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malrine's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malrine has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at like snaking with like, you know, he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against this, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst support matchups. So this is absolutely something else to take into account. So for Malrine, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or a Void Spirit, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of like his thinking.
I think that's going to be the pressure right, going into game 4. XG being 1 win away from securing their Aegis finally for Arme. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi, they're going to have to try and find common ground on. Right? Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well, right? Like, you cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, like that cannot bleed into this next draft, because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that earlier stages of the drafts?
And when they do change things up, it'll be little things, like one small matchup here or there. I think that they truly do believe in their style of play and the heroes that they play. I wouldn't even be surprised if they ran back the Pugna, just not versus a Shadow Demon. Like, they lost that game 1 with Enchantress, they picked her in game 2 anyway. The same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
Something else I can see too, because this is, we talk about this a lot. Malrine is very important for this team, as of course is everyone else, but they play through his tempo and they play through his lane. So looking to maybe secure his pick later, and I think Effie made a very good point about last picking Skeeter. I don't think it's like the S tier thing you can do with your Falcons. He's gonna do his laning stuff, they're gonna play through him, but you can take his hero early on in the draft as well.
It's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving supports, and then Snake
hello,
plays like a Phantom or something, right? Like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Malrine, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it is also like important to know that for like the incoming games, like even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order, and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with is like incredibly important, because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
Yeah, and if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft.
Hello, Super Assistant, bro.
Versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Extreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the Aegis here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like this, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take first pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back. That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both Aoi and Zhao Wei, they identified that, obviously, their strengths from the previous draft. And I think for Aoi, it's like one key hero change, and if you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it to a global. So maybe that could be an option later down the line at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other 5s are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
So, of course, they opted for the Pangolin last game in the hope to find SD. This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. It's going to be good, but you have to respect disruption can fully break apart Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice, unless you're always jumping SD with the Sand King.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons are gonna respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not harder, than versus a Beastmaster, and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the first phase you can't. In the second phase they only have one, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are going to propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Marion's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help other than crit making the stacks. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right? Then they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just leave Malrine alone. They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think about it. It was, of course, the first change for Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in the second phase last time around. Now they ban out the Pango that Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that previous game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the Ursa, but they let that in. Respect that Bane.
It's respect on both sides, right? The fact that XG still banned the Pangolier, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle, and then Falcons, did they want to use the one ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much X-Nova's doing on it. But with the Leshrac pickup, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's going to buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a disruption save as well, and you continue to play forward. He clears your stacks. You're going to be incredibly heavy. If you're Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Ahmad's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him, but he doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like, even I'm nervous watching them.
And of course, the classic ET, right? We've seen the combination with the Lesh and the ET. We've seen purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
Okay. So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
ET full.
No, I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them. This time around, there's only one safe support. If you can focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
You also need to make sure Falcons have ways to itemize defensively very quick. Don't allow the burst potential of XG to shine. And that's where the comes into a big part here, where with the snowball saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again, Arme running back to Sven to punish the gyro.
His Sven is so damn good. Okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro. They might think, okay, we had the Pugna with the gyro, it wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like I can definitely get behind this. The problem is Sven has looked incredible, and gyro doesn't really man fight. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption. You're gonna pop your BKB, you turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression. Arme had complete access to the jungle, complete free farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight, but they can't waste time at this Leshrac, who's going to have a target on his back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
It's also annoying for Falcons. Slaughter is a hero that you would like on your hands potentially against the Sven, but they pick out of phase. They've shown it to you in the game just now, so you also have to ban it.
They're just banning all of his stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy blink initiator. Like outside of his Centaur plus his Shaker, still exists, but a lot less popular. That's really tough.
But Jericho doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner. So then Dawnbreaker, here that we kind of lost could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian, Arme jumps in, and Leshrac jumps in. Now you have a core enabling the other two rather than always relying on the supports. Supports positioning in this game can be scary with Tusk jump, Hoodwink catching you or stanking. So I like the fact that a core could maybe take over the defensive capabilities in amping up the fight.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is Extreme Gaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS. You go for Dawnbreaker, suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns. You don't have that same chance to go in and out of the fight.
I mean, I'd love to see a back rider.
That could be scary.
I think that Bad Rider is actually playable. I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that Bad Rider, like, they're playing a lot of snowball safe at the moment from Falcons. You cannot snowball safe a Bad Rider, and any 1+1 kill combo is available.
And actually, I take it back. It can be played.
ဟာရဘလို့ခောက်သွားတယ်ဝိုင်းပါတယ် what the fuck
Tusk Jari want to go
အာစပ်ပတ် VPN နဲ့ဝိုင်းပါတယ်ဝင်ပြီးရအောင်ဒီပဲ
You're going to survive and reset
အာဆွဲချပြီးအောင်ဆွဲချပြီးလို့
maybe the Bat Rider is playable.
I mean, other than that, the more
me
likely archetype of what they're ဆွဲချပြီးအောင်ကန်တရားကြီးကရက်ဆက်ဘာများမှလို့လဲ233 233 233 569 39 စားပြီးကြောင်လီလိုပဲ84438 84438ဟာအော်တန်တကီတာကုတ်ပါမှားနေပြီ186 655 185 655လို့ဟုတ်ကဲ့ Gaming also feel that Jinkill will need to do to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
Maybe yeah, if the Sand King wants to go off lane, run back to Primal.
What?
At least have a hero that buys Blade Mail, can cushion the blow of the Leshrac. You keep running into the jungle. Amar then gets.
Oh, it's a bear though.
Oh.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot. The off-lane Amar playing the Ursa.
Let's go.
Okay, okay.
Not a single soul in this entire arena would have ever gone, you know what? Amar in a potential, losing game to a, is picking off-lane Ursa.
Guys, you gotta respect this.
I respect the hustle. My guy's got confidence.
Listen, Ahmad only cares about one thing, okay? He just wants to win lane. He does not give a crap. He's like, give me Ursa. I will beat this Sven lane. I will not give him a game. I will be in their faces all the time. Who cares about team fighting? Who cares about map?
It's really not good, but
to win the lane against Ame.
It reminds me of the other day where I'm looking at every hero and I'm like, no,
Gee,
I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't know if he's going through like the same thing where he's like, okay, if I can't find something, I'm gonna ruin your game. So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of the script. It looks horrendous and it's weird, but it can work.
Okay. Amar has played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played carry on Nigma Galaxy. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience.
သူ carry man သူလုပ်ပေးမယ်ဆိုတဲ့အကွက်မျိုးကိုတော့ name လိုက်တာ oh my god เนาะတကယ်သူ့ရဲ့အပေါ်မှာတော့တာဝန်တွေဝတ္တရားတွေအကုန်လုံးကိုတော့ပုံအပ်လိုက်တာပဲဘာနဲ့တူလဲဆိုတော့ဟို TI1 တုန်းက Dandy တခါမှ Enigma မဆော့ဘူးတာကို Enigma ပစ်လိုက်တဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးဆိုတော့တကယ်ကိုအရေးကြီးတဲ့ပွဲမှာသိတယ်မှာ7ကိုသူ lane ထဲမှာဖျဲမယ်သူဟဲမယ်ဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုး oh my god
he has that one game of experience and the thing is
oh my god
6-7 months ago he wants to be annoying like Effie mentioned if you can win the lane
I
respect it he wants to be different and I think being different in a potential elimination game that's what can potentially win it for you
kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. Can this draft do it with the Ursa off? It's unusual.
I think it's weird. It's weird as hell, but it can.
It can do it.
ခုနကဘာမှလဲနာကမူလာ game မှာပြနေ
tell you their windows are so tight.
မင်းဝဲကြည့်နေရမလားခုနက
are so little. The gyro is going to get outscaled by the sun. They have less fight than on Extreme.
Man, you
versus Magnus. That's the issue. You want to snowball off of lanes, you're going to go hard.
ဆိုတော့အာမေတော့ကတော့အရန်ကန်ကောင်းတာတော့MRTF နဲ့လာဆော့နေရတာပဲเนาะအာမေတော့တကယ်ကိုကန်ကောင်းတယ်ပဲပြောရမယ်
Which is a tricky one as well. Let's find out what's going to happen in this fourth game. We are maybe crowning a king after this one. It will definitely happen if it was up to this guy. Let's head over to the stage. It's Zhao 8 with Tsunami.
We'll find out what the idea is right now. Game number 4 time. where things are getting interesting. A last pick Ursa, but it's an off-lane Ursa. What do you think Falcon's idea is?
事情变得非常有趣了，对面选了最后一手拍拍熊，而且是3号位拍拍熊。你觉得他们的主意或者思路是什么样呢？
我觉得他们会像7一样的输掉。
I think they will lose like a maggot.
后来啦。
And I also want to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS's Magnus compares to a collapse Magnus, perhaps?
我们想问一下，你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢
？XXS 的猛马也是世界一流水平，我们训练。
We played a lot in our scrims.
And we're going to see how good it is in a potential championship game. Hamburg, put your hands together as we get to this game number 4.
ဆိုတော့တို့ရဲ့ Asa Warrior အလုံးဖြစ်လောက်လားဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior အလုံးမဖြစ်လောက်ဘူးတဲ့တို့ဥမာအဲ့လိုမျိုးပိုးကောင်တွေလိုမျိုးပဲဒီကောင်တွေတေသွားမှာ Maggot ဆိုအဲ့လိုလောက်တီလိုမျိုးပေါ့အဲ့လိုမျိုးတေသွားမယ်တဲ့ဆိုတော့ AC ပဲပေါ့လीဆိုတော့ Magnus ဟိုအရင်တော့ကကျတော့ collapse ရဲ့ Magnus နဲ့သူတို့ TI မရခဲ့တာဘူးဆိုတော့ဒီတစ်ခါမှာဘာဖြစ်လို့ Magnus ယူတာလဲဆိုတော့ XXS ရဲ့ Magnus ကလုံးဝ top tier မှာရှိတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့သူ့ရဲ့ဟိုဟာလေသူတို့ scrim တွေမှာစော့နေကြဆိုပြီးတော့ပဲယူထားတာတဲ့ဆိုတော့ကဲဆိုတော့နောက်ဆုံးပွဲလေးမှာတော့ MF တင်နေတော့တကယ်ကိုလုံးဝတကယ်ကိုအရေးကြီးတဲ့ responsibility အကုန်လုံးတော့ခေါင်းပေါ်ကြီးကိုတင်လိုက်တာဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior လိန်ထဲမှာတော့ဖျဲတယ်ဒါ Era Titan ကိုလည်းဖျဲတယ်လို့7ကိုလည်းဖျဲတယ်နော်တော်တော်လေးဖျဲတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ဟိုဖန်တီးပေးမဲ့လူရယ်လို့တော့ဆန်းကင်းလောက်ပဲရှိတော့တာဆိုတော့ XXS Magnus တာဆောင်းရမ်းကောင်းသွားမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဆန်းကင်းမရှိတော့ရင် Falcon တသိန်းလုံးမှာဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရတော့ဘူးဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior ဆိုတာလည်းသိတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲတော်တော်လေး fan ရတဲ့အထဲမှာတော့ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ရှေ့တော့ကလည်း MF ကအဲ့လိုမျိုး slug တွေပါတယ်လေဒါ तू ကယူတက်တော့ဒါကတော့ပုံစံနည်းနည်းလေးတူတယ်လို့တော့ပြောလို့ရတယ်ဗောနော် slug off lane နေ anti mage off lane နေဆိုတော့ဒါကိုလည်း respect တော့ထားရမှာပဲဆိုတော့အလဲမှာလည်းဒါ Sankin ကဒါသူ့ရဲ့ marine Sankin လည်းရတာဆိုတော့
was not going to.
Okay, let's go.
We saw it suffer in the last game.
ဆိုတော့ဒီလိန်လေးများဖြစ်မလားမင်းသားလေးပဲဖြစ်သွားမလားလေမတော့ Sankin နေနဲ့12ကောင်တိအောင်စားရတယ် Sankin ကလုံးဝတတရရပဲ
How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
လေမတော့ Sankin က AC ပဲဒါပေမဲ့ကြိုက်တာကတော့ကိုကတော့နော် extreme game ပဲကြိုက်တယ်နော်ဒီပွဲကတော့ gyrocopter ရှေ့ပွဲတော့အမားတွေကိုမလုပ်တော့ဘဲနဲ့ဒီကောင်သူ့နဲ့သူပဲ AC လေးပြန် fan ရင်လည်း fan ပါဗျပြောလို့တော့မရဘူး
The displacement is too valuable.
ဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior အနေနဲ့အပေါ်မှာဒါပေမဲ့ Magnus game Magnus ကောင်းရင်ပြီးသွားပြီ guys Magnus ကလုံးဝအဖြေပဲ
It's a very underrated.
ဆိုတော့ Magnus ကလုံးဝအဖြေပဲ
Man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against.
ကျွန်တော် TI game 4နော် 3-1 လေးနဲ့လည်းပြီးရင်လည်းပြီးသွားနိုင်တယ်ဆိုရင်တော့မနော် Sinky ရဲ့ Shadow Demon ကိုလည်းယုံကြည်ထားသေးတယ် Shadow Demon distraction မြုပ်လိုက်ရင် Asa ကလည်းတိတ်လုံးလို့မရတော့ဘူးပြီးတော့ဟို Asa ကိုလည်း Shadow Demon ကထိန်းလို့ကောင်းတယ်တကယ်ကတော့ game မကောင်း Asa Shadow Demon Era Titan Magnus ဘာမှလုံးလို့မရတာနော်နော်အားမေကိုပဲပေးလိုက်ပါတော့နော်နှစ်တိုင်းသူလည်းTI လိုချင်မှာပေါ့နှစ်တိုင်းဒုတိယနဲ့ပဲခြေနဲ့နေရတာဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်မှာလဲမှာ Sankin ကတော့အကောင့်20တောင်စားရတယ်အဲ့မဲ့နောက်တဲ့ story တစ်ခုကတော့ဒါ Sankin ကိုမဘန်းမဲနဲ့လွတ်ပေးတာပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ Sankin ကိုမဘန်းမဲနဲ့လွတ်ပေးတာတည့်ရတိုင်းပဲရှောင်းအိတ်ကအမြဲတမ်းအဲ့လိုမျိုးလွတ်ပေးတဲ့အကောင်တွေရှိတာဆိုတော့ဒီတစ်ခါမှလည်း तू ကတော့မလွတ်ပေးလို့ကတော့မရတော့ဘူးပေါ့နော် Chan Maggie ကြီးရဲ့ Enchantress ရေဆိုတော့တကောင်ကတော့လွတ်ကိုလွတ်ပေးမှရတော့မယ်ဆိုတဲ့အထဲမှာတော့ तू ကတော့ဒါ Sankin ကိုလွတ်ပေးလိုက်တယ်ပေါ့
Give that to you with punch plus the snowball save. It can do a lot here. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a Sven game.
ကွက်လိုက်တာမှန်သွားတယ်ကိုရေးတဲ့မကွက်ရဘူးအုပ်ကြီးရဲ့စပ်ပတ်မှာဘာလို့ကွက်ရတာအတိတ်ပဲမရှိတာအဲ့မှာတော့ Marine Sankin နေနေကတော့29ကောင်လောက်စားရတယ် AC တတရရပဲ
secondary carry and offlane Ursa but doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Maureen's shoulders? He has to take the burden of all the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
လောဆောက်တာအကုန်လုံးတဲ့စိတ်ညစ်တယ်တဲ့ဘာလို့တင်လဲတဲ့ပတ်စံချီးပြီးတော့ထပ်ဆော့တင်တယ်
Relative to the rest of the pack, he has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4.
7နေနဲ့19ကောင်ဒီခါမှာတော့ Gyro က23ကောင်နေစားရပြီးတော့ Gyro ကတော့ free fan ပဲเนาะဒီပွဲမှာတော့ Asa Warrior လေးကပဲအပြစ်လေးဖြစ်နေသေးတယ်ဆိုနေပေမဲ့လို့တော့လောလောဆယ်တော့ lane နဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ Falcon ကတော့တော်တော်လေးတာတယ်
Install up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
အလဲမှာတော့ HM နေနဲ့တော့ light တော့နေတော့အလဲကတော့ event မှာပဲဆိုတော့7ကတော့အပေါ်မှာအရင်အဆင်ပြေကြီးတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior ဆိုတာရည်ရွယ်ချက်ရှိရှိပဲယူရတာ
He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
So Falcons get their hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before.
အမှန်တည်းက Fury နဲ့ဆော့မှာဟိုဒီကောင်တကယ် fan မှာနော် Asa ကြီးက what the fuck တကယ် fan မှာ
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them.
Kiva ခေါ်သွားမလားတာဝါရှိကို3ခေါ်သွားရင်တေးပြီကွာကဲ Thank you ကတော့တေးပြီးသွားပြီတက်စကာနေနဲ့အလားလေးပဲသွားကယ်ပေးထားသေးတယ်
Just now noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the flat king. They have really strong combinations in this game. Plus
now 5 minute 1k goal lead Falcon နေနဲ့ဒီပွဲကတော့ gyrocopter နေနဲ့နောက်ထိတ်ဆုံးမှာဟုတ်တယ် gyrocopter second Asa Warrior lane ထဲမှာ3ကောင်လုံးတော့အဆင်ပြေတယ်
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa and how
Thanking epicenter Boros right အဲ့မှာဟိုဝင်လာတော့ချုပ်ပေးထားနေတယ် Leshrac HM နေနဲ့ကတော့ oh Shadow Demon disruption ကွက်တီတော့လာမြုပ်သွားတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့လို့တော့မရတော့သူရတအားနေနေပြီသူရတအားနေနေပြီဆိုတော့5 minute 2-0 Falcon နေနဲ့ intro လေးကတော့လာတယ်
hit the level 6 burst off some nice
intro လေးကတော့လာတယ်
straight to the Leshrac with a timely rotation from Crit probably called it over and now Crit he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients defend it against Nova look back towards lane and then look into that Wisdom Shrine very nice sequence for him this Sand King is gonna be fat and this laning phase
no လေကင်းရောက်သွားရင်တော့7လေကင်းရောက်သွားရင်တော့ Sangin Asa Warrior ရဲ့ Gyro ရဲ့ share ပဲဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်ကတော့ Leshrac တို့ဘာတို့ကတော့တော်တော်လေးပြာချောင်းတွေပါတယ်နဲ့ခုတ်ခံရမယ့်ပုံစံမျိုး
and got some ancient stacks and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the power rune. The power rune means that Maureen can either very efficiently clear
easily fan ပြီးတော့လဲ sorry တော့ရတော့ရရရင်တော့ဘာမှတိတ်လောစရာတော့မလိုဘူး
make another move off that Leshrac.
You take Ancients, give the mid lane to the hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to
Thanking ရတော့ဖတ်တယ်
solo. Just super
Thanking ရတော့ဖတ်တယ်
here for Falcons. And you have a safe lane that's not easy to contest. Like we saw the gyro getting forced out of the lane in the game previous because that starter had such a good matchup. The Mag is not going to do something similar here, especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back him up. These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive.
ဒီဘက်မှာတော့ Shadow Demon ကတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ stack တွေတော့လုပ်ပြီးတော့ရတယ်ဒီဘက်70 Magnus တွေအတွက်နော် Shadow Demon ယူတာလေးကတော့ stack လေးရတော့ရ
Magnus ဆိုဒီပွဲ even ဖြစ်တယ်
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Maureen's going to join them here in the bottom lane.
Let's run 1900 thank you Boros right Maureen ခဲတာပြီဟုတ်တယ်ရောင် Falcon နေနဲ့လွယ်လွယ်လေးတော့မပေးလိုက်ဘူး7 minute now 2k နေတော့ Falcon နေနဲ့တော့တကယ်ကိုစတဲ့ intro အလှလေးပဲယူလာတာ
knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
Super nice. Not only a tower you want to prioritize, the Magnus lineup, you open up both these ancient camps.
ဆိုတော့ lane နေအကုန်လုံးတော့အဆင်ပြေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အပေါ်မှာကတော့ HM Leshrac Crit နေနဲ့ဝေးဆုံးတော့ပြေးပြီးသားဆိုပေမဲ့ Asa Warrior Strong Hand မှာ7 level 5ပဲရှိသေးတာဆိုတော့ Crit တကောင်နဲ့ပဲကျင်းနဲ့လိုက်ရတော့မယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ that ဟိုဝင်တော်ကြီးကောင်းတယ်ရောင်ကြီးအလားဆုံးလေးပတ်ပြီးပြသွားတာ Nice 3-1 easy so ဘာမှလောစရာမလိုဘူး easy so
You're going to bring some numbers up here a couple times.
တော့ 7 like fan of fan ဒါပေမဲ့လောတယ် Mega Leshrac နဲ့ Sangin နဲ့ကွာနေတာကွာကိစ္စကတော့ 7 နေနဲ့ကတော့ Ghost Rand Black Grenades Asa Warrior LD မရှိဘူး Army နေနဲ့ရိုက်ခွဲပြီးသားပြီနောက်တဲ့ Poison Test နှစ်ခုဆိုရင်တော့ Emma the Ever တေးပြီနှစ်ခုမိမှတော့ရမှာနှစ်ခု No မရတော့ဘူးအဲ့တော့မ storm မှာထက်ရှောင်ပြသေးတယ်ကောင်းလိုက်တာဟဲ့အောင် Asa Warrior အနေနဲ့တော့တကယ်အလှပဆုံးနေရှောင်ပြနေတာ8 minute ဆိုတော့7နေနဲ့တော့ဒီ game မရလိုက်ဘူးဆိုရတော့ဘာမှမဖြစ်သွားတော့ဘူး
And Maureen just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. He's now putting damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected to be taking tier 1
8 minutes
fast in this game.
Dash run ကတော့လောလောဆယ် now အနေဆုံးပဲเนาะ Asa တော့ offlaner အနေနဲ့တော့သူ့ဟာနဲ့သူတော့များပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ gyrocopter တော့ဒီပွဲလုံးဝ share fan တာလုံးဝဘယ်သူမှတိတ်စိတ်မဝင်တော့ဆိုတော့ lane နေအရင်တောင်ဆော့ပြီးတော့ပဲ lane နေအရင်တောင်လောက်ပြီးတော့ပဲ gyro ကเนาะအသာပြန်ဆော့နေတာခဏ game ပွဲနဲ့ရတော့မတူဘူးဆိုတော့ဒီ game မှာ extreme game က7နဲ့ဆိုတော့နည်းနည်းလေး out တော့ပြန်တော့ရောက်ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ tower အနေထားလဲရှုံးလာတာလေးတော့ရှိတယ်
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low mana.
Maureen so close to a blink dagger. Once he gets that.
7 Sangin နေနဲ့တော့9200 Sangin တော့တော်တော်ကြီးကောင်းတယ်ဆိုတော့ Magnus နေနဲ့တော့ဘာရတော့မလဲ
Probably gives a sign to Xnova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
For Ame, but Ame's already backed out.
ဒီဖိုင်မြန်မြန်လေးသွားလိုက်မလေးတဲ့အားမေကိုတီယန်ရစေခြင်းနဲ့ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီပွဲမှာပေးမှရတော့မှာနော်နောက်ပွဲဆိုရင်ဒီကောင်လေးဟိုလိုဒီလိုဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ပြဿနာတွေပြန်များကုန်မယ်ဆိုတော့7အနေနဲ့ကတော့အခုမှ M1 ရတာဆန်းကင်းနေကတော့ dagger နဲ့ချမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ light ချလို့ရနေပြီ Asawari ကတော့တော်တော်လေးတော့ fan အောင်ပဲ
I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting builds. You know, there used to be like defusal builds of the past or something, but no, I'm just going to carry this game.
Asawari ကတော့တော်တော်လေး fan အောင်ပဲ
I'll put you
တန်တိုးနေရလားကိုတန်တိုးနေရလားဟောတကယ်တော့မိုက်ကြီးဝေးနေရ
Exactly. It's just so Amar.
XXX RP ပေးလို့ရတယ်နော် RP ပေးပြီးတော့ခေါ်သွားလို့ရတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့သူ့ရဲ့တော်တော်နည်းနေပြီကွာကောတောင်းရဲ့နာလိုက်တာ data အနေနဲ့တော့ fair complaint နေပဲတော်တော်နာသွားပြီကဲဆိုတော့ Magnus ပြမှတော့နိုင်မှာနော်ဟိုကတော့ Magnus ဘောရမ်းမူတီသွားပြီ Magnus ပြဖို့ဆိုတာလေ vision တွေလုပ်ပေးဖို့တော့လုံနေသေးတယ်ဆိုတော့ Magnus 3 man ဆို3 man 7နဲ့ဖဲလိုက်ရင်တော့ပြတ်ပြီဆိုတော့အဲ့ချိန်မှာတော့ဒီဘက် gyro တွေက satanic တွေ BKB နဲ့ item များရင်တော့ပြန်ခံနိုင်ရှိမှာပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ item တွေများဖို့တော့လို
Finally picks it up.
ဟိုင်း
item များဖို့တော့လိုတယ်
နာတော့ပဲရှောပြီးတာဒီတော့ပွဲလာတယ်
ဟုတ်တယ်
This game is just flowing for Falcons right now.
ငါခွင့်ရပါဖြစ်သွားပြီ
လေးပွဲမြောက်လေးပွဲမြောက်
Smoke.
Oh and R
Smoke is coming.
ညနာဝန်နဲ့ထင်ထီပါလို့မကြည့်တော့
Maureen, he knows.
They are going to go right
Maureen had to go
Male,
back to pick
male.
up the Amar in
Low on
the
it.
smoke, but
Low on
Maureen,
it.
he's got the vision.
လောက်ပါနဲ့
thanking borrow strike တေးလို့တော့မရတော့ Asawari ကရိုက်ချက်တွေထဲမှာပဲအာမေ7အနေနဲ့တော့လွယ်လွယ်ကူကူနဲ့တော့မပြီးသွားဘူးနော်
ဒါပဲဝင်တာ
ဟိုဘက်ကတော့ dog shot ကိုဖိနေတာ match တစ်ခုလုံးမှာတော့ Falcon ဘက်ကတော့တော်တော်လေးဖိဖိစီစီလေးရှိတယ်
တရုတ်အောက်ကိုပစင်းပဲ
နော်ဒီပွဲ Sangin နဲ့အရင်လောက်ခံလိုက်ရရင်တော့နောက်ပွဲကတော့ Sangin ban လိုက်ပြီးတော့ Mangy King လွတ်သွားမှာဆိုတော့နောက်ပွဲကတော့ Falcon ဘက်က Mangy King ဖြစ်သွားမှာ
That might have been the play. Now he's just considering I need to blink and we need to go do something.
I agree with this. Things are escalating far too quickly.
ဒါတော့
You have the blink dagger on the left
ဆောင်းနာပဲရောခြံတော့ပါဘူးခြံတော့ပါဘူးလည်းမဘန်းလို့မရဘူး
push back against some of Falcon's aggression.
They're looking to do just that. Gank the Snake King Tusk.
ကဲလေမ snake king တော့
တက်နေပြီရေထဲမှာပူနေရ
ဖမ်းမဲ့လူကမရှိဘူးဟာမတက်နေပဲဆိုတော့7ကဟိုဘက်မှာ AC လေး crease စားနေတော့ဆိုတော့7အချိန်ကိုလည်းရောက်မလာသေးဘူးဆိုတော့ Magnus အချိန်ကိုလည်းမရောက်လာသေးဘူးဆိုတော့ Magnus ခေါ်တဲ့တဲမှာတော့ Asawari ကအပြာရဝိုင်းတော့ဘာညာ back ဖြုတ်ပြီးတော့ပြန်မေးလို့ရမယ်တဲမှာတော့ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာ Magnus နေနဲ့တော့ dagger နဲ့တော့ဖြစ်သွားပြီဆိုတော့ Magnus dagger ချမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့စချခြင်းချလို့ရတယ်
ဟိုဘက်မှာဖုန်းကြောဟိုဘက်မှာ
4K
တကားရနေပြီကွာတကားလေး smoke
Asawari အနေနဲ့ကတော့ Fury fan နေတော့ရတယ် AC fan ဘာမှလောစရာမလို
Just awkward timing too because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with the Sledge, but you do come
Ace နေနဲ့ dagger ရင်သွားပြီးတော့မှ dominator ရင်သွားတာပေါ့နော်
rush the blink. Time to make a play.
Yeah, play around me.
တော်တော် fan မှာ
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. I mean, the stack.
ဆိုတော့7အနေနဲ့ကတော့နောက်ကတော့မွတ်တယ်
How much that triangle was built.
တထောင်ပြက်တယ်နော်တထောင်ပြက်တထောင်တော့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ပါဘူးအောက်စိတ်တထောင်ပါပဲတထောင်ဒါမဲ့ဟိုဖြစ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာဟိုလိုမဖြစ်ဘူးဗာလေတော့တထောင်လုံးနဲ့7ရိုက်လို့ရတဲ့အချိန်မှာ gyrocopter ပြစ်လို့မရဘူး
Aghanim Scepter allows this hero to do so much more in the late game than he used to.
gyrocopter ပြာချောင်းလိုမယ် BKB လိုမယ် satanic လိုမယ် datalet လိုမယ်
Level 2 epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter, that's what he's working towards. Falcons taking full advantage of the fact that they own a
အဲ့
good
မှာ
60
ဒီဝဲက extreme နိုင်ကေးပါပါလိမ့်မနိုင်ကေးမို့ပါတော့
playing behind Skeeter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Extreme
Tại 14 minute တော့တိုက်လို့14 minute မင်းတို့ roll invade နေ
ကဲ
ပြီးတော့
73မိနစ်နောက်ကတော့ 4K 7နေနဲ့တော့6100နဲ့ Marine Sankin နဲ့ရှေ့ဆုံးကနေပဲဝင်ရင်တော့ဝင်လို့တော့ရတယ်ဗတ်တဲ့ကတော့ဒီချိန်မှာဆိုင်ရင်တော့တာတယ်ဖဲကွန်ဘက်ကဒီဘက်မှာတော့ Lash Red okay မြင်နေရပြီ what အောက်ကြီးမှာဒါပေမဲ့ Sankin နေနဲ့ချက်ချင်းပဲပြန်ထွက်ပေးထားရင်လည်းပဲအဲ့ဒါတိုက်တယ်လိုက်တော့ရှာပေးနေနေပဲအဲ့နောက်မှာ XM Lash Red နေနဲ့တကောင်နဲ့အဲ့နောက်မှာ Gyrocopter တော်တော်လေးတိုင်းဝင် Magnus RP 3 man ကိုဝိုင်းနေပဲAston ဒါနဲ့တိုင်းမီလေးတော့လွဲသွားသေးတယ် Strand ထားမှာအာမေဒီဘက်မှာ Sankin Borrow strike နောက်ကိုတော့ပြန်ထွက်ပေးထားတယ် distraction အချိန်ဒီတော့ဆွဲထားသေးတယ် strand နေထားမှာ error တိုက်တယ် light တော့ heavy ထားနေတယ်နောက်တော့ခေါ်လိုက်သေးတာအဲ့နောက်မှာ storm 2 man 7 နေတော့ ghost strand strong hammer okay မရတော့ဘူး
14မိနစ်မှာဒီလောက်ကြေးရတော့ပါသေးတယ်
7နေထားမှာ7နေတော့ရိုက်လို့တော့မရဘူး
ခုနပွဲရ
ဆောင်းတော့7မရောက်လာလို့
Magnus RP တွေအောက်မှာတော့ A-string gaming la la
တော့ for 2 trade တိတ်တော့ပြောမှာပေါ့ဟဲ့7စောစောရှိရင်ရောဟဲ့
ရိုက်ခွဲလို့တော့ရပြီအိုးဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်က Asa Warrior fan နေတော့မို့နော်ဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior အချိန်ဆိုတာလေးကလည်းရောက်လာအောင်ပါဗျဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior အနေနဲ့ဘာမှလိုက်မလုပ်ပေးနိုင်ဘူးเนาะဒီဘက်တဲ့နေမှာဆိုတော့ခဏလေးစောင့်ဆိုတော့ RP နဲ့ Aslitter နဲ့ကလွဲသွားတာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါလေးသာထိဝိုင်းတော့တော်တော်ကြီးဟိုကမိုက်သွားတယ်
Aslitter လည်းလွဲသွားတာ
ဒီနေ့တော့ပထမဆုံး RP အဖွင့်လေးမှာတော့တော်တော်လေးတော့လှသွားတယ်
I also think in that situation, you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage, and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not taking the ball. He just sacrificed.
Yeah, yeah, ဗတ်တဲ့တော့မလာဘူးဟမ်အေးစစ်စစ်ပဲဟွာကြီးကိုတတရရလေးဖြတ်တန်းနေ
Terrible recipe for the team fight. They just couldn't clean it up. And Amar laughing all the way to the bank. He just gets the free farm the whole time. Well done, team. He's learning what Skeeter feels like in pregame.
It is 5,000
ဘာပြောလိုက်တာလဲ
to the favor of Falcons. Another 1,300 gold for that
ဘာပြောလိုက်တာမတွေ့လိုက်ဘူး
4v5 game လို့ပြောလိုက်တာလီဒီသားရရမယ်ပဲရှိဘူးမဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့လည်းမှန်တယ်မင်းရောက်ဦးနာပျက်စီးသွားမှဖြစ်နေမလားခန္ဓာချိုလေးကလည်းချက်စီးမှာကောင်းနေလို့သတင်းကြရတယ်ဗျာဟမ်ဟိုင်ဟုတ်တယ်စပယ်မလာမို့ तू မလာလေ तू ဖမ်းနေရ
7 dagger မပါလို့နော်ခုန dagger နဲ့ဆိုရင် LD ပြောင်းပြီး strong hammer နဲ့ပြေးခုတ်လိုက်ပြီးပြီဆိုတော့ဒီဘွဲကလည်း army ကအရင်အဆင်ပြေကြီးတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးသူတိုင်ပတ်နေတာ lane နဲ့ fade တာတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ Magnus Empower နဲ့နော် Empower နဲ့7ရိုက်မှာဆိုတော့နာတော့နာ
Extreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just
ဆိုတော့မဲ70%လောက်ကိုတော့တိန်းလာတာ fan က Extreme Gaming ဘက်က fan ရဲ့ speed ကတိတ်ပြီးတော့မရှိဘူးဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်7ကတော့ network ကတော့များတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ Magnus ဒီ Lash Red ကတော့ဟိုဖြစ်
တခုလောက်လိုက်မလားတဲ့ smoke can လေးဖြစ်ဖြစ်အစားလေး smoke can ဝိုင်းတက်လိုက်မလားဒါပေမဲ့တက်ဖို့ကဒီကောင် first tower တော့ fan နေရအောင်ဟိုကောင်လေးကဒီကောင်ကြာလာနေအကုန်လုံးဝိုင်းပြီးကြာလာမှပြန်ပြီးတော့ဒီကောင်လောက်
ဘယ် Falcon နိုင်တော့နောက်ပွဲလဲ Falcon ဖြစ်ပြီနော်
For a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely.
နော် game 1နိုင်တဲ့လူကတော့ရှုံးတာပဲ
Falcons now reversing the script.
ဟုတ်တယ်7 now တော့တဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့တော့အပေါ်တော့ရောက်လာဆိုတော့ game ကတော့ Magnus ပေါ်မှာအရင်မူတည်နေတာ
7မီယာကနဲ့လိုက်နေပြီနောက်တော့
Extreme Gaming အနေနဲ့
I mean, if you're not playing anywhere close to the river, it just kind of guarantees that Ursa's going to be able to take all these objectives for Falcons. Extreme, are they just all
တဲ့ Asa Warrior အနေနဲ့ dagger ရပြီဆိုတော့အောက်မှာ battle side မှာ 3 man Sankin အဲ့တော့မှာ7မြန်လေးပဲပြန်တော့ပတ်ပြီး
ဟာလမ်းပိတ်နေ
အဲ့ဒါတိုက်တဲ့အယုတ်လေးနဲ့ပဲအရင်ကြည့်လိုက်မလားဒီဘက်မှာတော့ Crack Sankin အကုန်လုံးတော့တွေ့နေသေးပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ X Nova Epicenter Borrow Strike Marine နဲ့တော့ Borrow Strike
ပေးလိုက်
Crack ကတော့အလှပဆုံးပဲဆုံးသက်ပေးတာတယ်
That is true.
ဒီရှင်မြင်နေရ
စေကော
More momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
ပေးလိုက်ပါဖြစ်ဘူးပေးလို့ရတယ်ပေးပလိုက်ဟိုမှာနောဝဟိုနဲ့ event ဖြစ်နေပြီ7
To be able to
Only have the one for now. Would go a long way.
Russian သွားမလား Asa Warrior နဲ့တော့ Russian တွေပါလေယူလို့ရတယ်နော် MTF ကတော့ဒီပွဲက तू က bash ပြီးရင်အပြာချောင်းသွားလိုက်ရင်တော့ Asa အရင်ကောင်းသွားတယ်ဆိုတော့ bash သွားပြီးရင်အပြာချောင်းသွားလိုက်ရင်ဟို Magnus RP တွေပါထဲမှာလှုပ်ပြီးတော့ तू ပြန်ရိုက်မယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အရင်ဝင်တဲ့လူကတော့တာမှာပဲMagnus အရင်ဝင်ရင် Magnus တာမယ်ဒီက Sangin Epicenter Ball Strike နဲ့ဝင်အောင်မှ Asa နောက်ကလိုက်မယ်ဆိုလဲ तू တာတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အရင်ဝင်တဲ့လူတာမယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်ကတော့ Sneaking ကကယ်ပေးမယ် Taska ဟိုဘက်ကတော့ Sheriff Demon ကကယ်ပေးမယ်ကဲဆိုတော့7အနေနဲ့တော့ Dagger နဲ့ဖြစ်သွားပြီဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်တွေကတော့အရေးကြီးတယ်နိုင်တဲ့လူကတော့ Roshan မှာရမှာ Sangin အနေနဲ့ကတော့အပြချောင်းနဲ့နော်ဆိုတော့ Dagger Ammo and Echo Saber ရိုက်ချင်တော့ရိုက်လို့ရပြီ
ဖွင့်လိုက်မလားစောလေးဖွင့်လိုက်မလား
ကဲဆိုတော့ X Nova အနေနဲ့ကတော့အချိန်ကြီးချက်သွားကြည့်Sangin အနေနဲ့အလဲကိုဆင်းသွားပြီတော့ Gyro က PK မပါ
ဖြစ်တော့မှအဲ့မှာညီးကောင်မ
PK မပါတော့ရတော့ဆိုင်နေတယ်ဆွဲနေတာမှာ Sangin Borus right အဲ့နာမှာ Task ကဝင်အိမ်မိထား
တယ်ဟာအဲ့လိုပေးရလားရ
ပေးလိုက်ပြီ thank you
what placement เนี่ยကောင်းလိုက်တာ
game အနေနဲ့ကတော့ပေးလိုက်ရတော့ဘာမှမလုပ်တော့ဆွဲကမှာ Roshan Asa Warrior အနေနဲ့တော့ plane သွားချိုးနေပြီ
အဲ့လိုဖြည်းဖြည်းသက်လောက်ကြပါလို့ပါလေဒီဘက် idiot carry လေးစောပါအာစာကောင်တော့မစောပါဘူးဒီကောင်ဘတ်ရှာနေတော့လိုက်ချတော့
ဆိုတော့ 9k ကိုမှ Roshan နဲ့ဆိုတော့ဘာလုပ်မလဲ high ground တော့ကာလို့တော့ရပါတယ် Magnus တွေ Era Titan တွေကတော့တိတ်တော့ပြဿနာတော့မရှိဘူးဆိုတော့သွားဆိုင်မှာလား fan အောင်မှာလားသူ fan ကို fan လေးပဲသွားလိုက်မလား Lestral လည်း BKB လို့တယ်7လည်း BKB လို့တယ်ဆိုတော့ BKB တွေရမှချတာတော့ပိုကောင်းတယ်ဒါဆိုလုံးဆိုတော့ minute 20 AC chilling အဲ့ဆိုတော့ now ကတော့9000 1000တော့ရတော့ဖြစ်နေနော် now တွေကတော့တဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့တော့ကွာတယ်
smoke gun ပဲတော့ပေါ်မှာလည်းတိုက်ဂျိုင်လေးကိုတားလိုက်မလားဂျိုင်လေးအောက်တော့မှာတိုက်အောက်တော့မှာဟို smoke ဖြတ်စားအောင်မှာငရှင်း
ဒီဘက် supporter တေးသေးလေးနဲ့ပဲကျင်းနေရတော့မှာလား
ဟိုဘက်အကြီးတော်ကြီး
ကို advantage ရတာဆွဲနေထားမှာတော့ gyrocopter သွားနေတာမတွေ့ဘူးရောင်ရေး gyro နဲ့တော့လမ်းမှာကိုရီးယားလွဲလေးလွဲသွားတာ
ဟာဘော cost strike អော်လိုက်တာ
သုံးပြီးတော့ natural crit တွေစားနေအဲ့အပေါ်မှာ
Holy cost strike တော့ဘာလို့ natural crit စားရလဲလို့ what the fuck မဆိုင်တော့ဘူးလို့ဆုံးဖြတ်လိုက်တာလုံးဝဗတဲ့မဆိုင်တော့ဘူးလို့ဟိုဘက်ပြန်စမုတ်လာပြီဟာဟဲ့မင်းတရားမလို့ချင်ဘူးပဲကွာ
ဒီကောင်ရဲ့ row က offlane သွားဖြစ်နေတာ position 3ဖြစ်နေတော့ဒီကောင်ကလုံးဝပုံမှန်နေတွေကကွဲထွက်ပြီးတော့သိရမလားငါဖမ်းပြီးတော့နိုင်အောင်ချမယ်ဆိုတဲ့အကွက်မျိုးကြီးလုပ်လိုက်တာအချိန်ရရင်တော့ဖြစ်တာပေါ့နော်အိုး epicenter နဲ့ short wire အဲ့နောက်မှာ Asa Warrior ရောအမ storm နဲ့တော့ Emma the F နောက်မှာ sing you ထိန်းမိလိုက်ပြီဆိုရင်နောက်မှာ task ကထပ်ထိန်းမိထားနေပဲ last rat Asa Warrior ရိုက်ချက်တွေထဲမှာတော်တော်နာသွားပြီအဲ့နောက်မှာ Osplitter Borus Strike နဲ့တော့ last rat Magnus နှစ်ကောင်တော့ပေးလိုက်ရပြီအဲ့တော့နော် offlane ဖြစ်နေတော့သိရမလားငါတို့အချိန်ရတယ် AC ဆော့ငါဖမ်းမယ်ဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးကြီးလုပ်လိုက်တာ तू ကလည်းအသင်းကောင်းဆောင်ဖြစ်နေရလဲပါတယ်နော် तू ကအသင်းကောင်းဆောင်ဖြစ်နေတော့ तू ကိုယ်တိုင်ဥဆောင်တဲ့နောက်ကိုကျန်တဲ့လူတွေကလိုက်ပြီးတော့ဆော့နေရတာဖြစ်သွားတော့မလုပ်ပေးလို့ကလည်းမရဘူးအဲ့ကွက်ကြီးသွားဖြစ်နော်
လေကြီးတော့ရောက်ပါတော့
မရဘူးအဲ့ကွက်ကြီးသွားဖြစ်နေတာစိုးတယ်
လေကြီးတော့ရောက်ပါတော့
Magnus RP နဲ့ရိုက်တဲ့အချိန်က
ဟိုဘက်ကတာနေ
ဘယ်ကောင်တာနေရလဲ
ဒီကောင် item
အဲ့တော့ H1 ထည့်တာလေ
လက်စီရော BKB ရောလိုသွားပြီဆိုတော့
ပုံမှန်ပဲလေ
တော့မလွယ်တော့ဘူး7ပြက်လဲ Asa Warrior သွား
နာဖဲကွန်ထည့်လိုက်တာမလား
Magnus
ဟုတ်ဆနာလေ H1 ပဲထည့်ရတာမမှတ်မိရောဆနာတော့ဒါပဲဆနာအကုန်မရှုံး1000ပဲရှုံးတာ
ဘယ်လိုကုန်ရှုံးတော့မှာပေါ့
စက်ပုတ်ကြီးနဲ့ဟဲ့မကနာအပြာချောင်းစိုက်ပါတော့အပြာချောင်းပါလေဟောဒီကပြန်မေးဆွဲပြီးဆော့မလို့
7အနေနဲ့တော့ BKB ရ တော့ရိုက်လို့ damage လောက်ပါမလားနော် Magnus RP Arch Splitter နဲ့နောက်က Lash Rap ပေးတာ
တေချာ game fight တွေတော့မှာပေါ့
တော့ဒီဘက်တော့မကြည့်အောင်ငါတော့အိပ်ကြည့်တယ်
Helicopter အနေနဲ့ကတော့
ကြည့်ကြစပါဆောက်ကြောင်းမှလည်းမရှိတော့
ပြင်ပါဒီပါလေးခေါ်လိုက်ပါလားနီနီနာနာဟုတ်တယ်
ဟော
ဟမ်မှာဟာ
ဟာ
ကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့ Taska Snowball ဆိုတဲ့အနေနဲ့တော့နောက်မှာအကုန်လုံးကြာလာပြီနော်
ဟာ
ပတ်လိုက်တော့ကောင်းပါပြီ7 Ghost Rank 3ရလိုက်တာ Sneaking Yes, so 7 goals ran on B5. Magnus are beat up Jenny this any time. Asa Warrior in high ground and nearly that made in on Bill Royal. Back goals ram sheet.
Kia them over 9 no yeah.
အေးချင်းချင်းခင်းနေပဲဆော်လိုက်ပြီကြည့်တော့
Kia them over 9 no here.
Yo, Craig ကိုအဲ့လိုဟူးဝင်နေပါလေပေးရမှာเนาะ sorry တွေက Craig ဟူးဝင်နေပါလေပေးလိုက်တော့အဆင်ပြေရောလောကကန်ရတာ နောက်တော့9កောင်လုံးတော်တော်ကြီးတော့တာတာဟိုဘက်က2ခါလောက်တော့မားလို့ရတယ်
နှစ်ခါတော့မှားလိုက်ပါလားတိုက်တော့နှစ်ခါတော့နှစ်ပတ်တည်းပဲမှားလိုက်
တပတ်တည်းနဲ့တော့မတာဘူး
တောင်းနှစ်ပတ်တည်းတော့မဟုတ်နှစ်ပတ်တည်းတော့ဘက်နိုင်တပတ်တည်းနဲ့တော့မတောင်းအာအဲ့ရုံကြည်ရတဲ့တိုက်ရေမင်း Aegis ကိုင်နာလေးကိုငါစောင့်နေရဲ့တိုက်ရေ18កောင်ဟုတ်တယ်18កောင်လူသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော် key က over ဘူးလေ
စစ်တန်းနဲ့တော့အခုမှသွားမှာကွာနော်ဒါပေမဲ့စစ်တန်းနဲ့ရသွားရင်တော့ gyrocopter
ဖယ်ကောင်ကနှစ်ပတ်တည်းမှားမှာဖြစ်မှာ
gyrocopter မပြတ်တော့ရင်တော့ NA တော်တော်များတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာနားမှာတော့ Sangin ကအများကြီးရှိနေတာဆိုတော့ extreme game ဘက်ကလည်းသွားတော့မသွားရဘူးဆိုတော့ Sangin အနေနဲ့ကတော့ BKB နဲ့
ခုနလိုမျိုးခုနပွဲလိုမျိုးမှားတော့ဆို
အဲ့ကစားရွက်ကိုရပြီလားဒီကောင်စားရွက်ပဲရောက်စားရွက်ကမပါဘဲနဲ့ fan နေတာဆိုတော့7တယောက်ပဲနောက်တော့ရှင်းလို့ရတယ် Mac ကတအားချင်းနေတော့ဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရဘူး Asa Warrior ကတော့အပြာချောင်းသွားမှာဆိုတော့ Asa Warrior အပြာရသွားရင်တော့နော်ဒီ Magnus လည်းကြောက်တော့မှာပေါ့ Needless တော့သွားနေပြီ7ကိုလက်
ใช้လို့ရသေးတယ်ဟိုစပန်ရိုက်ချိန်ခိသေးတယ်เนาะအချိန်လေးမီသေးတယ်တိုက်လို့အဲ့ချိန်ဒီရောက်သွားတော့ key က40ကျော်ပြီမကျော်လည်းမကျော်ဘူးပေါ့
ဟုတ်တယ်နော်ဟိုဘက်က Asa အပြာချောင်းနဲ့ဒီဘက်7 gyrocopter စိတ်တန်းနေနဲ့တတ်ဖို့ကတော်တော်မလွယ်တော့7ကတော်တော်ရိုက်ရတော့
အာတိတော့ဗျာဒီမှာလုံးနဲ့ဟာမမဆိုင်ဝေး
ဒေးလက်ဆိုဖြစ်နိုင်သေးတယ်ပေါ့ဒေးလက်တာဆိုဖြစ်နိုင်သေးတယ်ဒေးလက်သွားနေဒေးလက်စေတန်းနေဆိုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်တိုင်ဖန်တိုင်ဖန်
လုံးကောင်ကြီးနဲ့ fan နေတာလုံးဝ AC ပဲ7ဘယ်နားမှနေကြရမရှိ Empower damage လောက်လားဆိုတော့မပြောတတ်ဘူးတော့ Empower damage လောက်လားဒီချိန်ကတော့ damage လောက်တယ်မလောက်ဘူးဆိုတာတဲ့အဓိကခုတ်ခွင့်ရဖို့လိုအပ်နေတာခုတ်ခွင့်ရမှအောင်အဆင်ပြေတော့မှာနော်ခုတ်ခွင့်ရမှရမှာ Asa Warrior အနေနဲ့တော့ Outrank Core တွေပါထပ်ပြီးတော့သွားနေပြီ Dagger ရဲ့အပြာချောင်းရဲ့
လုံးဝချူတော့ပြီးတော့တက်နေတော့လုံးဝတော့
Magnus RB ထဲမှာပြတ်ပါမလား Asa ကြီးကိုခေါ်မလာနဲ့တော့ကဲ Asa အပြာချောင်းနဲ့ Gyrocopter Satan နဲ့နှစ်ကောင်လုံးကတော့ဘလို့မှပြတ်ဖို့ဆိုတာတော့တော်တော်မသေးကြဘူးအဲ့ဒါတိုင်းနေရောအရေးတွေရောကောဟိုဟာတွေရောတော်တော်ရှားပြီးမှရတော့မှာဆိုတဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ Asa Warrior ကြီးတော့ aim ထားသေးဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့အဲ့နောက်မှာ Shadow Demon stand ပေးထားပြီ Mother
damage ပေးပါပြီ
LD တော့ပေးလိုက်ရပြီဒါပေမဲ့ LD ကကူးတော့ခဏလေးပါ
ဟုတ်ရ73စက္ကန့်နဲ့ဟော
ပြန်ပတ်ပေးထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲဒီဘက်မှာတော့ error တိုက်တဲ့ဒီ
ဟုတ်အဲ့ရဟိုနေတာကိုအပြာချောင်းနဲ့မဟုတ်
2မိနစ် ဆိုတော့ Russian battle လေးပဲကျွန်တော်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဆိုင်ကြတာပေါ့ဆိုတော့ good luck ဆိုတဲ့နေရာမှာအပေါ်မှာတော့ army နည်းနည်းတော့အသေးတယ်မင်းဒီဘက်မှာ Asa Warrior ပြေးအိမ်လိုက်မလားနော် vision ကြီးကတော့မြင်နေရတယ်ကွာဝက်ကြီးမြင်နေရတယ်ဆိုတော့ Asa ဝင်တော့မလုပ်တော့ဘူးကဲနော် Asa အပြအကြောင်းနဲ့နော်လှုပ်ချင်တိုင်းလှုပ်လို့မရဘူးအဲ့ကောင်ရှိရလဲစပယ်ကတောင်းအောင်ပါဗျာ
ဗတဲ့လှလှလေး3မွဲလောက် extreme ဘက်ကဗတဲ့3မွဲနိုင်မှုလို့တယ် extreme ဘက်က
ခဏပဲတပွဲ
ဟုတ်တပွဲလုံးနိုင်မဟုတ်လုံးအိုင်ဝါဖို့ဆိုရင်ဗတဲ့3မွဲလို့
တော်လေးနေတယ်ဒီဘက်ကဟိုးဝင်ကတော့နောက်8400
နှစ်ပွဲနိုင်မှာခံပါပါ3မွဲဆိုရရဲ့
နော်7လဲ fan of fan နေတာပဲ Tharlayz
This kill score 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
That's one way to look at it. Quite a different set of teams here. We were back that far. Some of the same players though.
Asa Warrior အော် train ကောနဲ့ဆိုဒီကောင်က damage ပေးမယ်ဆိုတာလည်းအဲ့လို space စားတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးဖြစ်သွားမှာ damage ကလည်းသူ့ဟာသူထွက်နေမှာပါသူခုမှဟိုဘက်ကခံနိုင်မဲ့ကောင်မှမရှိဘူးနော်damage လည်းပေးမယ်ကွက်ကြီးဖြစ်သွားတယ် Asa ကြီးကနော်ဟုတ်တော့ဟုတ်တယ် game fight ရောက်တော့မယ်ထင်တယ် စပနာ
စပန်ဖမ်းမှု3កောအဲ့လိုနေဟေးရနေပတ်မယ်ဟေးရနေပတ်မယ်
Glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a.
ကဲမိနစ်30 Russian ကတော့မထွက်သေးဘူးဆိုပေမဲ့ဒါပေမဲ့ timing ထွက်ပြီ
It can vanish in an instant.
ဒီပဲ Russian လေးကထွက်တာစိတ်ညစ်တယ်
Asa Warrior ဖြစ်နေတော့အစောကြီးကေးတာဆိုတော့နောက်ထပ် Russian လည်းအစောကြီးပဲ
You've only got one more smoke left for time being on X. So Extreme say just play for farm. Get an active scepter on XXS. Get that analyst you were talking about on Ame. This road
စာအုပ်တိုင်းဆော့တဲ့အသင်းကိုဘယ်ကောင်အောက်တဘောက်ဆော့ပြတာတဲ့
ကဲဒီတခါတော့ Gyrocopter ကိုပေးလိုက်ပြီနော်တတရပဲဆိုတော့ Army အနေနဲ့ကတော့ Tharlayz တော့ရပြီအပေါ်က Tormentor လေးတော့ယူကြအောင်မယ်
7ချိန်မြောက်တယ်ဘာကြီးလဲ7ချိန်
ဆိုတော့ Tormentor လေးယူလိုက်မယ်နောက်ဝက်လေးများနည်းနည်းတာမလားပေါ့နော်
ဟော7ချိန်လား
ကွာနေတာဟော supporter တွေမှာလည်းတော်တော်
7ချိန်ကမရောက်သေးဘူးမင်း
ဆိုတော့ကဲ7တော့ Tharlayz နဲ့တော့ဖြစ်သွားပြီခုတ်ခွင့်ရမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ Empower လေးကလည်းပါနေသေးတာဆိုတော့
မဟုတ်ခုတ်ခွင့်ရဖို့လိုနေတာကွာ7ချိန်အဓိက battle တပွဲ high ground ဆိုင်ပြီးတော့
လောက်စီရတော့ဒါပဲရှိရတပွဲလုံးကောင်းကောင်းမခုတ်ရသေးဘူးဆိုတော့31မိနစ် Aegis နဲ့
ဒါပေမဲ့မင်းအဲ့မှာတော့မင်းအဲ့တက်စကာကြီးကအေးဟေးအော်ဒီပဲဟေး
Boros right Magnus ရှော့ပါပြီဘိုင်မက်လို့တော့ရနေသေးတယ် strength နေထားမှာတော့ outland ကိုတော့ချက်ချင်းတက်စကာကြတာဝင်မှာဆိုလို့7နေနဲ့တော့ ghost rank
ဟော ghost rank မှာပြီးလိုက်ပြန်ပြီ
okay ghost rank ပေးပြီးသွားပြီဆိုတော့ mid tower သွားချိုးလိုက်မလား
အဲ့လုံးနေရလေလို့
7လည်း ghost rank ပေးတာဆိုတော့ what the fuck
So God strength used 70-second cooldown. What is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus.
ကဲ gyro နေနဲ့ကတော့ mega plane ကြီးလာရိုက်နေဘာမှလည်းလုပ်လို့မရတော့ဘူးကွာ7 ghost rank လည်းမရှိတော့ဘူး
Awkward glyph timing too. That was not.
ဟော7ဆိုဖြစ်နိုင်ပါသေးတယ်
40ပေးပလိုက်ပြီနော်ဟိုဘက်က
တေးလည်းနေဖြစ်နေပြီဟောဟေး
40ပေးပလိုက်ပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာ Asa Warrior Hot Rain ကောနဲ့တော့ Army အနေနဲ့7 ghost rank လေးကတော့ကြံနေဦးမယ် Shadow Demon Distraction အချိန်နေတော့ဆွဲပေးထားသေးတယ် Stop Okay high ground defense အလှလေး
Look for the skewer.
Magnus ခေါ်လာပြီအဲ့တော့မှာ Strong Hammer Let's Rest Stand နေနေတူပဲအဲ့တော့မှာ Asa Warrior ပြေးခုတ်ပေးထားနေမယ် Magnus နေနေတော့ BKB Asa သူကြုံသွားတာတော့သိတယ်ရအောင်တော့ပြန်ပတ်ပေးထားနေတယ် Gyrocopter Call Down နေနေပဲ
ဖြစ်နိုင်တော့ဟေးဟေး
BKB ပေးလိုက်ရပြီပြီးတော့ကြံနေသေးတယ် Asa Warrior တကယ်ခုတ်တာနော်
ဖြစ်နိုင်တော့ဘူးဟေး
ပေးလိုက်ရပြီဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရတော့ဘူးခေါ်ဦးမလားနောက်မှာ Taska ကဲလို့ရနေသေးတယ်အဲ့နောက်မှာ7နေနဲ့တော့ Ghost Rank Stand အဲ့နောက်မှာ Asa Warrior ပြင်းဝင်ထားနေတယ် Taska မလုံးလိုက်ဘူးအဲ့နောက်မှာ Oslit Army အနေနဲ့တော့မတ်တက်ကြီးပဲရောအမှ
တကောင်ရပြီဟုတ်တယ်တကောင်ရပြီ
လာပြီးတော့အဲ့နောက်မှာ Marine နေနဲ့တော့ BKB Boros Right 7ဒီနဲ့တော့70 second ဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရတော့ဆွဲနောက်မှာတော့ that sankin တကယ်ကိုအကောင်းဆုံးအနေထားနဲ့ပဲအဆုံးသတ်သွားပြီးတော့ extreme game အနေနဲ့တော့ game 5ကိုတော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့သွားပြီဖြစ်ပါတယ်အဲ့
နောက်မှာလိုးလိုက်ပါတော့
ကဲ Magnus ပစ်လိုက်တယ်ဆိုနေပေမဲ့လို့ Arthur Warrior position 3လေးနဲ့တူပဲ game 5 Falcon အနေနဲ့တော့ဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့အသက်ရှင်သွားပြီပဲ
ရရင် okay သွားပြီရရင်ဒီပဲအိတ်တော့မယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့
လောက်တာအေးကဲ Marine က Sangin ရအောင်လည်းပါတယ်နော်
Sangin လေးကအဆင်ပြေငါလိုးမတယောက်သိန်းလီးမတရားမနိုင်နဲ့ခွေးသိန်းအဲ့လက်နဲ့လီးမတရားမနိုင်ဘူး
ဒီနေ့လွယ်နဲ့တော့အရှုံးမပေးပါဘူးဆိုတော့ extreme gaming အနေနဲ့တော့
ကုံမီရအောင်ကုံမီရအောင်ကုံမီရအောင်
အော် champion တော့မဖြစ်သွားသေးဘူး Falcon အနေနဲ့
ကိုဘာသာကို Falcon လေးမထည့်ဘူးFalcon နိုင်မှာလို့ပြောပါတယ်
နော်ပွဲတွေကလည်းတောက်လျှောက်များလာပြီဆိုတော့နောက်ဆုံးတစ်ပွဲလေးတော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ဆော့ရအောင်မှာပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ် extreme gaming မပြီးသေးဘူးခဏ
တော့
လူချင်းပြီးပါစကားနားမထားလို့ပဲဖြစ်တတ်တယ်
ကဲအားမင်းအနေနဲ့ကတော့ရှုပ်ကုန်ပြီเนาะအားမင်းအနေနဲ့တော့ဒီလို feeling မျိုးကြီးသူ့အနေနဲ့တော့ဖြစ်ဖူးနေမှာပဲ
စိတ်ရှိအကင်းအားမရတော့
ထပ်ပြီးတော့ပဲထပ်ဖြစ်ရအောင်မယ် game 5အာလာဆိုတော့ပွဲတွေကတော့တော်တော်လေးတော့ပြတ်တယ်ဗောနော်ဘာမှတော့တိတ်ပြီးတော့ပြန်လုံနိုင်တဲ့အနေအထားမရှိဘူး draft တွေရပဲစကားပြောသွားပြီးတော့ဒီပွဲမှာတော့လုံးဝ Falcon ဘက်ကပဲတောက်လျှောက်ဖိသွားတာเนาะ lane နေတာဝါလည်းပါတယ်เนาะ hero တွေကသူတို့ရဲ့ comfort hero တွေဖြစ်နေတော့ဒီပွဲမှာတော့7အနေနဲ့တော့ထင်ထားသလောက်တော့အလုံးမလုံးပါဘူးဆိုတော့အတွက်เนาะ best of 5 series game 5အော် AUI 2000ပြောတဲ့တကယ်ကို game 5တွေကြည့်ကျင်တယ်ဆိုတာ secret တက်များဖြစ်နေမလားတန်တရားဝင်စရာတွေတောင်ဖြစ်လာပြီ oh my god secret တက်များဖြစ်နေမလား
game 5ရောက်မှတရုတ်သိန်းထနိုင်သွားမလား
5 good လက်ပါ
They had a shot if they did well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies, they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going to that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence of Mar, right? Your final pick in the draft.
နော်အဲ့မှာအတာကြီးကို gyrocopter ပဲရလိုက်တယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာ7က ghost ram မရှိတာအေး7ကမဟုတ်ဘူး dagger မရှိတာ7 ghost dagger ရှိရင်ပြီးသွားပြီ
He plays it as pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs.
အနွေးတာရောက်ကောင်းနေအနွေးလာ
ဒီပြန်သွားရင်
အကုန်လုံးက draft တွေနဲ့ပဲလောက်သွားတာအေး
ရမလာတာလမ်းမသိလို့နေဝေရင်ကမ်းရှိလို့
And then to dominate like this. He even said it himself.
အိမ်ပြန်ချိန်နောက်ချရတာတဲ့ကောင်သားလား
Wouldn't be surprised if XG at least during the game or still right now have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, he destroyed X and mid. They played so well in their early game, and they
7 win rate ပြောက်သွားပြီတဲ့ဟုတ်ပါ700% win rate เนาะဒီပွဲမှာတော့7တိတ်ရိုက်လို့မရအောင် mega last rep ဖြစ်နေရလဲပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ Sangin ကတော်တော်ကြီးကို comfort ဖြစ်သွားတာเนาะ Sangin ကပြီးတော့ဒီမှာ crit ရဲ့ who win နေပါလေရလဲလုံးဝ easy ပဲဆိုတော့ hero pick ကနည်းနည်းတော့ကွာတော့ကွာပါဒီပွဲ
Buddies onto the gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane. You also then have the saves throughout. So if the game
ကဲဆိုတော့ Sangin လွတ်ပေးမှာလားဘာလွတ်ပေးမှာလဲကြည့်ရပြီဒီပွဲကတော့
we didn't really get to see him shine, but changing up the fast
Sangin ဘန်းမှာလား Mangy King ဘန်းမှာလားเนาะ Mangy King ဘန်းရင်တော့ Sangin ကတော့လွတ်နေဦးမှာပဲဆိုတော့ဘာယူမှာလဲ
Funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a battle fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malrine as one of the standout players. We can talk about this Ursa, but
new hero မလာဘူးလားမသိဘူးเนาะပုံမှန်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီအချိန်မှာ new hero တွေပါတယ်မိတ်ဆက်ပေးနေရမှာအခုက new hero လည်းမလာဘူး Arcana voting တွေပါတယ်လည်းမလာဘူးဘာမှမလာဘူး
Hoodwink or Crit Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast,
ရမလာတာလမ်းမသိလို့နေဝေရင်ကမ်းရှိလို့အိမ်ပြန်ချိန်နောက်ချရတာအောင်သွားလို့ Doom so nam aro lo lu mie ye shatal Chúng vào lộn. Hả? Ấy.
That farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold can fix kind of everything for you. Because I wouldn't like this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex. You can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was gonna work out. I'm not gonna lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy Chad, you know, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Sven. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage. Amar, higher net worth, perfect items, got the axe to break him free, the Basher to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa and Key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, you know, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep dewarding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar played it, of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead. It's easy to kind of say this is good, but even if this game was closer, Amar would be playing in the same way. If this was a 4K, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem, jump the backline, and in the pressure of the draft to identify how do we stop Magnus and have additional scaling. Hindsight, of course, it's like this is a really cool.
အဲ့တော့ဒီမှာစိတ်ဒုက္ခရောက်နေပြီမတ်မန်တခါမှလည်းမတက်ဘူးကိုးကသေးတယ်တဲ့
သူလေးစီးပါတဲ့အားလုံးမဆုံး
မင်းက menu ပန်းလားအဲ့ရမင်း menu ပန်းလား menu ပန်းတော့အပေါင်းနဲ့မလုပ်တော့ရောက်မင်းတို့မရှက်ပဲငါရှက်လို့
အဲ့သူစီးတဲ့အသက်ကိုမကြည့်ရဂိမ်းစောအလုံးမှာ
โอเคဟိုအဲ့တချင်းကဘာလဲမသိအဲ့လိုအဲ့ကျတချာနားမထောင်ဘူးအဲ့လိုမျိုးစက်ကိစ္စကိုရေးတာတော့သိတယ်
ဘာရှင်းတော့
အပြာရောင်မျက်ရည်
ဘူးဆိုတာ
စိုင်းဒီဇိုင်း
ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါ
ငါမဟုတ်လုံးဝနားမထောင်ဘူးဒီချာ
အဲ့ဘက်ကို
သွားတင်တယ်စီသွားတော့အခုတော့ငါတော့သွားလို့ပြရတော့
အဲ့ဘာရှင်းတရားပဲလောင်းလား
လို့ကိုယ်မှသား
သူ့မှာသားလေးတယ်သူ့မှာသားလေးတယ်သူသားလေး
sorry အဲ့လိုကိုထအသက်ကြီးရတယ်လို့ပြောဟာလာတော့ကတော့ကိုနပြောအဲ့မတဲ့
Somebody put.
Diba, mas maya hanabi kaina po.
Pero después me pide una.
Pide bu, pide.
¿Eh?
Todavía pide. Ah, fue que no se aguanta chis.
Ủa bà hoa nó bà này này. Ủa phải phải nè. Ủa bà anh tới bao nhiêu rồi là? Tận rồi. Dua bu, dua tan. Wah là bắt đầu phải rồi là.
Bắt đầu phải.
Đó là nó sẽ phải qua mà được dùng nữa đó.
Bia mà là làm tí lô. Ê quên nhiên cảm xì lô.
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very very strong. Urspec, very good game from Falcons, and definitely something where
이거는
thinking
맹기
about
뱀이라
for extreme
맹기
gaming
뱀이라
going into game number 5. But we
뭐
should
생긴
talk a
뱀이라
little bit
맹기로
about game
뱀
number
남대요.
5 because after that game, we will
အဲ့လိုကြီး
have
အဲ့လောက်ကြီးအဲ့လောက်ကြီးအဲ့လောက်ကြီးကြတော့အဲ့လောက်
champion
ကြီးကြတော့
for the
အဲ့လောက်
international.
ကြီးကြတော့
I want to focus a little bit
ကျွန်
on
တော်
the
က
people that we
ကျွန်တော်
have
မ
on
တ်မနဲ့သုံးစားမရဘူး
You can make a great case of why
ငါလည်း
anyone
မတ်မဘယ်နှထားပြရမှမသိ
to win the international if there ever is such a thing. But
နောက်ပဲ interview မဖြေရ
ပြနေကြရတာ
ဖြေရမှာ interview ကအဲ့ဒါ Asian Gaming နိုင်သွားမှာလား
ဘယ်ဖြေတမ်းဖြေပြနေကြရတာ
ပြနေတယ် Game fight ကပြီးအောင်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါမယ်
If he wins, it's like you broke the curse. You've done it.
လုံးဝတရုတ်တင်ရှုံးဟမ်မင်းအဲ့မှာ3က TI မှာဒုတိယနဲ့ပြီးပြီးအဲ့မှာငိုရဲမင်းစောက်ပြီးစောက်မျက်ရည်ကိုကြည့်ရင်လို့
ဘာသူရှုံးရမှာ
တရုတ်တင်ရှုံးလိုက်အဲ့မှာအားမေဆိုတဲ့ကောင်က3နှစ်လား2နှစ်လား3နှစ်လားမျိုးရှိ TI မှာအဲ့လိုမျိုးဒုတိယလူဖြစ်နေတာအဲ့လေ
You said about how draft dependent the series has
ဟို
felt.
ဒီကဖုန်းတော့မပါဘူး
It feels like coach
Player.
versus coach instead of player
Player.
versus player. So
ဟုတ်
what
ပါ
we
တကယ်
really
ကြီး
need
coach
right
versus
now
coach ဖြစ်
is
နေတာ
for both of these
မဟုတ်
coaches
တော့လား
to focus on what they do best. For extreme gaming, what they need to think about is that
ရကိုကြီးလည်းလွှဲလိုက်မယ်
sure there was an offline Ursa,
အဲ့
but
ကျွန်တော်လည်းပဲထည့်လိုက်မယ်နော်
Malvin
ကျွန်
got
တော်လည်း
to
ဒီမှာ
do
ထပ်ထည့်ရ
that
သေး
he
တယ်
always does, and he set the pace for his team.
Cool,
When they
man.
were shutting that down, they were doing great.
ထပ်ထည့်
Maureen
ပြင်ရ
feels like
ချ
the
ပြ
life of the team. As much as like Effie's mentioning the hype of everyone else, I fully echo that. Maureen has to be
How
shut
about?
down if XG want to try and take the game 5.
And then we also should
မ
make
ကျွန်တော်လည်းပဲထည့်လိုက်ပါတော့
side because yes, it would be fantastic and a whole full circle situation
Oi.
for Ame to be crowned king with this
Say,
squad, of course, in
town,
extreme
town,
gaming. But
be
on the other
down,
side, I
do
do want to highlight
ACC,
that there is
ACC.
another person that could be an uncrowned king as well.
တချို့တချို့ကောင်တွေရတော့ run နဲ့ခိုးတင်နေ
Who
တယ်
has attended his 9th international, the
သူ
longest
ရမိုင်း
consecutive amount of
တိ
TIs
ပါဘူး
of
ကွာ
any
နာမည်
player
တက်ပြီးပြောပိုင်ခွင့်ရှိ
Kazu, and you can make a
ကိုကြီး
strong
လည်းပဲ2000ထည့်လိုက်မယ်ကျွန်တော်
ဘ
က
က်ကလည်း TI ဆော့တာ
ထည့်တာ
9နှစ်
ထည့်တာ
ခုချိန်နေမရသေးဘူးညီကိုတို့ရဲ့
ဒီကောင်ကလေးမှနိုင်နေရ
ဘက်ကလည်း uncrown game ပဲ
ဟုတ်တယ်
လည်း TI ဆော့တာ9နှစ်ရှိ
အဲ့ဒါ2000ကကျွန်တော်ကိုကြီး2000ပါတယ်မကိုကြီး2000ပါတယ်မလား
Like when you look at the other players like Amar and
ခဏက50နဲ့ရက်ထားတယ်ပြီးတယ်ပြီးတော့ကိုရောချောရဲ့ကောင်းမှုနဲ့45ရောက်သွား
yeah, I mean, you can't really say
ဒါဒီလိုပဲဖြစ်နေရမယ်ဒီမှာကြီး
အဲ့ဒါနဲ့အခုခွက်ကိုနှစ်ပွဲပြန်တင်ထားတယ်40ခု
playing the hearts out and just gonna have to wait and see.
Cannot may the best
နဲ့ high roll ကမကြော်နိုင်ဘူးဖြစ်နေ
Yeah, I mean,
မင်္ဂလာပါဟယ်လို
it is
ရိုရတီးပါလားဘာမှရတီးမလား
to this point and then
မင်းတို့
I just
အမေလေးအားပေးနေအောင်အမေလေးပြင်ရအောင်
happy at the
ပြန်
same
မ
time.
လာရနမ်တီလို့
လေးယောက်ဝင်လေးယောက်ဆော့လို့မရဘူး
ဝင်ရင်ကမ်းရှိလို့
ဟောဆော့မယ်လေနားလေမာကြီးရှိရလား
အိမ်ပြန်ချိန်နောက်
အိမ်ထဲတော့ရောက်သွားပြီ
ပြန်ကုန်သွားလို့
Draft and I'm not as
လူသားလေးကောင်မလေးပြော
အားတော့လို့
ဘက်က final မှာမတက်တာတဲ့ final မှာမတက်တာလက်ရှိမှာအများကြီးကြိုးစား
ဘာတူလဲဘာတူလဲအဲ့ဒါဘာတူလဲငါလည်းသိကြတယ်လေ
4လေအဲ့တော့တူတယ်မှာ carry လို့မရ
တင်းဒီ
ဒီကိုပြောတာလေ
ဒုတိယရဘူးလား TI
မာကြီးဆို
တော့တော့ပြောနေတာငါစိတ်ညစ်တယ်
တတိယရတယ်
မာကြီးမမလေး
ဒီမှာစတုဒ္ဓရတယ်36
ငါလည်းဆိုညီမလေးဟုတ်
နော် TI
တကယ်ကိုသစ္စာဖြစ်နေပြီ
ရိုရအသက်ဘယ်လောက်လဲ
56
25
တတိယ
အဲ့တော့အိုနေပဲ
92
အလုံးမ
92
ဆန်ကအိုလို့ခေါ်လာပေါ့
ဟဲ့ရ
ကဲကောင်း
အလုံးမရရပါရောက်လာပြီ
Pick and side, or sorry, pick specifically, sorry. has
မင်းတို့
boosted his
ဘာမှလည်းမဆိုင်ဘူးလည်းလုံးစစကားတွေက
first pick ရတယ်လေ
ဘသူကဘသူကကြည့်ရတယ်
Asian Gaming first pick Asian Gaming နိုင်
ရရရ event ပဲဟို
အဲ့24
first pick ရတယ်လို့အနိုင်
ဟုတ်ပါဘူး
ဟုတ်ကဲ့လား
ရတယ်လို့ပေးထည့်ရ
ညီမလေးမောင်လေးကို
ဟဲ့မောင်လေးဆိုမင်းကစောက်ချောက်လာငါလုံးမ
ဟုတ်ညီမလေးညီလေး
were kind of pressured
မလေးညီလေးကိုဟောတာ
because they're
ဆောက်တန်နှွဲနေညီမောင်လေးညီမနီလေးတော့နေ
which is again it's
အမေလေးရဲ့ရအောင်အမေလေးကိုတီးပေးရလိုက်ပါကွာတောင်းပါပါ
ဟဲ့လီမပေးမြတဲ့ငါလုံးမသာမင်းအဲ့ကောင်စောက်ရကြတော့ငါကြည့်မလို့ game file ကိုကြည့်နေရ
အမေလေးရစီကြမှာကွာအမေလေးပေးရလိုက်ပါတီးရနေ
အဲ့ကောင်အခုမျက်ရည်ထက်ကြတော့ငါကြည့်ဖို့စောင့်နေတာဆောနာငေါ့ရှုံးအောင်လုပ်တာဆောနာပွဲကအဲ့ကောင်မျက်ရည်ကြတော့ငါကြည့်ပြီ
အဲ့တော့အမေလေးကွာလို့ပါအမေလေးတီးရပေးရလိုက်
အဲ့ကောင်မျက်ရည်ငါစားတော့ပြီ
ကွာညီလုံးနေညီပဲ
ခုန fair ကိုနိုင်မှာ game fight တီသွားမှာဆိုတာမဟုတ်ဘူးလက်မခံ
ကန်ရှုံး
be able to let it all
လက်မ
fight
ခံဘူး game fight တွေသွားမှာ
တကောင်တော့ငိုမဟုတ်မငိုအားမေပဲငိုမကောမငို ADF ကဒိုတာ pro စင်းနဲ့ရောက်တာမကြသေးဘူး
No, not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course,
မြေလေဝဲနေအမေလေး
maturity of players, the experience that they've
မြေလေ
gained.
စမ်းစမ်းပြ
စပန်ကခုတ်လိုက်ရတဲ့စီကိုမရပါဘူး0-2နဲ့
မြေစနေစနေဖြစ်ကောင်လည်းရှုံးပါ
Finals. Are you going into this one with confidence, or are you shaken a little bit?
3 times a charge.
Very good.
And it's also he's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jinkyu and
Yes.
Xnova. They've also went 2 and 3 in the losses before.
I hope none of them are thinking about it though. All right, that is.
How can you not?
Impossible not to.
မင်းမမင်းမဲ
အခုမှစဉ်းစားကြည့်ရဘာလို့24လဲ25လေ
ဟမ်24ပဲရှိသေးတယ်
24ပြည့်သွားပြီလေ25လေဘာလို့24လဲ
24 25မှမပြည့်သေးရ
မပြည့်သေးပေမဲ့24ကကျော်သွားပြီလေ
အားပြည့်တယ်ဘောက25ကျော်ပြီ
ဒါပေမဲ့နေက24မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးလေ24ကျော်25ပဲလေ
အိုးတော့တော့
24
ငါပြည့်ရမပြည့်သေးမပြည့်ပြော
မပြည့်သေးဘူးလေ
နေဘလောက်နေဘ
သူက
လောက်
23
အိုးတော့တော့ပြန်
ခဏနေမှသူကခဏနေမှ24ပြည့်မှာသူက
ဘသူက
သူကခဏနေမှ24ပြည့်မှာ
During that time, if they pay it off,
အဲ့တော့ငေါနေနဲ့ငါနဲ့ချနေရောဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ပါ
it happen, and we are
သူပြောရတတ်တူတူပဲလေ
ဟုတ်တယ်
ဒီမှာလေးကအဲ့လိုမျိုးမရိုင်းတတ်ပါဘူးအဲ့လိုမျိုးပေါင်းတင်ရမကောင်းတော့လေဖြစ်တတ်တယ်
ဒီပလေးစေးကြပလေးစေးကြ
ဘောင်းနေမှာ
ဟုတ်တယ်ပေါင်းတင်မကောင်းလေပေါင်းတင်မကောင်းတော့လို့ပဲ
ရှိဦးလေ
ဟိုဒီမှာကမင်းလည်းပါတယ်ညောင်း
မအော်ဟောကွာ
တလဲစီမေးနေတာ
ဟိုကဗာလဲမိုးငါမုတ်ဖက်အိတ်ထဲမှာမိုက်တမန်တိအများကြီးယူလာတယ်တမန်ကြီးစိတ်တယ်
ရှုံးပါလား
တော့ပြော
ဟေးငါမွန်းကစားရအောင်မယ်
ဒီနေ့ဟို
တော့ဆောက်ကြကောင်းပါလေ
ဟိုမင်းကြီးကောမိုးငါလေးကျန်းကောင်း
ဒါပြန်ပြီ
နဲ
ငါမစားရသေးဘူးအဲ့ဒီကောမင်းကမစားရတော့ကြာနေစားပါတော့နှစ်ဖြစ်နေပြီအဲ့နဲ့လောက်ဖြစ်တော့
ဟမ်
အဲ့တိုင်းကိုဘရန်ပဲဒါဟုတ်လို့
ဟိုငါနဲ့နောက်ဆုံးစားခဲ့ရဆိုရင်တော့အဲ့ဒါဟိုပါပဲ10နဲ့ဒုတိယအချိန်ကြာတဲ့အချိန်တော့ပါပဲ
ဟုတ်တယ်ဟိုရရ
ဟုတ်တာဟုတ်ပါလေ
ဆိုဘရန်ပဲခေါ်လိုက်တယ်
ငါကြောင်းသွားတက်တော့စားသေးတယ်
ဘာမှကြောင်းတော့တယ်
Shaker ban. When you look at the heroes he's played,
Huh.
how it's not easy to craft a Salazar lineup or a Batrider lineup. But the first hero that I
KPTC
mentioned,
တက်တော့စားသေးတယ်
ချပါဘူးကိစီတက်တော့
အဲ့ဒါပဲယူ
ဟိုကပါလေဂျပန်သားတင်တော့တက်တော့လားမသိဘူးအဲ့တော့စားတာလေကြောင်းပြီးရှောက်သွားနေပြီ KPC တော့မစားပါဘူး
Where they had this eater gyrocopter, and there must be
အော် KPTC တော့
ဘာပြောနေရဘာပြောနေ
တော့ထမင်းပေါ့စားတာ
တိန်နေပစ်နေကြတဲ့ draft တွေပဲ all about draft ပဲ
don't care. But the thing is, with the bans that you're mentioning, it makes
ငါ
the
ရော
hero
ပါ
a
လို့ပါ
lot stronger.
we also did
ဟုတ်
another
ပါ
thing
မယ်
where they
It's
banned
about
Slardar in the phase after.
ကျေးဇူးတက်တော့ထမင်းကျော်စားတာလား
Actually had the ability to pick Sven
ထမင်းပေါ့
ထမင်းကျော်ပါ
could have told XG like we're
ထမင်း
scared
ပေါ့
of the hero.
လို့
So if the same draft is to happen again, that could be the change
တော်တော်ဝေးတာပဲ
where they pick the offlaner slightly earlier to protect it from later bans.
And for Falcons,
အဲ့ခွေးတော့တော့ဘေဘုတ်ပါထောင်းပါတယ်အေတို့က
ထောင်းသွားပြီရေကောင်ကနနာမှာဘေဘိုးထောင်းတာကြီးပဲတက်ကြီးပါ
ဝေး
ဆိုချစ်သူတွေရဲ့တယ်လီဖုန်း
ဟာလားတကယ်ကြီးထောင်လာလား
တကယ်ထောင်းတာကနနာမှာ
ဘယ်ညောဒီရန်ကုန်ဘူထောင်ကနာလာမှာလား
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီမိလို့မသိနိုင်သေးဘူး
ဆိုးကြီးရဲ့တယ်လီဖုန်းနဲ့ဘေဘုတ်ကထောင်လာတယ်ငါလုံးမသာတော်တော်ဆော့ရှက်ကင်းမဲ့တာဟဲ့အောင်ကြီး
That fashion where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to.
အရှိတော့တရှိတော့ဖြတ်တာတဲ့ဟာအကောင်တော့လုံးမသားလေး
The blink initiator on the offlane, you had the X Nova like on his staple heroes too.
ပိုင်းလေပိုင်းလေ
အာဗါလေအဲ့ဒါဗါလေအဲ့ဘေးရတယ်ဟိုဗါအဲ့ဘေးကဘာလျှောက်လုံးလဲဒီပြရှောက်ချင်းတယ်
အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါတဲ့
ဘာဖြစ်လဲလီးပြီ
ကြား
လို့
ဘူးလေ
တော့ငါတက်တော့မှာဒီကောင်ဘာလို့တက်လာလဲ
အားရ re ကောင်းနေလို့တက်လာတာဗောတာကြီးရဲ့
At this point, we would expect
နောက်ပြန်လို့ဓာတ်ဖောက်
to adapt, obviously, but they need to be one
ကြားဘူးလေတဲ့အဲ့လောက်ကြီးချက်
နော်ဒီပွဲကတော့ sing you ရဲ့တိုင်းကြီးတွေပါ
ဘယ်တော့တင်ပေးရ
တင်းနေလေငါ YouTube မှာတင်ပြီးဘန်းကန်လိုက်ရတယ်ငါဖြတ်လိုက်တာ
They can't get in their own head, right?
မေးပါပါဆိုလို့ပါ
The offlane after could be on the anti-mage team.
သတ်မှတ်သေးတာ
Like, sorry, BB.
သတ်မှတ်သေးတာ
ထားလိုက်
ထားလိုက်ပါထားလိုက်ပါ
မကြည့်တော့ထားလိုက်ပြီ
Now go, wait a second. They got
ထားလိုက်ပါ
new people start
光အားလာတယ်
maybe gets a bit more, you know,
အဲ
emotional.
ဆော်လေးလှလိုက်တယ်ရောဖေကွန်အားပေးနေတာ
Things that he's doing in his pubs.
ဒူဝမ်းဆော်လေး
Yeah, Fatima မှာ
direction တော့ပဲသွားပြီနင်စော်လေးလှလိုက်တာပြောလို့ငါလည်းကြည့်ချင်တယ်လေ
Let's go ဖေကွန်အားပေးမယ်ဟဲ့ရောဖေကွန်အားပေးမယ်ဖေကွန်အားပေးမယ်
နေလိုက်ဘာဖက်ကွန်လဲနေထားကြည့်
ဟိုစောမြင်သွားလို့ဖွင့်ကြလိုက်
မဟုတ်ဘူးဖေကွန်အားပေးတော့ဟိုမှာစောက်ခွေးတောင်းတော့ငိုတဲ့မျက်ရည်ကိုကြည့်ကျင်လို့
ကဲဂိမ်းဖိုက်ကိုအာမီအိုမီနီ
တိုင်းဟန်တာတဲ့
Hour away from this.
နောက်ဝါရငါတို့ဂိမ်းဖိုက်ကြည့်မှာအဲ့ကြံဂိမ်းဖိုက်တူကြည့်
Fetty falling down. It is, you know, one draft.
စီပလီ
โอเคသူတွေရလိုက်တော့စိတ်တော့ကရောက်သွားလို့ထိန်းသွားဆိုကြည့်တော့
ဒီသူကလောင်းလာကြတယ်
မလောင်းနဲ့
လောင်းကစားပျော်နေမှနိုင်တာတဲ့လောင်းကစားပျော်နေမှနိုင်တာခဏပျော်အောင်လုပ်လောက်မင်းတို့ကို
ဘယ်လိုလဲ
အဲ့ရှင်းထဲလိုက်နော်ပြပြရတယ်ဒီကအဲ့ရှင်းနိုင်
ရမကြောက်
ဆိုင်ငင်ဘမ်ဆိုင်ငင်တမလုံးမူရွာဆောက်လို့မူဆိုင်ငင်မဘမ်
စီပလီစေတေ
ရှင်းမှာကွာဂိမ်း3ဂိမ်းလုံးဘမ်၄ပွဲရောက်မှာဆိုင်ငင်ပြပြလိုက်ဟိုမီလို့
ချန်ပန်သွားပြီစန်ကင်ပန်သွားပြီဖက်ကွန်နေနဲ့တော့ဘိန်းဘန်းနေ
ဆောက်လို့ဘာလို့မဘန်းလဲအမှန်တကယ်ခုနကပွဲအာဆာနဲ့ဟိုကကြမ်းသွားတာမို့ဆိုင်ငင်တမလုံးမူရွာ
စန်ကင်တော့မရတော့ဘူး
ဆိုင်ကတပေးလို့မရဘူးအဲ့တော့နားမလဲဘူး
အေးလို့အတိတ်ပဲမရှိဘူးအဲ့အမှန်တကယ်ခုနပွဲကနိုင်ရမှာသား
ဖာထက်တယ်လည်းမတီးဘူးကိုကတော့လမ်းပြောင်းနေရဘရိုဖာထက်အမလမ်းပြောင်းနေကိုကတော့မဟုတ်ဘာပြပြမယ်အဲရှောင်းအေးရဲ့စောက်ကျင်ရအောင်အဲ TI တန်းမှလည်းလွဲတယ်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်တိလား
စန်တော့ပဲ
ဒီကောင်ကဇက်တိုက်ဘန်းလာ
respect ပေးတဲ့ကောင်တွေက respect မပေးအဲတရုတ်သင်းနေရဲ့ပြဿနာအဲ့ဒါ
တိတာဟိုကောင်เนี่ยဆော့ကွာတိတ်
တရုတ်သင်းနေရဲ့ပြဿနာ respect မပေးတာပဲ
သုံးပွဲဘန်းပြီးတော့တပွဲကြီးလွတ်ပေးလဲလွတ်ပေးတဲ့ပွဲဟိုကောင်ယူသွားတယ်
ဟီရိုအရန်စိတ်ဝင်စားနေပြီ
ဟောထုရော
ဘာတွေယူကြမလဲ
တရုတ်သင်းနေရဲ့ respect မပေးချင်
ချိန်တန်ကြမ်းသွားတယ်ဆောက်တယ်အလင်းဘာမှလုပ်မရဘူးဒီကောင်
စန်ကင်မန်ကြီးကင်ပေါ့
တရုတ်တွေရဲ့ဟိုမှာအဲ့လိုမျိုး respect ပေးတာရှားတယ်ဒါအခုနိုင်နေတယ်လို့ဒီကောင်ပေးရတော့ဒီတိုင်းဆိုဒီကောင်အဘန်းဟိုမှာမဟုတ်အဲ့ကောင်
Yeah, put it on that.
မန်ကြီးပေးရမှာရမှာ
တူမန်ကြီးပေးရင်တော့မိတ်ပေးတော့ဖယ်ကုန်မဲ့ဟိ
မန်ကြီးလည်းပေးမန်ကြီးလည်းဘန်
ဘန်းဦးမန်ကြီးဘန်းဝိုက်လား
ဘန်နာပေါ်ကြီး
မာစ်ဘန်မှာ
မင်းကစောနေရကိုကြီးရကြည့်လေကွာမကိုကြီးရကြည့်လေကွာ
ပြီနော်မန်ကြီးက
ဘာလို့ကိုကြီးရကြည့်
ဟဲ့
ဟောမှာဘန်ဝိုင်းနဲ့ဒီကတော်သူ official ကြည့်ရပေါ့
မာ
ကြုံမြင်ရအောင်လို့လေပြီးရင်သူ
မာ
စော
စိ
က်
တ်
ပွို
က
င်းဝင်
ပန်ဂိုလီယာ
မောင်းပေါင်းဒီကိုလက်ပုတ်လိုက်နော်ပြောပြရနော်ဖယ်ကုန်နိုင်သွားတော့မောင်းပေါင်းဒီမှာကိုဆွေးလာကြည့်လို့ပေါက်တာဖြစ်လိမ့်မယ်
သိတယ်
မာလီတော့ပါလေ
X hero, they get Mars and they build a plan. Like maybe they want to bait it. So many layers.
လာအေးလာ
ဒီပြန်တော့ဗာဖြစ်ရှင်းနေတွေကထက်တော့ကောင်းပါလေ 3C 3C တွေမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ game fight တွေရင်ခုန်နေရတာဆိုတော့
ငါပြောသားပဲနေအဲ့လိုမျိုးရှောက်မထည့်နေလို့ဒီအဲ့လိုမောင်းနေကျိုးပဲ
ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်ဒီငါနှစ်ခါတော့စီပြန်ကြည့်ရ
ဘယ်ကအခွင့်နဲ့ grand terrace မောပိုကောင်းတယ်တဲ့
ဘာ grand တယ်ဆိုတော့ဘာကြီးလဲဟိုတော့ပြော
grand terrace မောလေ
ကောက်ပြော
fry မဟုတ်လေ grand terrace မကြည့်ဘူးလား GTR လေ grand terrace မော GTR နဲ့ရိုက်တာလေ
နေပါအတန် grand TH
GRANTURISM space ချရနော် grand terrace မောမှာ
ဩဒီရေလေးကိုဂိမ်းနေအဲ့ဒါကြည့်ဘူးလေဂိမ်းဆောင်းကနေပြီးတော့ဒီကောင်အဲ့ဟာနေရှာပြီးတော့ကောင်ဆော့ခိုင်း
မာမယူပါဘူး
အောင်ကြိုက်တယ်
အေးကောင်းလိုက် live bet တွေယူ
အဖွင့်ကြတော့တော့ကြည့်မှာသူရဲ့အကုန်ရှင်းပြရတယ်ကွာဆိုတာဒီကားရဲ့အလုပ်လုပ်ပုံမှာအဲ့အကုန်မိုက်
ကဲနာဂါဆိုင်ရန်ကလည်းဆိုးတော့ဆိုးတယ်မှာပါပါတယ်
Any fight with the song. There is a reason this is one of the most contested heroes at TI.
ကဲဆိုတော့နာဂါဆိုင်ရန်ကလည်းဆိုးတော့ဆိုးတဲ့မှာတော့ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့နော်မားနဲ့နာဂါဆိုင်ရန်နဲ့မှာနာဂါဆိုင်ရန်ကိုရွေးလိုက်တာပေါ့
နားတော့မှာဖင်လှုပ်ပြပြီးတော့မျက်နှာပြ
ဒူကဲကွလာ
နားပိုရှင်ဖိုင်ကြီးလာ
အဲ့စင်ဂိမ်းမင်းနေနဲ့ shaker နော်စင်ဂိမ်းရဲ့ shaker လည်းဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ shaker မစ်လည်းရတော့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့
ဘယ်စီကိုရောက်လေးပဲတော့မဝင်ရရဲ့နေရာတိုင်းမှာတင်ရှိ
Where both teams can play
4 games of this
Messi ကိုရောက်ရောက်လေးပဲ
မြောက်ရီရမို့လို့ပဲရခါတွေ့ရတယ်ဒီနေ့ပြီ
ဟိုင်
ခါတော့တချင်းတွေ့ဦး
ဟိုင်
ဒီနိုင်မြောက်ရီရလေတခါမှချင်းတွေ့ရတယ်ဒီနိုင်
ဘလူးကမြောက်ရီက
တီးလိုက်
တီးလိုက်ဘလူးလေ who the fuck
ဟောလေတက်တော့ UN စားတယ်တီးလိုက်
ဟာဘာကြီးလေမသိဘူးက
ထားကြတဲ့ဟာမမြင်ဘူးလားဟာလူရ
ရတယ်
ထားကြတဲ့အတူမ
ငါ
သိ
တွေ့
ဘူးလား
တီးတယ်
ဟောတီးလိုက်တော့ဘလူးလေလို့
ဟော
က
ကြည့်လေလိုက်ကြီးမှာမပြောနဲ့လေဘလို့သားဘာဖြစ်
တော့ပါ
လှိုင်လားတီးလှိုင်
လှိုင်တီးလိုက်
တော့ကြည့်လိုက်အဲ့နာမည်ကလည်းနည်းနည်းစင်တယ်လို့ပဲရငါထင်တာတော့မဟုတ်မလား
အားဘူးနေ
ကောင်းပါလေကွာအဲ့လိုနမိတ်ငယ်လေးပဲရှိ
အဲ့
သေး
လို
တယ်
ကြားဘူးနေရော
18တောင်မပြည့်သေးဘူးလားမသိ
ကြောက်တယ်ဗျကြောက်တယ်ဗျဟုတ်တယ်ဟိုဟာပဲရှိသေးတယ်ဟိုဟာ16 19ပဲရှိသေးတယ်16ပဲရှိသေးတယ်
ဟောလားချီတာနေကတီးလှိုင်ခွန်တစ်နှစ်လား
သူ့ဖေကဟိုဟာလေးပါလေ
အော်တီတီတီတီတီ
ဟိုဟာလိုရပါလေသူ့ဖေကဟိုဟာလေး DK လေး
အော်တီဗီဟော dragon
သူ့ဖေဟိုဟာပါလေပုံမှု
ဟော dragon
ဟာနင်တို့ဘလို့တွေဖြစ်နေရတော့လို့နင်တို့
တွကြတွတဲ့ dragon DK ဆိုတာ
မမှတ်သေးတာ
ဘလူးတော့မိုင်းဘူးပြောတာ
အဲ့ဝေါ်တွေကပြောရဘာဖြစ်ပါဘူးအဲ့ဝေါ်တွေက draft game လေငါဘာပြောလို့ DK လို့ပဲပြောရတယ်ကောင်းတယ်
အစအဆုံးများရှင်းပြလိုက်တာလို့
draft game အဲ့လေတွကြတွတဲ့ draft game လေ
ဟာခွေးမ
ပြန်မလာတာလမ်းမသိလို့
အေးမစနိုက်ပါလွတ်နေသေးတယ်နော်
မသိဘူးပြအောင်မလားမနေနဲ့
ဒါပေမဲ့နာဂါဆိုင်ရိုင်းနဲ့ဆိုစနိုက်ပါတော့
စိတ်ကဆိုးလာပြီ
ရုပ်တရက်ကြီးအုံဆို
ပုံမှန်မဲ့ဟေးမတ်စမန်တွေကနှစ်ပွဲလုံး
ပန်ကိုတဲ့
လူရဂိမ်းဆောင်ပဲလားဂိမ်းဆောင်ပဲလားအကျိုးမရှိတဲ့ပွဲဘာလို့ကြည့်သူများဆော့တာမကြည့်ဘူးပေါ့ကောဆော့တာ
ကွာအော်မငါတို့အော်မလေးဖန်ကွာ
ရှုံးပါ
တောက်လျှောက်ပန်ကိုလီယာယူသမျှတောက်လျှောက်ရှုံးလာတာနော်
ဖဲကွန်နိုင်ပါသေးကွာအဲ့ဒါ
မနိုင်တာဘူးအဲ့ဒါကိုလေကျွန်တော်ဖဲကွန်ဘက်ကပန်ကိုလီယာပေး
ဖဲကွန်
အမေရတယ်မနိုင်ဘူးဟုတ်ကဲ့
တတနာလည်းမနိုင်ဘူး
ငါတို့အော်မလေးတနာအမေလေးဖန်ပွားမှာပြောမယ်ဆိုရင်ပြန်ရစီခြင်းနဲ့စိတ်ကြီးတစ်ခုရှိတယ်
ရင်းပြင်းနေတင်းကိုမနှက်ထဲရ
ပွဲရ
ငါပါဆွဲသွားရ
စိတ်ထိုးမလားလာလား
ဆိုတော့ disruptor
ဟောလာလာလာ
အဲ့အဲ့ဒါတော့ကွန်ဘိုနော်အိပ်ပြီးတော့ static strong ချမှာအမေကွန်ဘို
မိုးကုတ်စဝိုင်းအောင်မှာခါဦးမို့တို့ကြိမ်မျိုး
လာပြန်ပြီဟေး
အမျိုးပြီးတစ်မျိုးပါလားဟာ
အမေတော့တော့ထဲပဲ
မင်းရဲ့တို့နေအောင်တူဖူးခဲ့တဲ့ကြိုက်တီယိုဖျားဆန်ဒီကို3လုံးထည့်ပြီ
ဒမ်းမရတော့မလောက်တော့ဘူးကွာဆိုင်
မော်
နာ
ဒီ
ရှိ
မှာငါမင်းချင်းကဝင်ကိုဒါမှမဟုတ်လို့
စေဒီပါလက်တစ်နှစ်တဆူ
ဟောတိုင်းမတလုံးမရှိဘူး
ဖြတ်ဖို့ကဘာနဲ့ဖြတ်ကြမလဲ
လက်စေရွှေဝတ်တပည့်တော်ကြည်ပြားစီ
အဲ့ဆမ်မြန် SF ပဲထပ်ယူလာတယ်
အာယုံကျင်းလေးရောက်ပြီး
ဒါနေငါ့ဆင်ကောင်းတော့ပြောဦး
ပြန်လာခဲ့မပြောတဲ့သူကြီးရဲ့
လာပါအလူကလေးကန်လို့
မိုးလမ်းမင်းကသစ္စာမရှိ
ကြောချောင်းပါတော့
ကန်နေကန်
classic ဆော့ပါ
ဘယ်လိုမှမဟုတ်ဆောင်မှာဟိုငါမဟိုတယောက်ခေါ်
ပြကြပါဟာ
ဝဲတော့ရှိ
ဗီဒီယိုမိုင်းပြီးဆော့မယ်
ဒါငါပတ်ပြီးွားငါလည်းလာမယ်ငါလည်းစိတ်လာထိုးမယ်
မလားတော့မင်းလိုက်တယောက်ရှာနေရ
မင်းငါကောက်နေမှာကွာမင်းတယောက်ခေါ်ပဲလွယ်လေ
အားပြောမယ်ငါစား90ရာနေတက်ဖို့ကြီးရွယ်ထားတာနော်နေလို့တော့ငါ9လုံးကြာသွားပြီနော်
ငါ54တော့ရတယ်ပြဿနာမရှိ
ငါစား90ရာ high run နော် high run ကိုကြော်ခြင်းလို့လားစော့နေပါလေဆိုမှချသွားတာ9လုံးတော့
လူချ
နင်ကောင်းလေးကိုလှုပ်ပင်လှုပ်ကလေးလေး
ရှိလို့ပစ်ကြီးရဘလို့ကြီးတော့ဒီနာဂါ fight ထင်မှာတော့ကွာနာဂါ4လားမသိ
နင်ကိုကြည့်ရနောက်တယောက်တည်းမလို့လား
ဘာလေးခိုးကြည့်တာလဲမမူယူခိုးကြည့်နေတယ်လို့ပဲ
အားကအော်
အင်းဘာကိုဟာဖေးလို့မရှင်လာကြရ
ဟောဘက များယူရလားလေ what the fuck ပကနာ share
ဒီ
ဒီမော
နာမင်းတင်လတော့ဒီပြပြမှာပဲ
ပဲရှိတာပကနာ share ဒီမောကတော့တော်တော်ကြီးထောက်တဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးကြီး
နောက်တာလို့နေလို့ပါလေမတက်ဘူးလား
အာယူခိုင်းလိုက်ဇင်းတော်ပြည့်နေတာမနတဲ့ကခုချိန်ကြီးပြည့်နေတာ
ဒီလက်ဒီအောင်တဲ့ဒီလာသားမေ
အမေပွဲတော့ဘာလို့ကြည့်မကောင်းတာလဲတဲ့ဘရိုညံမမီလို့ပေါ့
ဒါလည်းဟုတ်တာအားမေဆိုတာ uncrowded game လို့နာမည်ရပြီလားဒီကောင်တရဖူကဘယ်တော့မှစောင်းအောင်ဒီကောင်ဘယ်ရင်ဖြစ်ဘယ်တော့မှဖြစ်မှာပေါ့ဒီကောင်
တော့ဘန်းမှတော့ရမှာပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အိတ်စင်းဂိမ်းဘက်ကဘာနဲ့ရိုက်မလဲ
ဆောက်ချက်တည်းမရှိရကွာမဒူဇာနာကဆိုင်ရန်နဲ့မင်းဆောက်ချက်တည်းမရှိရလောက်ပြီအဲ့ဒါကြီးဘလို့မဒူဇာနာကဆိုင်ဘလို့ဆောနာကဆိုင်5မဒူဇာကဲပြီပြင်ပန်ကိုက off လိုက်ပန်ကိုက mid လဲဆော့ရအော်ချက်တည်းမရှိတော့ကွာအဲ့ဒါကြီးကြတာမဒူဇာရင် animate ဘန်းလား animate ဘန်းမဒူဇာကြီးထုတ်ပလိုက်ဟုတ်တော့
ဘယ်ကောင်ကမဒူရာဆော့တာလဲခါမှမတွေ့ဘူးနော်
ခွေးကောင်နေကွာ
This looks a little bit scary for Falcons just conceptually based on how they've been playing, right? They don't have that strong follow-up damage from
ဘယ်ကောင်အားပေးဘေးကနေဝမ်းလေးဆော့မယ်
play with their mid laner. They're gonna play with
ဟောငါစိတ်ညစ်တယ်ကွာအဲ့ဘက်ကခါရှိရမသိပါဘူးကွာလိုသားလေးကိုပြောတာအကုန်လုံးလိုက်ကော်ပြီးနာပါဇက်က
လီးဖြစ်လို့လား
ဘောလေးရဆော့ပါလား
ဒိန်းနဲ့ရောက်နေပြီ
ဟာအိတ်စင်းဂိမ်းဘက်ကမဒူရာကြတော့ဘာနဲ့ရိုက်စပိုင်ရတော့တမ်ပလာတွေဘာတွေကလည်းမကောင်းအိတ်စင်းဂိမ်းဘက်က
ကောင်လေးပြောချင်တာကောင်လေးပြောချင်တာ
ဘာတကူတိုက်ပါ
ဖုန်းမဲ့ကွက်ကြီးဖြစ်သွားပြီဒီပွဲကတော့
ရေ point 5တပူရေ point 5တော့ EVN လား EVN ဘူးလား EVN ပဲတောက်ပါတော့6500လားမသိအဲ့ဒီဦးစင်ဘာလို့ရှိပဲတယ်1000လောက်ဖြစ်နေတယ်ရေခဲတောင်ပုံ
ဆို
နဲ့
တော့ဒီဘက်ကတော့ပတ်ပန်းလာတယ်နော်မစ်ကြံနေသေးတာဆိုတော့ SF နဲ့ရှင်ထိန်မှုအတွက်
ဆီယမကြီးကမပြီးသေးဘူး
ဝင်းမိတ်မဲ့ယူလားမသိပါဘူးကိုထင်တော့ဒီတိုင်းဆိုရင်
ပြီးသေးတယ်မခေါ်တော့
ဝင်းမိတ်မဲ့ယူမယ်နဲ့တူတယ်
ကျွန်တော်တရားခေါ်
မ
လိုက်
ချလို့ရှိရင်
ဟိုဘက် charity မပကနာဆိုတော့ဝင်းမိတ် damage လေးပေး sonic wave နဲ့အဆော
ပေးပြီလို့
နောက်မှငါထိုးရတယ်တရက်ပြန်
morphling တော့ရသေးတယ်ကွာနော် morphling
အာလုံးသားကို fresh တဲ့ကလုံးနဲ့
အဲ့ဒီတော့တော်တော်ဆက်နေကြတာပဲဝေးရနေထိုင်ပြက်
Fandalin သာ Tharlayz နော်အဲ့ကောင်တွေတော့ရှိသေးတယ်
မလိုက်တော့ကျေးဇူးပဲ
I think for Ame, just anything that goes in, just get in the fight. You have double safe supports. You have
ရှင်းနေတီအောင်တဲ့တီတော့နေ
အာမီစိတ်ကိုရှော့တာ
မင်းလုံးလုံးညီညီမင်းမကြည့်ရဲ့
သူရောက်ဘူးနေကြပါနော်ဒီနာကြီးတို့ဒီနေရာမှာပဲ
I would prefer if he just went in.
ဒီနေရာမှာပဲဆိုတော့စိတ်ကိုရှော့တာတာပလိတ်လည်းကောင်းပါတယ်ဘယ်ဟာနဲ့
မနေ့ကပိုင်ရလေးပဲစိတ်ကောင်းမှမတင်ဘူး
perfect ကောင်း
သနာပါတယ်ဆယ်ဝတရားကျော်တင်လာတာ69ပဲကြီးရလား
မနေ့ကဂျင်းတော့အိတ်စိတ်မပါဘူးလေဖြစ်နေနားကိုက်နေလို့နားချမ်းကိုက်နေတော့ငါလုံးချင်တာရှောက်လုံးနေ
ကဲဆိုတော့နားက
ဩစောက်ကြောင်ကလည်း
disruptor ရပန်ကိုရ
ငါအဲ့လိုစိတ်မပါပြောတာဩစောက်ကောင်လည်းပြောချင်တယ်တဲပြောလိုက်ပါ
နော် Amanda Magnet
စောက်ကြောင်ကလည်းလို့ပြောတာ
အဲ့စောက်ကောင်လည်းတဲစိတ်လည်းဆက်လိုက်ပါ
ဟိုက်ပါတော့ဘယ်ဟိုက်ပါတော့
ဟုတ်ပါဘူး
ဟုတ်တယ်
ငါကြောင်ကဟိုကောင်မလိုက်ဘူးဒီလမ်းဆိုတော့သူဖြတ်နေတော့
သူရဟိုက်ပါဆို
disruptor position 4နဲ့တူပဲ
ပင်လည်းကြီးလို့အဲ့ပင်နဲ့ hyper ဆိုရင်ဒီဖြစ်ကောင်ပါဘောလို့
အဲ့လေ
အေးစုကောင်
ချာအန်နာမှာ
နေအောင်ဆို
ခွေးဟီရိုတွေကွာ
တက်ကောအနာကေးရနာ
ကြည့်အောင်ဘောလုံးထောက်တာ
ချက်ကနတ်နဲ့
မကနတ်
စာနဲ့ဗျာနော်
မကနတ်
ရှင်းခိုင်းကြပြီ
မဒူဇာဟာပန်ကိုအာ
Amanda Magnet ကတော့နှစ်ပွဲရှုံးလာတာဟီးရိုကတော့တော်တော်လေးပြောဖို့တော့ခက်တယ်
ဆောက်ကြမကောင်းကွာဟီရိုလည်းကြည့်ပါဦး Blade Fury ကတော့ရှိတယ်ဒီကောင် Blade Fury ဖြည့်ရှင်းဝင်စင်တာ
ဘယ်ကေးရနာကျွန်တော်မောင်းတွေ့တာ
ကျွန်တော်ကမှမဆောက်ရငါဒီမှာမျောနေပါလေ
ညာဖက်ကွန်နိုင်နဲ့ဟောဟဲ့ပြောတော့ဖက်ကွန်နိုင်ပဲလုံနေထုတ်ထလိုက်
really comes down to individual choices in the game, individual items that
ကျွန်တော်နိုင်တဲ့ကိုကြီးအေးဝယ်တိုက်မှာပါကိုကြီးနိုင်လဲကျွန်တော်ဆက်လိုက်ဝယ်တိုက်ပါဗျာ
မိုက်ပြီးသေးဘူးလား
ဟမ်
ဒီတူဟေး
2000တ
ဒီ
န်
မှာ
ဘူး
တ
လေ
လွဲတွေကြီးပဲ
တန်တန်ဘူးဝယ်တိုက်ခိုင်းမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးရဲ့
ကောင်းနေပြီ
ဒီနေ့ထီအောင်သေးသေးထီလို့သွားမယ်
ဟောတကောင်စီဝင်နေတယ်လို့စိတ်ရပါတယ်လူကထောင်းနေပြီတပတ်တော့ကိုရီးယားထောင်းရတယ်ကြားတယ်
critically for Falcons though, Marine at least has a hero to play into the game. That's what we've been wanting to see him to play. When he's not on that, they struggle, but he can activate the rest of the team. Even though the style feels different, Marine, he's sticking true to his guns. When they win, he's on an aggressive hero. And Pangolier, he can do it all.
May the best team win.
May the best team.
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're going to let the gameplay speak for sure. But first, we're going to let both of the coaches speak.
We've been waiting a long time for a grand finals that went all the way. We're going to five, baby. And I'll give you one little hint here. There is nothing left to ask. We have two
secret တက်လေးများဖြစ်နေမလား secret တက်ကြီးခံစားလာပြီ
for everything, and we'll find out who is the best team here today. So there's one question that
အားမေ
matters.
ရမယ်လို့ခံစားနေရတယ်
Who will be the man, and who will be the maggot? Shake those hands, boys. Let's get into a Game 5.
Oh, I am fired up after that intro. I have to say, this stage.
ဟာ
ခဏကရှောင်းလေးက तू ကတော့ဟိုဘက် maggot ဘာညာလေးနဲ့ပြောလာတာဆိုတော့ကဲ okay game 5ဆိုတော့ draft ကတော့ဒီဘက် AC ဆော့ကြနော်ဘာမှလောစရာမလိုဘူးဆိုတော့ Medusa တစ်ဖက်မှာလည်း Medusa တစ်ဖက်မှာလည်း Jackanet နဲ့ပူကောင်းတဲ့အသင်းကတော့နိုင်ဝမ်းမှာပဲဖြစ်တယ်ဆိုတော့ ACZ Shaker အနေနဲ့ကလည်းရှီပွဲတွေမှာနော်အများကြီးလောက်ပြထားတာတွေရှိတယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်မှာ Shaker ဟိုဘက်မှာ Magnus ဒီဘက်မှာ Jackanet ဟိုဘက်မှာ Medusa နဲ့
ကဲပြောဖို့ကောင်းမယ်နိုင်မမနိုင်ရမနေ့ကတည်းကခွေးနိုင်နိုင်တာလေ
ထားသေးတာဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ကဲကြည့်ရပြီ
တော့တရားမှု
ကဲ
တော့
ဆိုတော့နှစ်သင်းစလုံးကကိုယ့်ရှေကိုခေါ်လိုက်တာဆိုတော့ဘယ်သူနိုင်မှာလဲချက်
အမေလေးနိုင်ပါအောင်မနေနိုင်ပါအမေလေး
โอ้ยအိမ်ပြန်သွားပြီပြည့်အိမ်မှာ wifi ပြတ်နေရ
ဘယ်သူနိုင်မှာတော့ကလန်နာကြဆိုရင်တော့ first pay ရတဲ့လူတွေနိုင်တာဆိုတော့ first pay ရတဲ့လူတွေနိုင်တာဆိုတဲ့အခါမှာတော့ fair ကဒီ web first pay ရတာเนาะ fair ကရတာဆိုရင်တော့ဒါ fair က
မ
နိုင်
ဆိုး
မယ်
ဘူးအမဆေးဘာဘာလို့ပြန်မမသိဘူး
ကဲ share ဒီမော
အန်ကန်နေကြလို့ရှင်ဟိုအောက်လမ်းမှာဟိုအောက်ဆုံးမှာသွားနေနေနင်းနာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါ3ပါရှိပြီပဲတည်းက
ဆိုတော့စ X တော့ဘာလေးနဲ့ပကနာလေးနဲ့သူ Jackanet ကို space ပေးမယ်
ဘယ်သူကကြာမှာ
လေမော် XM SF ဆန်ကင်းမဟုတ်တော့ဘူးဆိုတော့ Marine ကို ACC တော့နိုင်မယ်ထင်တာပဲ XM SF ကတော့တေးကြတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ Game 1ဟော shape Parivision နဲ့ပွဲတုန်းကတော့ရှုံးလာတာပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ဒါပေမဲ့အခုလောလောဆယ်တော့ ACC လေးနေလို့ရတယ်ဆိုတော့တော့ကြည့်ရဆိုရင်တော့
ပြစ်ဖြစ်မှာပဲလူသားလေး
လီလာလို့
first pay ရလို့အနိုင်တော့ first pay ရသွားတော့
တမ်းမကြဘူးလူသားလေး
ကြိုက်တယ်လို့မျိုး
ဘာတမ်းမကြရလီလာမကြရ
ဆိုတော့2 draft နောက်ကို extreme gaming
ဟယ်လို
လိုက်ပြီးတော့ပေးရတာပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ fair combat ကကြတော့
ဘာလို့တမ်းမကြရတာလဲလီကိုမကြရတာလားလို့ပြော
ဆိုတော့အဲ့နောက်မှာ distract
အဲ့ဒါပဲကြားမလဲငါစောက်စားတင်းနေအောင်
ကပ်ပါလာတယ်ပန်ကိုတွေကပ်ပါလာတယ်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကိုပဲဒီဘက် extreme gaming ဘက်က Jackanet တွေနဲ့ပြန်ထောက်ရတယ်
မင်း
shaker တွေနဲ့ပြန်
က
ထောက်
မေး
ရတ
လို
ယ်
က်
ဟောမနေပါနဲ့တော့ဟာစောက်ကြီးမပါလားဘူး
ပကနာတွေနဲ့ပြန်ထောက်ရတယ်ဆိုတော့ fair
ကျော်ကြီးကမပါလာဘူးဆိုဘယ်နာကြည့်ခဲ့တာစောက်ကြီးက
ချောင်းလုံးမယ်လူသားလေးကိုချောင်းနဲ့ရိုးမေးမယ်
တော့ဒါကြောင့်လဲရှေ့၄ပွဲသလုံးမှာ
တဲ့ကွာဒီနေ့ကောင်းဆောက်ပြီမှသိလား6 room မယ်ကိုဘာမယုံနော်
ဟုတ်ရမမြက်ကောင်းဆိုငါမကောင်းဆိုလာ
ခေါင်းပြီးတော့
ဆိုတော့အလဲမှာတော့
လူမကောင်းဆိုမှာမကောင်းရင်မပန်းနဲ့တော့
SF AC ပဲဆိုတော့ lane ကတော့ AC လေးပဲသွားမယ်နေတူပါတယ်
မကောင်း
ချောင်း
ဘူး
ပြလိုက်ရ
အကိုင်းနဲ့
လုံးဝ
ပြော
မ
ကိုင်း
က
ပါ
ဘာတူပါမင်းက
ပြောကိုင်းပါ
ရအမ်ချောင်းနဲ့အမ်ချောင်းနဲ့
ဘယ်မီ
ပြောကိုင်းပါပြောကိုင်းပါ
ကြောင်ပန်းရောကုန်မစမ်းကုန်ပန်းမှာနော်
ရငါမှတ်မှန်ဘူးကူကကျေ
ဘယ်က Asian Gaming first pick ရမှာလဲဒီဘက်ဟိုဟာရင်ယူတာ3កောင်ဘန်းနဲ့လူက first pick လေ
ပြော6ကိုင်းပါ6ကိုင်းပါ
ဘက်3កောင်ဘန်းတာလေဖက်ကွန်ဘက်ကနာဂါဆိုင်ရန်ယူတာလေ
Oh, Mr. Danger, but she, I'm a man,
ဟိုဘက်ကဂျူလီယာရဲ့နာတာလီယာရဲ့လန်စ်လော်ရဲ့
going all away.
Oh, Mr. Danger, what shit. Cô là phe con này kia anh được ra.
Going all away.
ဒီမှာဟိုကနာဂါဆိုင်ရန်ပြတာနောက်ကျနေလို့ဒီမှာကြည့်ဖယ်ကွန်ဘက်ကိုရောက်သွားပြီတွေ့လားဒီမှာဖယ်ကွန်ဘက်
ဘယ်သားလေးနဲ့တော်တော်လှမ်းဝေးရပဲ50ခေါ်နဲ့ရေတော်ဝင်ရအဝေးနေလေ
နာဂါရင်ယူတာပြီးတော့ဒီဘက်ဘန်းရောက်သွား
စတားတရားရအောင်တင်မယ်ကွာ2ရက်နဲ့
ဒါလည်းရအောင်ဖေးမှာခံပြီးမယ်ရောက်အဲ့မို့စောက်နောက်တော့လီ83လုံးနဲ့ငါလို့မှ
animation ပြလိုက်လို့ဟိုဟာ shake ကအရင်ပေါ်လာတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့နာဂါဆိုင်ရန် animation အရင်ပြလိုက်လို့ဒီဘက်ရဲလားဟမ်မကြီးဒီဘက်ကိုအရင်ရောက်တာတွေ့လားဒီဘက်ကိုအရင်ရောက်တာတွေ့လား
စပ်ပွဲကြည့်မို့ရပါပြနေ
အေးလို့ကိုရဟောထိုင်ရင်းနေရပါတဲ့
ပွဲကြည့်နေမှာလေဆိုမှပွဲနောက်မှရှင်းပြတော့ဟိုလိုပွဲကြည့်နေလို့
ဆိုတော့မတူစားကတော့14
တော့ဘယ်ဟာ first pick လဲဆိုတော့
ဘယ်သူပြကွာတာနဲ့တင်နိုင်အောင်ပါပဲ
extreme gaming ဘက်ကတော့
အော်ကောင်နေရရှာအောင်ရှိ
အဆက်ကတော်တော် fine နေကွာ
လောက်ပါ HN နေကယ်လိုက်မလားဟမ်
Let's go fair go တိတ်ရက်တည်းအထာလုံးမယ်လေတိတ်ရက်တည်းအထာအဲ့ရနိုင်ဝက်ဂိမ်းဆော့နေရအောင်နိုင်ဝက်တဲ့ပင်မဟုတ်လားညပဲဒီမွေးနေပေါ်ပါဆိုတော့နိုင်ဝက်ဆော့ရတယ်ဆို
စားနေပြီ
ကဲအောင်မလေးကြောင်ရတယ်အောင်မလေးထုလိုက်မလားအောင်မလေးဘယ်အောင်မလေးပွဲပဲဘယ်အောင်မလေးပွဲ
တပတ်နိုင်မှာ
ဘက်က HN လေးကလုတ်ပေးအောင်ပါကွာ HN လေးကလည်း
ငါ confidence က so high ရနေချက် combo ချိုးပလိုက်
ပပလက်ရတဲ့အတင်းကနိုင်နေကွာတကယ်တော့
စီအောင်ဆော့ဝဲလား
ပုစီထားရီလုံးနေတဲ့ဟျောင်းခန်းဒီထုတ်ပြီးဆိုးပလိုက်
ပပလက်ရတဲ့အတင်းနိုင်တာငါပြောတယ်
ဝါပြီခရက်ကချောခရက်ကြီးကရောက်လာ
ကဲဆိုတော့ SF နဲ့43ကောင် SF
ဒေးဆိုစိတ်ကိုရောက်ပါမလား
ရောက်တယ်
စားရတာဆိုတော့ shake တော့ရတာပြီဆို
တော့ကြာကျင်တော့
စိတ်ကအချိန်တိုင်းပါတယ်မင်းကြီးလေးလာကြည့်လိုက်မယ်စိတ်ကအချိန်တိုင်းပါတယ်
ကောင်းပါဗျာ
ဂျက်ကနနဲ့မဒူဇာနဲ့ဘယ်မှနေပါ
စိတ်ကအချိန်တိုင်းပါတယ်
ဟာမရတော့ဘယ်ထစားရတာလား
ဟုတ်ပါဘူးအဲ့တပွဲကိုပဲခွေးဖြစ်နေတာ
ပြီးတယ်ဒီမှာ image ပြနေ
အေးတော့ကိုပြောရအောင်နောက်တယ်
မုံ29မိနစ်တော့ဟုတ်ပါ
အာယုံနောက်တာအဲ့ဟီးရိုက
image ဖြစ်နေနော်
ဟုတ်တယ် image လို့ပြတယ်
ရောအဲ့နာမှာဟုတ်တယ်ဗျာ
ဒီမှာတကောင်ကဝင်တကောင်ကထွက်တယ်မကြည့်ဘူး
ဆိုတော့နောက်ဒီတော့ဆက်ရှိုးလိုက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ shake
မပြောတော့ဆိုတော့
လိမ့်နေမှာတော့ share demon နဲ့ shake နဲ့
အဲ့မိုင်း
အဆင်မပြေဘူးပေါ့
ဆဲတာဆဲ
ဘလူးဆဲနေတာဘလူးဆဲနေရလေလှုပ်လိုက်အောင်မယ်
မဲ
တို့တော့၄ဝဲသ
သူကြတော့မိုးအောင်ဆဲလီးဖို့ရွာနေပြီ
ရှုံးတာများတယ်နော်ကမ်း
အဲ့ရှိလို့ကွာဒါရှိရဲ့ကိုကရှိရဲ့ပစ္စည်းကိုကြွားတာကွာ
ရှုံးပြီလုံနေတယ်
အဲ့လိုသားလေး
ဒီကောင်တွေကတာပြီး
ငါလီးမဟုတ်လားကျွန်တော်လီး
ဒီစီအောင်ကျွန်တော်လီး
နောက်ကောင်ပါစေပါရှုပ်လို့တော့မရတော့ရာ
ပွဲကတော့နည်းနည်းကြာကြာ
ဟုတ်ပါပြီ
ဘရိုရတာကစားလို့ကိုရှင်ဘရိုရကစားလို့ချားသူတွေနေနိုင်မှာတော့မဟုတ်နော်
အောင်လာတယ်မဲကိုတေးတာ
နားကြီးလို့
ကစားလို့ငါတစ်ဖက်တိတ်ကြတယ်
နားကြီးလို့ဘယ်သူမှနားတော့ကြရင်မဟုတ်နားကြီးလို့
SF ကတော့ short လို့တော့မရဘူး
ဒါပေမဲ့မောင်နဲ့အုံနောက်ပါတော့ကော
SF
မိုင်းရမောင်နဲ့သွားတွေ့တယ်မာကြီးဟမ်
အပြာချောင်းတွေရသွားတဲ့အချိန်ညရင်
ခုနကျောင်းဆောင်တော့ပါလေ TikTok ကပါလေ TikTok ကပါလေ KOL ပါလေတီးเสียဆိုတော့ကောင်တီးတယ်
ဒီကောင်လေးမား
ဒါထားခဲ့ကြရမယ်ကော
ဒါပေမဲ့မားကိုဘန်လိုက်
တီးเสีย
ယူလိုက်တာ တို့ကဒီနာဂါဆိုင်
မိုင်းမစ်မောင်လေးရိုးမေးလိုက်မယ်
MRF နဲ့နောက်မှာဘယ်လောက်တောင်ထိုးနေလဲတော့
စားလို့ရပြီကိုလေးဟုတ်ကဲ့
အဲ့ဒါကိုတေချာကြည့်ရမှာဆိုတော့နော်နာမားစီမလားနာ
သိပါတော့သိပါတော့ဆော့ကျင်လာပြီဆော့ကျင်လာတော့ပြောပြီးသားနေအောင်တော့
လုံးဝအဖြေကနာဂါဆိုင်ရမယ်နော်ခုနကလိုမျိုး Asa Warrior
ဦးလေးတို့ကြားလာဦးလေးတို့ကြားလာ
carry ထားတဲ့
ဆော့ကျင်လာဆိုရင်မင်းဖိနေတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲမင်းမိနေတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲမင်းတော်နေတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲမင်းဖိုးနေတဲ့အတိုင်းမင်းစော်နေတဲ့အတိုင်း
လွဲလို့ရင်တော့လှမယ်
မင်းရဲ့ဗီဒီယိုရဲကိုလည်းတိုင်မယ်မင်းမျိုးလည်းပြအောင်
ကဲရှိက
Asa
ကို
တဲ့
နဲ့
network
ထားလို
ရ
က်
sound fine တယ်ပါ Asa network 3900 share ကြီးနော်ဒါပေမဲ့ Asa
ပြောပြနေပြီโอเคလို့
shaker အနေနဲ့တော့ network အောက်
ဘာချောင်းပြန်လာတော့
လူပဲဟောကြောင့်
တို့သားလေး
Asa
မင်းတို့ပိုင်းတော့
တော့ကိုစား
မင်းရဆောင်းနေ
ကဲကောင်းတာဒီကောင်ရဲ့ Asa ကြီးอ่ะကျွတ်စီ
ကြီးပြီးလိုက်အောင်လေးပြန်ပြီး
ရရှာရင်သွားမယ်ကာယနောက်မှာသွားမယ်ရရှာရင်သွားမှာ
ဟောအကိုနဲ့စားမယ်စက်မင်း
အဲ့ကောင်ဘယ်ကောင်လဲ F ကောင်နဲ့ F ဘူးတဲ့
လို့ခေါ်
မခေါ်
တဲ့ကနက
ဘယ်သူခေါ်ရလဲ
ဒီကောင်လေးအင်ကန်မင်းတာလေးကန်နဲ့
ရှိဘူးလေ
Magnus ကတော့နောက်3800
ဒီပွဲနိုင်မှကျွန်တော်တော့ပါမှာဆက်လက်ကမနိုင်ဆက်လက်ဖြတ်ပြီ
အချိန်ကြီးကလည်းအများကြီးရှိနေသေးတာဆိုတော့
ဆက်လက်ဖြတ်ပြီ
စောနေတာပြတ်သွားမယ်ဆက်လက်ကပြတ်ပါမို့
မှန်တယ်မိုင်းရတာဖြတ်ပြီးနောက်တစ်ယောက်တွဲအောင်တွဲအောင်ဆက်တော့ပေါ့
ဘာမဟုတ်တဲ့ဆက်လက်တောင်မဖြစ်နိုင်ဟောစောဖြတ်မနိုင်ဘူးဆိုတော့အဝေးကြီးပဲဟဲ့ရော
ကောင်းလိုက်
ဆက်ပြတော့တက်တယ်ရမှာလေအဲ့ကန်လိုက်ဘလော့နေတယ်ဟိုကောင်သူ့ဝင်နဲ့ကန်လိုက်ဘလော့နေတယ်ဟိုကောင်တက်ပေးမလို့ရောက်ရင်ရှိတ်ကစားအောင်
ဘာကိုင်းရမလဲ
အားမေလေးရသေးခြင်းနဲ့ဆိုတော့ရမှာပါနော်ဂျက်ကနန်အနေနဲ့တဲပိုင်း
အားရရောဘာနဲ့ထဲရ
တန်းပြသွားပြီနော်ဂျက်ကနန်ကတော့
တွေးကြပြတက်
ပိုင်းတာလား sorry ပဲ
nice ကောင်းတယ်
ကဲဆိုတော့ Magnus
အော်ရောနဲ့ထဲရ
ဒါကတော့ Shaker Echo Slam ခွဲ SS
ဒီဝက်ရှုံးမှာတေးကြတယ်
ဝင်ပိုင်းအဲ့လိုမျိုးကြီးဆော့အဲ့ဒါတော့ဟိုဘက်ကနာဂါဆန်
မင်းပိုင်ပြလိုက်ရင်လည်းမကြည့်တော့
ထောင်း Disruptor Status Strong
မဆော်ရုံနော်ငါဖိုက်တာဆောက်ပါနော်
နော်အဲ့လိုကြီးတော့သွားမယ်
ကျောင်းမှာပါလေဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲ
မမရှိမှာသွားမ
အားမေကအရင်ကောင်းနေတာပါနော်အဲ့လိုမျိုး
ဖိုက်တာဆောက်ငါပုံမှန်နဲ့ငါ
ပွဲတွေမှာ
ဖိုက်တာပဲဆောက်
လို့
ထုတ်မှာနော်ဖိုက်တာနဲ့
ဂိမ်းနဲ့စိတ်မရောက်ပါဘူးကြက်ပါ
အော်ရောကြီးရတယ်ပြတ်မှာမဟုတ်ဘူးငါတော့ကုန်လုံး
ပေးဖန်လိုက်ရတဲ့ပွဲတွေပေါ်မှာနိုင်သွားတယ်ခဏ7လည်းတူတာသူဖန်လိုက်ရလဲတူတာ
ဆန်ရင်းကတူနဲ့နှောက်နေတယ်လို့ကတ်စတက်ပေးမလို့
ပေးဖန်လိုက်ရတဲ့ပွဲတိုင်းကတော့သူကျင်းနေ
အားကိုင်းတယ်နဲ့
ကြည့်မှလည်းကလင်ကြီးဖြစ်နေလို့တိုင်ပတ်သွားတာလား
စလန်ကလည်း
မပြတ်ဘူးအော်ရောကိုင်းရတယ်
ခိုင်းဝင်ရတဲ့ပွဲတိုင်းကတော့တကယ်
လက်နက်က
နာနဲ့မရအောင်လေ
ရတယ်မောင်လေးကိုယုံလိုက်မိုင်းပါပါ
ရရှာကာရရယ်နော်9600
သွားပြီ
တော့မကြောက်နော်ပြောပြ SF ကစောစောစီးစီး online ဖြစ်လာမှာ Marine အနေနဲ့ကတော့ Sangin နေပါ
ရှုံးရင်လည်းရှုံးလိုက်တော့အားပေးနေသိရတယ်
7 minutes ထိတော့အေးဆေးပဲ
မဝတ်တယ်ဒီလာတော့ကြည့်တယ်
အော်တော့ကိုလည်းမသိပါဘူးဆိုမှပူးနေသေးတယ်စိတ်ရပါ
နာဝါလေးတွေဖိုးဖိုးလေးထိုးမှာ
ဘုံထုံမှာဘုံတင်
XM SF ကတကယ်ကောင်းတာပါ
ပြင်ပြရတယ်
Disruptor အနေနဲ့တော့ status strong နဲ့သူအောက်က Magnet OP Juggernaut အနေနဲ့တော့ Blade Fury
ကိုကိုဝီကလေးပါလေဖြစ်ချင်လို့ကိုစိတ်တလုံးနဲ့ရှိလို့ညနာနေလို့
Juggernaut ပြတော့ပြောက်သွားပြီ
ခုချင်တာတော့ဘာမှလည်းမရ
OP status strong နဲ့တော့အပြတ်ဖြောက်သွားတာ Same view အနေနဲ့တော့
ကောင်းလိုက်တာကောင်းလိုက်တာ
အကုန်လုံးပေးလိုက်ရပြီးတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးတေးသွားတယ်ဆိုရင်တော့တက်ပါတယ်
နည်းပါမလေးပါမကြည့်ဘူးလားကွာအမေတွေတိတ်
ရမ်းမချရင်တော့ငါကေးပါအန်နာရရတော့တိုင်းတို့ရမ်းမချနဲ့ရမ်းမချနဲ့လုံးကျင်တာလုံးရမ်းမချနဲ့
ဆက်တော့ဖတ်တယ် Shaker
သူတိုင်းဘလောက်နိုင်သွားလဲ
မိမိလိုးတာ
ရှုံးသွားတာ
join လို့ရပြီ fan မယ်
ပြောတယ်ဖဲကွန်ထဲ့ဆိုတာမဟုတ်ဘူးပထမပွဲတော့ကြာဖဲကွန်သွားထည့်
တိတ်လေးနေလိုက်မလားဟောဖဲကွန်ထဲ့
ပြက်ဖြတ်မှာ
ဖဲကွန်ထဲမှန်တယ်
status strong
ဟုတ်လေဖယ်ကုန်ထက်ကဘာမှသုံးမကြတဲ့ကောင်းလေး
ဒီပွဲနိုင်နိုင်ပတ်စံထုတ်ပြီးလမ်းထိပ်မှာဆက်လက် KDB မှာ1000နဲ့တော့ပဲ
ကလေးတော့တော့ကောင်းတယ်
ငါးပြရောက်1000ပေးတော့မယ်ရော KDB မှာ
KDB ပဲသွားလိုက်မယ်
KDB မတော့ရ KDB တော့ရမကြိုက်ဘူး
အာရခါလီအောက်ကလေးခါလီနဲ့ပြရတယ်ဒီနေ့အရုံမြောက်ရ
ကြည့်မင်းဂိမ်းနဲ့အားလေးစူးစီးပြီးဆော့လိုက်ပါဒါလည်းအားကိုကြီးမြန်မာလိုကတ်တာနားလေးနဲ့နားထောင်ပြီးတော့အဲ့မှာဂိမ်းလေးကိုဒီမှာလက်လေးနဲ့ဆော့လိုက်
လောက်ကြပါဦးလို့ချီဝေး
အဲ့မှာမောင်းလိုက်ငါ့ကိုလိုက်နေတယ်ဟာနင်တို့ကစောက်တရားလို့
လောက်တာ
တော်လိုက်တာအဲ့ဒါကြနေကြွရတာပေါ့နော်ဖလီကိုင်းနဲ့တော့လာပြီးငါ့
တော့ဘယ်မင်းမစပေါက်ခရီးကိုပြင်ငါလို့
ကိုပါသားကိုမသွားဟီးပြီးရင်အမဟုတ်ဘူးအောင်တော့ပါ sorry
ဖန်ဘယ်လိုသားလေးဘယ်မှအောင်တော့ပါမဟုတ်
အမှန်တမ်းအပြင်နဲ့ရှေ့ကိုတော်တော်ကြီးရွာလာပြီလား level ကလည်း30တဲ့နော် Jackanet ထက်တော့ပိုများတယ်ဆိုတော့ Medusa ကတော့ AC ပဲ Jackanet ကတော့နောက်တော့တဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့အောက်ရောက်နေပြီးတော့ Jackanet တော့ space ဖန်တီးပေးမဲ့လူတွေမရှိဘူးဖြစ်နေတာ Jackanet Fury လည်းမရသေးဘူးနော်နည်းနည်းတော့ mod Jackanet
လည်းကြာနေပြီနော်ဝယ်
အပေါ်လာပေါင်း3កောင်တော့
Oh disruptor status from Magnus ဒီနေ့ RP ပေးလိုက်လို့ရတယ်ဆိုနေပြီမဲ့လို့တော့တေပဲတေလိုက်တော့ဘာမှမထူးကိုအားမင်းနေနဲ့ကီလာလေးဆိုတော့နောက်ကပြန်ရသွားပြီခုနအောက်ကနေပြီးတော့600လောက်ရလိုက်တော့တန်သွားပြီ Get Fury နဲ့73မိနစ်ကောင်းနေပတ်စံနေထိုးတာတော့အောင်မရတယ်နော်73မိနစ်ကိုမှ Jackanet ဒါတော့တစ်ခါသေးတာသေးတာနော်တစ်ခါသေးတာသေးတယ်73မိနစ်ရှိနော် With ban Fury what the fuck
ဒါကြောင့်လည်း pro ဖြစ်နေရ
အော်လှမ်းလိုက်တာကြီးပဲ
Skida နေနဲ့တော့ Manchester ရနေပြီနော် flying ကောင်းမယ်
တော့လောက်တော့ဝါခတ်တော့ကဘာကောင်းတိုက်လာလဲဆို
ကောင်းပါပြီဘယ်လိုရကောင်းတယ်ဘယ်လိုကောင်းတယ်
ဟိုတေကန်ကြီးတွေမတေပါဘူးအာ
အဲ့ဒါမှာတော့စိတ်ညက်တာ
တေကန်ကြီးတွေကွာ
ဖြဲလိုက်တာတေအောင်မယ်
ဟုတ်ဗတဲ့ဆိုင်2ယောက်တည်းလို့ဟုတ်
နောက်မှာတော့ distractor တော့စောင့်ပေးနေတယ်သူကတော့2000လောက်ဖြည့်တာပါနော် Jackanet ပိုင်းမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့တော်တော်ပိုင်းအောင်
အော်နေလောက်ကြပါဘာမမီရ
Trick က dram နဲ့
နောက်ကကောင်လုံးဟာဘောပဲ
on my way
ကဲ Medusa အနေနဲ့တော့အခုမှတွေ့တာအဲ့ Medusa ကိုတစ်ခေါက်လောက်တတ်ဖို့လိုအပ်နေတာတော့အမှန်ပဲဆိုတော့အခုက Medusa Stone Gate တွေပါသုံးပြီးတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ damage ကတော့ရှိနေတာဆိုတော့ Medusa ကိုတစ်ခေါက်လောက်တတ်ဖို့လိုအပ်နေတာ
အဲ့ရဟိုကောင်အော် dust speed ထဲမှာမင်းလူခံကောင်းရတယ်
အာနေငါတိုင်တက်သွားပြီ
ပန်ကူကတော့အပြာလေးသွားမှာ Magnet ကတော့ Lotus လေးသွားပြီးလိုက်မလားနော် Jackanet က Lotus တင်ပြီးလိုက်ရင်အဲ့ဒါသွားပြီးဟိုနေ့ကလည်းအဲ့ Lotus ဆို2ခါပိုင်းတာတို့18ခါပိုင်းတာတို့ double ပိုင်းတာတို့ဆိုအဲ့ဒါဘာမှလုပ်လို့မရဘူး Jackanet ကအဲ့နံပါတ် credit ပေးရပြီအော်မေးပိုင်းနေ
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
ချင်း
attack.
ဝိုင်လောင်နေကြတယ်
ကျဆိုတော့ Jackanet နောက်တော့
အဲ့ဒီကနေမှာနော်
Shaker အနေနဲ့ကလည်းခုချိန်ဒီဘာမှတော့မလုပ်ရသေးဘူး Shaker ကြီးကင်ထားပြီးတော့ဘာမှမလုပ်ရတော့မတန်ဘူး
မီရမဲ့မှာ
နောက်တော့တော်တော်မျှ
Dire's bottom
ငါလေလာပြီနေဆန်နေနည်းတော့မြားတာပေါ့
မဆိုင်နဲ့တော့လေ
ရတော့ဟိုကောင်အရန်ပြော့တယ်ဟောတန်ရုံးကလုံးမလုံးဝေးဟောအလုံးမှုတဲ့ရုံးဟော
ကြည့်
တော့ဖန်လာအောင်
ကြည့်ရမှကြည့်ပြောပါကြည့်ရမှကြည့်
ဟိုရရအောင်တော့အောင်ယူလိုက်တော့မသိဘူး
အဲ့ဒီဘောတော့
Extreme Game မှာ Jackanet နဲ့ Extreme Game Jackanet နဲ့ SF နဲ့နောက်တော့တော်တော်ကြီးများတယ်ဥပကတော့ပန်ကူကတော့နောက်တက်မလာဘူးဆိုတော့ပန်ကူက space တွေလိုက်လုပ်ပြီးနေရရင်ဒါပေမဲ့ supporter အနေထားမှာကျတော့ Falcon ဘက်ကပြန်တာနေပြန်အောင် Disruptor နဲ့ Naga Siren ဟိုဘက် Backna Charity Mode တက်ပို့တာတယ်ဆိုတော့
ဘာတေးရမယ်လေ
ဒါကရပြီလား
မကိုဖန်တီးပြီးပါတွေ့လားအဲ့နဲ့မြောက်ဟုတ်တယ်
လို့မှကိန်းပေါ်မှာ3កောင်
SF ဆိုတာကြည့်ချင်းဒီကောင်ကိုကြည့်ရ
ပလိုက်တော့
BKB အပြာကြောင်းဆိုတော့ Magnus အနေနဲ့ Dagger ရပြီဆို
ဟို
တော့
ကိုဘက်က အုပ်စုလိုက်ချာနော်ကိုဘက်ကလူပွဲနေရဖတိုင်ပတ်နေတာပဲ
ဗတွေကခုချိန်နေမလုပ်ကြဘူး AC ပဲစော့နေကြတယ်
အော်အဲ့ဒီမရှိတော့ဘူးသားတရား
အများကြီးကောင်းပါတယ် best of 5 ကြီးရောက်လာတာဆိုတော့အပြည့်စော့လိုက်
အောင်းချ
ဟုတ် TI နဲ့ပြင်းမှုတော်တော်ကြာနေတသိန်းနဲ့ပဲကျန်းပြီးတော့ကိုကတော့
လာကြောင်းလာမိတယ်မိတယ်
မိတယ်ဟုတ်တာမှမလား
အော်နှူးတာ
来来လွတ်တယ်လာ
ဆော်ဖီယာလို
သွားနေတာဘာလို့မှ
တော့မှချက်
ဝေးတော့ဝေးလာနေ
Magnus ကိုပေးမခေါ်ဘူးအဲ့တော့မှပန်ကိုမရိုးတော့ပဲနေတော့ Magnus ပြန်မဲထွက်လာလိုက်
ရတော့ရအကုန်မရရငါတက်လိုက်
ဘယ်တွေတော့တစ်ချက် reset ချ
ဟုတ်
ပေး
တချင်လားဟုတ်တချင်လား
ဒီနေ့တော့ TP နဲ့ပဲပတ်ထားလိုက်
အော်ချလို့ရတယ်လူသားလေး
ပြန်ဝင်လေမင်းဝင်ရတော့ဝင်ပါ
ဝင်လာတာ Magnus ကို what the fuck
ဆော်ဒီယာနော်ကောင်းပါ
လျာဆင်းလိုက်မယ်လျာဆင်းလိုက်မယ်
စိတ်က
အကိုကြီးမလာလုံးလေ
ပေးမခေါ်ဘူး
တော်သေးရောက်မင်းမစ
ဆို
ပ်
တော့ပထမဦးဆုံးပြောလိုက်လားမသိဘူးပထမဦးဆုံး sound the siren လေးတော့
ဆောက်တော့လွဲ
ဆိုတော့ Falcon မဒူဇာတော့
ဟာ
online
ပလေးဆိုရောက်တော့ဆော့အောင်
sound the siren တစ်ခါ
ကို
တော့
ပလေးဆိုကိုကတော့ဆော့အောင်
ဒီနေ့ခေါ်ထုတ်ရတာတဲ့ကိုကြီး
မဒူဇာအနေနဲ့ okay
ဒီမှာတော့ကဲပါအောင်
ပေးထားပြီးတော့ pack နာတစ်ကောင်တော့ကိုတော့ပေးထားတာဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်မှာ Medusa အနေနဲ့က flying ရတော့မယ်နော် Manda style flying ဆိုရင်တော့ဒါတော်တော်လေးကောင်းသွားပြီဆိုတဲ့အခါမှာတော့ခဏ shake က
နောက်မှပါမတ်မန်လေးကိုတေရောမှဆိုလို့အထက်တက်လက်နဲ့ဖြစ်ချင်တာဖြစ်လိုက်ဟိုပဲကြည့်ရ
shake ကတစ်ကောင်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ယူထားသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့မှ XM ဝင်တော့ခွဲပေးထားနေပဲ
ဘာလို့ရမ်းချနေရတယ်လို့
တယ်ပေးပိုင်းမိထားဆိုရင်တော့ Marine Crane နဲ့နှစ်ကောင်
တို့တိုင်းတော့ဒုနေတော့လို့ရတော့တွဲလို့ရနော်
Disruptor
တွဲပါဦးလီးလာယောက်ျားချင်း
အလားလေးနဲ့တူပဲ Jackanet အနေနဲ့
ကျွန်တော်ပေါ်နေမှာ
What
ယောက်ျားချင်းတွဲကြပါဆောက်ကြောင်းမှမရှိ
delay ကဲဆိုတော့ 10 speed delay ဆိုတော့ okay Falcon အနေနဲ့ 2K နဲ့
အဲ့ကောင်တီးမယ်လားပြောရ
ဝင်တော့ပိုင်းလိုက်တယ်ဆိုရင် physical တစ်ချက်
တာတိုင်းလောက်လိုက်မလား
မသေးသွားဘူးဆိုတော့ခုန shake က echo ပေးထားတော့ဒီတစ်ခါ
နည်းနည်းဟိုနောက်ကိုဆောက်လို့
မရဆိုတော့ဒါတော့မိုက်တယ်
နေရာဖြတ်လိုက်ပြလားမရဘူး
နည်းနည်းလေးပြောရတော့တီးရမှာဒါပဲ
ဟိုကြီးစိုက်ကလုံးအကြီးကငါရှိသွားနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာအဖေအောင်ကန်ပေါ်လိုက်ငါအကောင်ကြီးရှေ့ရောက်သွားတယ်လီးလိုပဲတိုင်မင်းက
စကီတာအနေနဲ့တော့ fly ရရင်တော့သူလာဆိုင်လို့တော့ရပြီ
ဟုတ်
ကောင်းပါလေကျွန်တော်တို့တင်ရတော့ကောင်းပါလေရင်ကောင်းပါလေအဲငါတပေါက်ကြည့်ရတယ်
There's a lot of lane shove in this lineup. Naga Siren, Medusa, Pangolier just goes with the swashbuckle. You have the power, you have the dom. It's going to be a lot of map pressure for this lineup to deal with. And if your Jug is afraid to show on lanes and get back out,
piercing spells in this game, it's going to fall to Shaker to show the war.
ဘယ်ဒါတူ
And it's really going to fall on Jin Hugh.
ကဲဆိုတော့ရပြီ Disruptor အနေနဲ့ပြန်ခေါ်ပြီ Jackanet က Blade Fury ကိုကွက်တီလေးခြံထားတာဗျာဆိုတော့ Jackanet အနေနဲ့ကတော့သူ Manda Style သွားပြီးတော့ဒီမှာ flying သွားမယ်ဆိုတော့သူ့ကိုလည်းတတ်ဖို့ကတော့နည်းနည်းတော့ခက်လာမယ်ဆိုတော့ Shake ကနောက်ကတော့ကြံခဲ့တော့မယ်ဒီနေ့ဒီတိုင်းဆိုတော့ supporter အနေနဲ့ကလည်းကွာနေတာဆိုတော့
Bye bye
19 မိနစ် Falcon အနေနဲ့ကတော့ 4K goal လီပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဆိုတော့ Mother F Magnus အနေနဲ့ကတော့ Dagger နဲ့ RP တော့မရှိတော့ဘူး
Twitter
တင် Medusa ကတော့လုံးဝ AC လုံးဝ
ညာလေး
Falcon အနေနဲ့ Medusa အတွက် space
မတ်မန်ကိုထားပြီးအကုန်လုံးကကိုစီပြေးသွားကြတာတဲ့
no problem Jackanet ကတော့မှဟိုနားတော့ဆိုင်လိုက်ဟိုကလုံးလိုက်ဒီကလုံးလိုက်ဖြစ်နေရသေးတယ် Medusa မှာလုံးဝ pressure
ကောင်းလိုက်တယ်ကွာလောက်ကွက်ကြီးဟာဘယ်ထိုး
မဟုတ်ဟိုမှာစစ်နေတော့
လို့ရသေးတယ်ဆိုတော့အပေါ်လမ်းမှာဆိုင်လိုက်မလား Naga Siren Sound the Siren
လောက်ကျိုးပြီးပြီးထိုးနေရပါ
ရစစ်နေထောက်ရတာလို့
Asset ဒီနေ့တော့ Dagger နဲ့ okay လိုက်သွားတာဟဲ့
အဲ့ပြောတယ်
အဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ Mother F
ဟိုမန်ဖတ်တော့ရောဖေက
မရှိဘူးဆိုတဲ့အခါမှာတော့
ဟိုရပွဲတဲ့အောင်ရောက်လို့ရဒီပွဲကတိတ်မမျော်လင့်တော့အများကြီးမမျော်လင့်တော့ဖေကတော့9လောက်တဲ့9မှာဖေက9လောက်တော့ဖေက9မှာဒီပွဲက
မဒူဇာနောက်ဝရသွားပြီညာတားများ
Medusa နေကတော့ flying ရပြီ Manda Style flying Scary တော့တောင်းထောင်းဆိုတော့ yeah comment တော့ယူပြီနင်း20 friend နေနဲ့တေတော့မယ်
ပေါ်မှာပို့ဆွေငါတို့မှရွှေ့ကြရများနေရော
ကျွန်တော်ဘောကျွန်တော်
နာငါဆိုရင်တော့6000ရှိတယ်နော်
ဟုတ်တယ် class D ရော
ပေးရရင်မပေးဘူး
ဒီကောင်ရတာဒီကောင်ရဲ့ enchantress
ဒီငါကင်းကောင်းလင်းတော့အဲပေါ်လာတော့ဆောရရ
သွားရှိနာငါ siren ဒီကောင်စဉ်းစားတတ်ပါတယ်
ပေါ်နဲ့ကျွန်တော်သွားမှာပေါ်နဲ့ကျွန်တော်သွားမှာမင်းမချပဲ
သွားပြီကွာရှုံးသွားပြီ
တဲ့ကိုစင်းထိုးနော်ကိုကောင်းဆော်ရနော်အဲ့မှာလီရုံးနေပက်တာနော်
ပါတယ်မိုင်းကောင်းတယ်နော်မိုင်းနော်
တော့လေဆော့
မတ်တက်ကြီးနေတယ်ဒီဘက်မှာ X နိုဘာတကောင်အကနာ
အတန်အောင်ထွက်နိုင်တယ်
မလိုက်တော့ a shake and Fisher နောက်မှာ disruptor အဲ့မှာ Juggernaut ဟဲဝင်ပိုင်းမိထားတယ် disruptor steady strong Medusa တကောင်နဲ့ပိုင်းနာပြီးတော့ saw the siren stone gate ultimate နှစ်ခုသလုံးအော် disruptor မှာပါတယ်သုံးခုသလုံးပေးလိုက်ရတာအဲ့တော့ Falcon နေနဲ့တွားလုတ်ကြည့်တာပေါ့ရတော့မရနိုင်ပိုင်းနာတော့လာသေးတယ်
ချားကောင်းနေတရက်လောက်ခေါ်လိုက်မယ်အော်ရတော်ပြီလားရော့ကစ်ပြီးရောအဲ့
တော့ Juggernaut နေနဲ့ Fury Mental Style နဲ့ flying ထပ်သွားပြီ flying ပြီးသွားရင်တော့အပြာချောင်းတွေကျန်မယ်နော် Scary တွေကျန်မယ်အော်မက်ဟိုကလည်းလူမနေနေအဲ့မိုင်း Scary မင်းကြီးကင်းမှာပေါ့အပြာတော်သွားချင်မှာ
ဆောက်စကားတော့မပြောချင်တော့တမ်းထွက်တော့တွေ့လား
ဟုတ်ဘူးကမင်းကြီးမှာ flying နေဟုတ်မတန်ဘူး
ရော
အပြာ
ကော
ချောင်း
င်းဆော်လို့ပြောမယ်ကောင်းမဆော်
အဲ့တော့နောက်ပိုင်းဘယ်သူမှ
ကောင်းမိုင်းကြောမကောင်းလားပြောမိုင်းပြော
ကောင်းလေ
တ
ကြီး
က
လား
ယ်ပြောလီရိုတွေပြက်တော့တော့နေတယ်
ဆိုတော့အပြာမ
မစ္စတာကြီးကနောက်ပြန်အိတ်ထိုးလို့
မင်းကနောက်ပြန်တော့မို့မင်းရ73ဝင်
ဘက်မှာလိုးတက်
လို့ရနောက်ပြန်ထုံးပါငါနောက်ပြီးသွားတဲ့ကိစ္စ
ဒါကိုလည်းကြိုတွေးထားမှတော့ရအောင်မင်းကြီးမပိုင်လေမဒူစာကိုခုတ်လို့မရအောင်စကာဒီမပါတော့လည်းတွေးရမှာမရအောင်ဆိုတော့အဲ့တန်းတားမလို့တယ်
ကောင်းဆိုကောင်းဆို
ဘယ်တက်မှာဆိုတာလီလီယာတော့မပါဘူးလီလီယာငါရင်တတ်တာပဲငါ၄ယောက်ငါပြီးရှုံးသွား
ဒီဒီကကျွန်တော်ရေးတတ်တာပါဖက်ဖလက်မိုင်းယူမေးကြည့်တော့ပါနော်
ပြောတာလေနောက်ဆုံးဆိုင်အောင်နဲ့ပတ်တယ်ကိုပြောတာဖေးဝမ်းနဲ့ပတ်တယ်ကိုပြော
BKB သွားနေတော့
အလီယာကတင်းကောင်းနဲ့ပတ်တာ
တော်တော်လေးကောင်းတယ်
ဘာဘမ်းမလို့မသိ
ဒါဝါဆော့တော့
ဘာဘမ်းမလို့လဲဆိုတော့ဟိုကဗာလဲဟိုကပြပါလားရီဆုံရှင်းလေးဟောဘမ်းဝိုင်း
ဒီကျွန်တော်ကြိုင်မယ်ဘယ်သားလေးဟိုဘန်းမှာလားကြိုင်မှာ
ဘ
လား
မ်းကိုင်အော်ကိုင်မှာဘမ်းနဲ့
ဟုတ်ကဲ့
အဲ့ဒါပြောရအောင်သူက
အဲ့ဒါမစ္စတာမစ္စတာဘယ်လိုပြပါ
ကောင်း
လား
ကောင်းပါရောယူတယ်ယူတယ်
ပြကြပါမရှိတာ
ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါသည်လူသားလေး
ကဲဆိုတော့ဒီတစ်သက်ထဲတော့မပိုင်းတာတိတ်အစိတ်ကောင်းမှာမကြည့်နောက်တစ်သက်နှစ်ခေါက်ပိုင်းရမယ်ဆိုတော့တိတ်တော့မလွယ်ဘူး Magnus နေနဲ့ Dagger ရဲ့ပြချောင်း
စိတ်ကောင်းမှာမထင်ဘူးလူသားလေးလေနော်
ငါ ACR ကိုင်လိုက်ရင်မင်းပွဲရတဲ့နိုင်နေမှာဟိုဟာရကိုမင်းကိုလို့ကျွိုင်း
Dagger
တော့
ပါတော့သူလည်းဝင်နှိမ့်ပြီလို့မရအောင်အဲ့တော့နာဂါဆန်ရဲ့ song fat တယ်ကွာသူကကဲ extreme
ကျွိုင်းဟိုကဥရာတူးနဲ့ထိန်းလို့ရ
ကြာ
ဥရာဆို
တဲ့မတ်မန်ဆော့ခြင်းမတ်မန်ဆော့ရရဖိုင်အလိုမှသာ
ဖက်ကွန်နေနဲ့သူနိုင်ခဲ့တဲ့နှစ်ပွဲစလုံးမှာဆိုတော့အခုလေတာတော့တာတပွဲလုံးလုံး
ဟိုလိုကီရဲ့
ပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ first pick ရ
Lucky လား Lucky
strategy ကိုသူတို့ကိုယ်တိုင်တီးဆောက်ပြီးဆော့ရတာဆိုတော့တော်ကြီးတာ
မတ်မန်ကိုင်ရင်မင်းမကိုမတ်မန်ဖိုင်နော်မင်းဆောက်ကြအောင်မင်းမကိုပါမင်းဆောက်ကြအောင်အဲ့ဒါငါဆောက်ကြအောင်မဟုတ်
တော့တာ first pick ရတယ်လို့
bottom tower has fallen.
လို့ရဘာလို့မကြိုက်နော် join ဝယ်လာအောင်
တော့ပြစ်လို့
ဝ
ရ
ယ်
တယ်
တော့အဲ့ဒါမိုင်းစီလေ
တော့တော့မယ်လို့မပြောပြီးပါ
စိတ်ကောင်းမှာမထင်ဘူးလားလူသားလေးလေ
အဲ့မှာငူ Let's go Falcon
အိုင်နဲ့တားဟာ
အားမင်းမြေကြီးလေးနဲ့ဆက်လိုက်တော့မှာ
စိတ်ကတော့ Dagger BKB
အားမင်းမြေကြီးလေးနဲ့
SF နေနဲ့ Dagger
သူ့မှာ Falcon ထည့်တာလား
SF ကပြတောင်းမပါသေးဘူးဆိုတော့စိုးခွဲဖို့
ဟောတယ်ဒီဝက်ပြင်ပြီးမလား
ပြီးသွားပြီ3စားရအောင်အဲ့ထဲမှာရှိသမျှအကုန်လုံးချူလို့လိုက်တာရအောင်
လိုက်ပြနေပြီ
ဒါဘယ်လောက်ရမှာ30ဘယ်လိုသားဘယ်လောက်ရ
3စားဘောမပြောပြဘူးလေ
မဟုတ်ကြည့်မလားပြော
တွေးပါဦးငါရှုံးရင်မင်းလာပေးလို့လား
ပေးပါဦး
အခု3သိန်းရှုံးတိုင်းငါ့ကို2သိန်းဝဲပဲလွှဲလိုက်
ဘာလို့3သိန်းဆို
တော့3သိန်းဆိုဟိုနေ့ကပြောတဲ့3သိန်းလေးများလား
ဖေးရတယ်
ဟိုလေအခုဘယ်တိုင်းထည့်တာပါဟိုလားဟိုလေသိန်းကျော်ထည့်တာလား
သိန်း20လောက်ထည့်တာတော့
သိန်းတိုင်း20ဘယ်ဘယ်အရင်ပြန်ပြီဆိုအရင်ပြန်မရဘူးလား
Disruptor
ဟုတ်ဘူးပြီးတော့ရှုံးသွားတယ်လို့ all in တပွဲ
လိုက်တာကွာ share ဒီ more distraction လေးနဲ့တော့ carry ထားသေးရဆိုတော့ X မပေါ့မသိပါဘူးအပေါ်မှာ
အခုအရင်မမြင်ကိုရမှာဒီဘက်နိုင်
fair combat
ဟိုအရင်မဲ့ကမ်
အတိမတူစားနားမှာပဲလူတွေအများကြီးရှိတယ်လို့
ပြောတော့အထာမနဲ့တာဒီပွဲတွေလောက်လောင်းနေပြီးတော့
အော်ဟုတ်အေးနေလောင်းကြည့်နေလောင်းကြည့်နေ
ဟုတ်ဘူးလေဒါကတက်ကြီးဖေးပေးထားတာလေ
မဟုတ်ဘူး
ဂိမ်း3ကတက်ကြီးနေဒါလောက်သူ့ပစ်ကြီးကတာနေတဲ့ဟာကိုသူဘာလို့ဖေးထားမှာလဲ
အော်
ဂိမ်း fight တွေသွားကြလို့လေ
ငါပဲမှားတာပါငါပဲမှားတာတော့နေကြမှာအေးဘာထက်မှာငါထိုင်ပြီးတော့တော့မဟုတ်နေတော့တော့ခုလုံးနေထိုင်ပြောအဲ့ပြောတာငါထည့်မယ်ကြည့်နေ
ပြောတော့ဟောနေထဲတော့တာဟိုတာပြောလို့ပြင်ဘက်ကပြီးရှောက်ထည့်ပြီးတော့ပြင်ငါပြောတဲ့ဟာတွေပဲပါ
ကောင်အနေနဲ့တော့ပြန်ပတ်သွားပြီအိုးနော်ဒီဘက်ကလည်း echo slam
လူကြီးမိဘစကားဒီဝဲမချနားမထား
response ကလည်း sound the siren BKB RP မြင်နေဗျာ
ဘာလို့ပြောတာလဲ
ဖျောင်းမောင်သွားပြီးတော့စိုးသွားခွဲ
ကိုပြောတာကိုပြောတာ
ဖေးရလားကိုဆွေကိုမျိုး
ကိုကောင်ရသွားတဲ့အချိန်မှာကြီးရွားရှိရကတ်လာကန်လာ
fly အိုက်တန်တော့ကောင်းပါတယ်နော်နောက်မှာ mangy ကင်းပါတွေ့
ကျွေးကမမြင်သေးဘူး
မပိုင်မဲလူသား
ဖိတက်လာတာပဲဒီကောင်နဲ့
တော့ Magnus RP မရှိတော့ဘူးဟိုဘက်က echo slam မရှိတော့ဘူးဆိုတော့ကျန်တဲ့ကောင်တွေပဲဆော့ရမယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီမှာ
အဲ့ဟာ join ရစိုးတယ်ဟောကွာဟိုကြီးစိုးတယ်ကွာ
Glim နေပြန်ခေါ်ပေးထားတယ်အဲ့ဒါမှာ SF ဆော့ဝေးမှာတော့ခွဲတယ်
ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘူးတကလိုက်ရှာရတာ
အော် sneaky ထားပြီအဲ့ဒါမှာ BKB မရှိတဲ့ SF နေနဲ့တော့တပွဲလုံး
ငဝဲပလေးတွေ73မိနစ်73မိနစ်ကို
နောက်လေးကိုတော့ပြန်တော့ပတ်ပေးထား
ကိုပါတော့ကို performance နဲ့လိုက်ပြီးတော့
ဒီဘက်မှာပန်ကို roll နဲ့တူပဲ share ဒီ
ဟာဘာတော့ဒီကောင်တော့
ငါချုပ်ပေးဦးမလားဒါကာလေးနဲ့
သူများ
ငို
နဲ့
ငါလုံးဝသာငိုငါလုံးဝသာစောက်သုံးမကြရကောင်မင်းလက်နဲ့လေးမတကယ်မရငိုအဲ့မှာငိုကြောင်ကြောင်မတော့ကိုစင်မွားစင်သွားကိုတော့မင်းမနိုင်တော့
ဗတဲ့ဆိုင်မှုတော့နဲ့ခတ်တဲ့အနေထားဖြစ်နေအေးစစ်စားတော့ခေါင်းတော့မယ်
ငိုငါလုံးဝသာစောက်သုံးမကြရကောင်
ညသားသမီးတွေဗျအဲ့ဒါပြောတင်ပါ
ငါသားသမီးမဟုတ်ရပြောမှာပေါ့
SF ဒီနေ့က BKB ထပ်ပေးရအောင်မထင်နဲ့ဖက်ရှာ
အော်ဆက်မပွင့်ဘူးလေတတ်အကျိုးပဲပေါ်ရောက်သွားတော့
ွာလာအေး Glim က
လိုက်ချက်ကြည့်ပါဒါနဲ့တော့နေပြီလား
ချက်ကနက်ကတော့ဟာဒါကာကြီးဝယ်ပလိုက်
လုံးနေပြီ
မင်းနေမှမသွားပဲနဲ့ဆိုတော့ဒါကာနဲ့ပဲခုံပိုင်းနေတယ်
ဘယ်အမှန်
ကြီးမမလုပ်ဘူးအခုကြီးတော့လုပ်နေပြီ
ဒီမိုင်ဝါထားတယ်မှာ skip လိုက်မှထားတယ်ဟောလည်းမသေးချင်တော့
ဆိုတော့ Aegis ကတော့ကောင်းသွားပြီဒီဘက် Medusa လည်း main game မှာ check နဲ့လည်း
မိုင် join နဲ့မြန်မာလူကြီးတာလားပါကြီးတယ်
ရင်သွားတာလေ
မဟုတ်လီးပုံ
အသေးပုံ
ဩ
အသေးပုံပါ
check နဲ့မှာ
ဒီလီးပုံဒီလေထိတ်ကြီးရရှိနေရော
ပြဿနာပဲ
ဟိုသူကြိုက်တာတွေ့
ဟာဘယ်လိုလဲ
မိနစ်20မှာတွေးရ1900ပဲရှိတာ
ပေါ်တက်လာပြီလားကျွမ်း
ဆိုတော့သူပိုင်းပြီးသွားရင်ဘာမှလုပ်လို့ရတော့မှာမဟုတ်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါတော့စိုးတယ်ဒီကြားထဲမှာအမြန်ဖြတ်လိုက်ရင်လည်းပြတ်သွားနိုင်တဲ့ကိစ္စလေးရတယ်ရှိနေပြန်
ကြီးဇက်ကအရှုပ်ကတော့ငါသွားစရာလမ်းမရှိ
တက်စရင်သွားပြီးမှပြီးတော့မှအပြာသွားမှာဆိုတော့28မိနစ်အေးဆေးပဲစိတ်ကို
ဘူးနေ့မလုပ်ရှုံနေ့မဖမ်းချင်ငါကျွမ်းမဖမ်းချင်ကျွမ်းဖမ်းဖို့တက်ကြီးကိုင်နေ
ထားပြီးစော့နေတာဗျာ
သူရမနိုင်ပါဘူးတဲ့
တခေါင်းနဲ့လည်းစုလေဟာ
မီးရမီးစရာခေါင်းရ
ပါ
ခေါင်း
ထား
စား
လဲမသိဘူး
ဘာပြောမှမသိတခေါင်းနဲ့စုပြီးတော့အကောင်လုံးအဲ့ဒီပေးလိုက်တယ်ဇက်ကလည်းပေးပြတယ်စစ်ကြီးခေးပြီး
ခေါင်းရခေါင်းစားမီးရမီးစားကောင်နေ
ငါနှမျိုးနေရလေနွား
အေး no
နွားနဲ့တော့ခုနလောက်သွားတာမမိတာဝါငါမှာတော့အော်သူမဖမ်းတော့ပါဘူးပေါ့တစ္ဆာမရှိ
တော့ဖိတော့ဖိနေဒါမဲ့လည်းအ
ပေါ်
ပေါ်
မှာ
ရ
ပေါ်မှာတာဝါလေးကို
ပေါ်မှာချမ်းသာနေ
ပေါ်မှာချမ်းသာနေပြီရှေးခွာနေပြီဗျာ
ပါလိုက်တော့
ဟမ်အာဒီဘက်ကြီးပြစ်ပြီးဆက်လိုက်မပြူနေနောက်ပြန်လှည့်ပြီးကွာငါတူတော့ရှေ့မဟုတ်လီအုံတော့ပြက်
join
ဟုတ်စောတာချွဲကြီးဖြစ်အော်ပင်တက်နေအောင်
လိုက်အောင်တော့အေးလို့
မြို့နေအဓိကလောက်ပါ ကန်ချင်း
အေးစေးစောဘာမှလောစရာမလိုဘူးနော်မယ်လူဇာနှောက်ရ
ဟို
တော့များ
ဘာယူသွားစတန်းလိုက်တာတော့အရန်တော်နေ
ဆိုတော့လည်းတစ်ခေါက်လောက်တော့သေးဘူး
ဘယ်ကြီးမင်းရဲ့ဟုတ်ပါအောင်ခဏနေပြကြပါအောင်
ခဏနေပြတယ်လူတွေ
သူရ1900ပဲရှိတယ်ဒီဂျက်ကနကဘယ်သူမှပိုင်
အဲ့တော့မောစရာကြီးပဲရတယ်အေးနော်
ဘယ်သူမှခုတ်လို့မရအောင်ဆိုတော့တော်မန်တော်လေးထပ်
မိုက်တော့ပါ
မိနစ်30
ပေါ်လာမှာဗတယ်လည်းမဖြစ်ဘူးငါစကိုင်းပြရတာကြီးထက်ပြီးစောက်ပိုးကြီးကြာနေရပဲ
မေလို့လား
ဟာငါမကြည့်နေတာဟာမကြည့်တယ်ဒူဒူနားလေဘာလဲ
မေလို့ကွာဟာလို့ကွာချမလားကွာ
ချင်းချင်းမို့မရှိ
1 minute
မေလို့ကွာဟာလို့ကွာချမလား
ဘယ်
ကွာ
မှာနော်
နာဂါဆိုင်ရန်4ဖြစ်နေတာနော်
ဟောတကယ်စုလိုက်ရလို့တမ
ဖိုက်တွေရောသွားပြီးမှာ
ဒီကောင်ရတဲ့ကောင်စုရဲကောင်ဖွားကောင်လေ
ဒါကအပြာချောင်းဆိုပြီးနေ
ဆုတ်လိုက်လားကိုလေးဆုတ်အောင်မလားအိမ်လာခဲ့မ
ဒါ
လား
ကြောင့်လည်းနာဂါဆိုင်ရန်
ကောင်းလိုက်ငါမင်းထက်ကောင်းတယ်ကွာတိုင်ဆော့
ပြီးတော့နာဂါယူရတာနော်နာဂါလွတ်နေလို့
ချိုင်းငါလည်းချွားရဘာလို့ပုံနေရလဲ
မောမိုင်းမောပါပါပါခိုင်းတော့တိုင်း
မန်ကြီးကင်းပါနေအိုက်ဒန်ကတော့တော်တော်လေးများတယ်နောက်မှာတော့အပြာချောင်းမှာထပ်သွားပေးဦးမှာတကယ်ပြစ်မှာ
ကျွမ်းတနာ
သူ့ရဲ့ echo slam နေ
ဒီကငါကြီးငါပေးတာ
ပဲသုံးနေရတာ
ငါကြီးလို့
သူပဲရင်ဝင်
ငါ
ဖမ်း
ကြီး
နေရ
ကြ
တာ
ပေးတာတော့မိုင်း
ခေါ်သွားပြီ disruption ကောင်းလိုက်တာ shadow demon အနေနဲ့ dagger နဲ့ပဲအဲ့နောက်မှာ disruptor stat destroy ပေးလိုက်ပြီအဲ့နောက် 8 BKB ဝင်ခွဲပေးထားတယ်ပဲ marine အနေနဲ့တော့တော်တော်လာပြီဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ thank you မေးပေးထားပြီးတော့ medusa stone gaze နဲ့ပြန်ပတ်ပေးထားတာ falcon ဘာမှလုံးလိုက်ရဘူးဆိုတော့ပန်ကိုကြီးကတော့ပုတ်တယ်ဘာမှလုံးမရအောင် skitter အနေနဲ့ဒီဘက်မှာ TV ထောင်းနေတဲ့နေရာအနေများလိုက်တာအိုး
လာပါတိကျတဲ့ဟာလေးပဲလုပ်လိုက်ပါဟောမတိကျတော့
အော်ဖလကိုင်းတော့
မိချက်မိစားတာတော့မိချက်မိစားလို့
Roshan ပဲတယ်
အော်ဘယ်လိုတိုင်းဘယ်လို
မသေးဘူးကျွန်တော်ဖွင့်လိုက်တာကြီးလို့ရင်တော့
physical နဲ့တည်သွားတာ
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
ကဲ33မိနစ် Roshan တော့ထွက်တော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ပန်ကိုကတော့ဘာမှလုပ်မရအောင်နောက်တော့လည်းနင်းနေတယ်ပေးရတယ်ဒါထဲမှာရနဲ့ဆိုတော့ Jackana Omi slash တော့မရှိတော့ဘူးတော့ဆိုင်မလားဆိုင်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဆိုင်လို့ရတယ် Magnus မှာ RB တဲ့ channel တွေ BKB ကတော့ second 20ဟိုဘက်ကလာဆိုင်မှတော့ရမယ်နော် Roshan ပေးလို့တော့မရအောင်ကဲဆိုတဲ့ခါမှာတော့ extreme game နေနေ
အေးဘောအော်ရှက်တောင်းပေးရကွာလုံးမ
shaker
ဘယ်သားလေးပါတည်ရောမတည်ဘူးတော်သေးအောင်ဘယ်အောင်ပြခွက်ဘာနိုင်မှမရှိ
PMS scan ဖတ်လိုက်တာတော့
အော်အဲ့လိုမနေ့ချင်းဆိုင်သွားလောက်ပါလား
တက်နိုင်လေကွာဟိုကောင်ရှိပါမလဲဟိုကောင်ရှိမှနေပြီးတော့ငါပြစ်လို့ရတယ်ကောင်ရှိမှမနေရလေ
အဲ့ကောင်နေရလေအဲ့ကောင်တည်ကွာ
ငါရင်တည်တာကွာအဲ့ကောင်နဲ့ငါနဲ့ကြားပါ
ခွဲပေးထားရတယ်ပဲ Marine ထပ်ပြောက်သွားပြန်ပြီအဲ့နောက်မှာနောက်တဲ့ Sharon
အမှန်တော့ခုနတတ်တယ်ကိုလိုက်တာ
distraction နဲ့ပြီးသွားပြီဆိုရင်ဒီထားမှာ Emma the F နေနေ
ဟုတ်လားအမှကျဲလိုက်နော်လူသားလေးကြီးကြီးနေရ
Sharon demon ကောင်တော့ရထားသေးတယ်
မေတို့ဆက်အောင်လို့
လုပ်လိုက်တော့
တော်တော်သေးတယ်တက်ရတယ်နေတာဆိုတော့ Magnus နေ
ထပ်လုပ်လိုက်တော့
ဒီပါတော့ခေါ်လာကြာချောင်းနဲ့ဆိုနေမယ်ထင်ထားသလောက်တော့လုံးမဖြစ်ဘူး
အဲ့တကိတ်လေးပြရတာဟာတယ်ကျန်ငါငါးကြီးပြီးတော့အတန်ထွက်ရ
မရကင်းပေးခြင်းလေးကိုအငါးကြီးကို
အမအေးတော့မကျွိုင်း
အေးတို့
တော့မ
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Falcon တော့ငါ fight ကြီးတော့ကျန်နေသေးတယ် Jackana ကတော့ switch
သူ
လိုက်
ဝါ
ပြီးတာဝိုင်းဆိုတော့ပိုင်းတော့မှာပေါ့နော်အပြာချောင်းတော့မပါတော့ဘူးသူက2000ပဲရှိတယ်နော်ဆိုတော့ Falcon ဘက်ကတိတိချာချာအိမ်တာလေကွန်မူမိဖို့ဆိုတာထက်ကွန်မူမိဖို့ဆိုတာ
တရားနဲ့300ရှိတယ်မိုင်လုံးပါရ
နဲ့ Medusa နောက်ဝနဲ့တူတူလောက်ကိုတော့သွားနေဆိုတော့ Magnet ကလည်း RP ပေးတာ
မိုင်းနာတယ်
ပါပဲခေါ်ခေါ်တာသူလည်းတိတ်လို့ခိုင်းတာအဆင်မပြေဘူးဒီပွဲမှာနာဂါဆိုင်ရန်ကိုပိုက်တွေပါတယ်မသွားခိုင်းလိုက်ပဲနဲ့ Disruptor ကိုပဲအပြာချောင်းလေးနဲ့အိတ်ပြီးတော့ဆိုင်လိုက်မလား
တန်တူလိုမတန်ဘူးလို့တန်ပါလေဂျီယိုတေတော့မတောင်းနော်
Disruptor အပြာချောင်းလေး
တော့ Hi-Fi ယူလာနော်
ဒါမှ Medusa အနေနဲ့ Aegis နဲ့တော့တက်လာပြီ X Nova တကောင်တော့မိထားပြီအဲ့နောက်မှာ XM အနေနဲ့ဘာလို့မ Disruptor Status Strong အနေနဲ့တော့ဘာမှနှမျောမနေဘူး Fight လိုက်ပြန်လိုက်အေးစစ်စစ်တွေကပြန်လိုက်ကြဒီဘက်ကလူတေရောဒီ Aegis လေးနဲ့တက်လိုက်မလား
ချေဘက်ကလူတေတယ်ဟာ
နမတွင်နေစက်ကနေရှာဖြင့်
4 5 6 9 10
ကိုလေခဏလေးနောက်ဆုတ်လိုက်မလားလို့ကိုလေကိုတယောက်လေးလို့
မရတော့တာဝါလိုချင်လို့မရဘူးငါစိတ်ဆိုးလာပြီ
ဟိုအောက်မှာ amplify damage
အဲ့ဒီတော့3 5 6 9 10 9
တာဝါတရားစက်ရှောက်ရည်နေရအရင်မနေနိုင်လို့တာဝါပြစ်တဲ့အချိန်ဘယ်နှချက်ပြစ်တာလဲ
ကိုရီးယားနာဂါဆိုင်ရန်နဲ့ဆိုတော့နာဂါဆိုင်ရန်ဝင်ပြီး Disruptor စစ်ချ RP ပေးအဲ့လိုကြီးအောင်သွားမယ်ထင်တာဒါပေမဲ့အခြေအနေကတော့အဲ့လိုဖြစ်မနေဘူးနော် Disruptor ကဒီတိုင်းပဲသူ့စစ်ကတကောင်လောက်ဖမ်းမှုတော့ကိုပဲတုံးတာဘာမှ initiate
ကျွမ်းမမသိတာအမေငါရှိဦးလာပြီးတော့သူကငါချုပ်တာခံကြည့်တယ်
အဲ့ဒီ3နိုင်အောင်ဟောနေအောင်မလည်းမရှိဘူး
ဟိုဘက်ချက်မသွားနဲ့ဟိုဘက်ချက်မှာဇက်ကဟာတွေပေါ်ထားတယ်
ကဲ Aegis လေးတော့ထက်ကင်တာဒီခါလဲ screamer ပဲခေါ်လာအောင်မှာပါ magnet ကနော်သူ screamer ခေါ်လာတာဟိုဘက် shake ကထောက်ရင်လည်းထောက်တာအဲ့လိုမျိုးလေးပဲသွားမှနေတူတယ်
ကောင်းပါပြီ
ပုံစုပ်ပြတ်တက်ကုန်မနော်အေးအောင်တော့မနှောင်းနဲ့ပြီးတော့
ဒီတန်နေနဲ့တော့ backpack ထဲမှာ
အဲကောင်းတယ်နောက်မလုံးနဲ့လား
ဂျက်ကနက်လည်း item ကတော့စုံနေပါပြီဆိုတော့ sign ပြသွားဖို့ပဲလိုတော့တယ်
ကျွန်တော်ရပေါ်သွားပြီအစမှလည်းသူ့
ဟောငါမှဟိတမ်းပြီးလိုက်လာသေးရအောင်
86x ဘာလို့မလဲ Mother F ဝင်ခေါ်ရဲပါဦးမင်း
မသေးဘူးထင်တယ်သေးသွား
ခေါ်ရဲပါဘူးဒီဘက်မှာ SF
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
ဒီကျင်းနေအာ
နှစ်စတိုက်မကနကြောင့်စိတ်ဒုက္ခမှုကြီးစိတ်ဒုက္ခကမရောက်ရှိသေးရ
မင်းတို့နောက်ကျသွားပြီ status strong ပေးပြန်ပြီလိုမှမလိုတာ Disruptor ရဲ့နော် Ace Nova အတွက်တီးတန့်ပေးနေသလိုဖြစ်နေသေးရဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့ Skitter အနေနဲ့တော့တီး
အေးနှစ်လုံးမကနနဲ့ရှောင်းရင်တော့အေးမင်း
Fisher နဲ့ချိန်နေဆွဲတာ
ရှောင်းအိတ်ကိုပဲမင်းတို့ထုတ်လိုက်ပါတော့ကွာရှောင်းအိတ်နဲ့မပတ်သက်ပါနဲ့တော့
38 minutes အဲ့နောက်မှာ Extreme Gaming အနေနဲ့ refresher off နဲ့ so ဝင်ခွဲလိုက်မလား
ဟိုက try မဟုတ်တော့အခုကမန်ဆောင်ချတာဒီဘက်ချုံမှာအရှိချုံအရှိချုံအရှိချုံ
တောက်ရှုပ်ကြီး fear နေ
လေကောင်လူခွင့်ပြီးလို့ရ
အေးလေးပြရတန်း
ဟန်စမိုင်း
တေးပြီးတော့ဆွဲနေမှာ Disruptor Glyn နဲ့ပြန်ပို့ပေးလိုက်ရင်လည်းအဲ့နောက်မှာ Skitter Army ဝင်တော့ရိုက်ပေးထားရင်လည်း Skitter ဘာဖြစ်မှမသိဘူးဆိုတော့ပတ်ဖို့ဝင် roll တိုင်းနဲ့ Juggernaut
နဲ့ဖောက်ဖောက်မှလည်းမသိဘူး
အဲ့နောက်မှာ
တကယ်မရှိအောင်မပြောတာတကယ်မရှိ
ပြန်ပတ်ပေးထားရင်လည်း Juggernaut အနေနဲ့တော့ဘိုင်ဘက်မှာမရှိတော့ဘူး
bro တူတိုင်းစိတ်ရှစ် bro စောင်းဝမ်းတာမအေးလို့ရှုံတစ်ခါလုံးမကနနဲ့ရှုံငါလုံးမတေးရှုံရ
တပွဲလုံးလုံးသမျှဟာဘာမှမဖြစ်လာဘူးတပွဲလေးဝင် roll သွားပြီးတော့ဟဲဝါသေးဆွဲနေထားမှာ over the
ဟုတ်တယ်မလားအဲ့တော့မပြန်ယူမှာ
ဟုတ်တယ်ပြလိုက်တော့
တော့လာတော့ဆွဲပေးထားသေးဆွဲနေထားမှာ
ဟုတ်တယ်
shaker
ဟန်စမိုင်းရှိ
Fisher အဲ့တော့မှာ Skitter Melee Rex လေးတစ်လုံးတော့ရအောင်တော့ယူပေးထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲ Aegis ကတော့ကြံနေသေးတယ်အဲ့တော့ shaker လောက်တော့လုပ်ပေးထားသေးဆိုမှ spare တွေကတော့မရှိတော့ဘူးเนาะအဲ့ကိုမရှိတော့ဘူး SF တော့စိုးခွဲလို့ရနေသေးဆိုမှ BK
magic penetration
ရှေးဝင်ခုတ်တယ်ဆိုရဲအနေထားမှာတော့ Pango road bound နဲ့တွတ်တွေ့တာthank you နည်းနည်းတော့ distraction မြုပ်ပေးထားလေးတော့လုပ်ပေးထားသေးတယ်ဆိုနေပေမဲ့ Skitter အနေနဲ့ကတော့ချိုးပြီး
ဆက်ဆွဲလိုက်ရအောင်
တော့ယူလိုက်လို့တော့ရတယ်ဟိုဘက်ကလည်း40ပါညာလည်းမရှိဘူးဆိုတော့ကန်ကောင်းလို့ရှိရင်တော့ Magnus ကြလာလို့ရှိရင် RP နဲ့ battle ထပ်ဆိုင်ပြီးတော့ပွဲပါပြီးရင်တော့ပြီးလိုက်လို့ရတယ်နေတာဆိုတော့ second 30တွေးလို့တယ်ဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါနော်အပိုင်ကြီးတော့ဝင်တော့ချလိုက်ပါရဲ့ဒါပေမဲ့ဘာမှလုံး
ဘာလို့ကိုရှိအောင်မင်း
သူ့ရဲ့သားနေတော့ဟိုကခဏပဲပြစ်လိုက်
အေးအောင်ချက်ပဲ
မရဘူးဘာမရှိဘာမှမရှိ
မရဘူးဆိုတော့ BKB တဲ့
ငါတို့ကိုကြီးလည်းအဲ့ဒါတော့မခံနိုင်ဘူးဟဲ့
နဲ့ BKB တဲ့ကဲ Magnus
ကိုပြရှော့ပြတယ်အော်နေကောင်းအော်ဟိုကောင်လည်းခံလိုက်သေးတယ်
ရလို့ရှိရင်ဘာမှလုပ်လို့ရတော့မှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဆိုတော့ asset
အေးကောင်းသေးပြီမသိဘူးလား
ဘာနဲ့စတန်ဝါ
စတန်ဝါဟိုနဲ့
စက်နေလား
ဆက်ပါမယ်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ခေါ်လာပြန်ပြီးအောင်ဒီပကနာ
တူတိုင်းမကနကြောင့်စိတ်ဒုက္ခမှုမရရှိသေးရမကနတကောင်ကြောင့်စိတ်ဒုက္ခမှုမရှိသေးရ
ကျိုးသားနေချိုးကောင်နေကျိုးသားနေပြီးကျွန်တော်တို့ဟော
အဲ့စောဝမ်းတာတွေရောစောဝမ်းတာ
ခဏလေးစောင်းအောင်မလား
one Tharlayz.
Sau quán tại đây khui tiền show mấy nó mấy anh lên này là mình đi em này không?
Cho gặp nhà con mẹ.
Này chú ra đâu vậy?
Đâu rồi à?
Xấu nữa mà vô lấy đây rồi khui tiền. Mày nó sao tại anh làm vậy? Mấy cái này chỉ nhận thu nghề đã rồi phải đi. Lần nữa sao để giờ bây giờ cái phun phiền bùa tì bị rồi kêu bao năm mà.
Đây mà không? Ai vô mẹ?
Ôi, ai còn ai trốn nữa mà đi. Miền này chẳng là ba rìa chém xíu, cái gì à biết nữa.
Rồi anh nó còn nó giá này nó quay ra pi bị bọn nó đó là Falcon này là một tay đều từ này chỉ ní lít che chỉ lại chém đi đấy rồi không phải là bài mấy xíu high ground rồi là anh em nhau mà để tôi lên 9 đi rồi anh mới lúc chém nó.
Đưa ra mấy con không?
Ôi, hold it nó. Ngã tới bây giờ hold it. Mày, xây liều tin như thế nào?
Nhau điều đá với lâu à mà.
Nhiều đứa chơi được không?
Lúc xé là cái gì vậy?
Thì mấy đứa tôi biết nào vậy? Tôi chơi nhiều quá.
Bác cái này đặt gọi nhau xích thi khai mua một gì ạ?
cái哪個 server 呢度 refresh off 啲話ဖြစ်ကုန်ပြီဆိုတော့ just ကတော့ဟိုဘက်မှာ buy match ရှိနေသေးတယ်ကျွန်တော်buy match ရတော့မှာပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ NA ကတော့ပြန်များသွားပြီဆိုတော့ Russian မဲ့စောင့်လိုက်ကြတာမထင်နဲ့
Hyper နိုင်လာပြီးတော့ mass မဲ့ထောင်းတော့မထင်နဲ့
လောမ
ကနတကယ်ကြီးဝယ်တော့
အဲ့ blue ဘယ်သူကစားရလို့လဲ
တကယ်ကြီးဝယ်တော့
ဟိုဘက်စားမှာဆိုလို့ငါစားပေးလိုက်တာ
နောက်ဆုံးဘက်တည်းတော့
စီးရတယ်
ပြောဖိစီဆိုင်မှုအပြည့်ရသေးရ
just ကတော့နောက်ဆုံး
ချက်ရီကမှုပေါင်း16000
ဖြစ်သွားပြီစိုင်းနေနေတာဟို Falcon ဘက်ကလေ Russian မဲ့စောင့်နေ
ကိုပါတာကိုလို့ကိုပါတာကိုလို့
ပြင်းရင်တော့လေစိုင်းနေတယ်လို့
ရှောက်တော့စိတ်မကူနဲ့
ပြင်း
ဘယ်တော့လာဖိစီကဖြစ်တာသူလားဘာလို့ voice စတန်းမှလည်းမသိ
မာလေးမှာဝင်းချက်မရှိဘူးနော်ဟုတ်ကဲ့တည်ရနော်အေးလက်ဟာမရဘူး
ဟိုလုံးမယ်လေကူးလောင်းရှော့မယ်သူခဏခဏ
ပြန်ပြစ်မှာဆိုလို့ဆိုပြီး Flicker ကြီးနဲ့ live ပစ်ပြီးတော့ငါပြန်တည်သွားတယ်
6 second ဟာသုံးလို့ရတယ် LD ဆိုရင်9 second
လောက်လိုက်တော့
အော်ငါတော့ဘယ်တိုင်းတော့ဟောဘာလို့မေးကဲနောက်နှစ်ပေါ့ဒီနှစ်ကတော့ဒီလောက်ပဲနော်
ညာနိုင်ပွဲလေးပြင်မဲ့အန်လိုက်အောင်ငါလေးတိုက်ချင်လို့ရပို့စိတ်တင်ချင်လို့မကနတကောင်ကြောင့်စိတ်တိခိုက်မှုမရှိသေးရဆိုပြီးတော့
ဝယ်ပလိုက်ပြီ
ဟုတ်တယ်
ငါတော့ AC ရနဲ့စိတ်တည်နေမရတော့
စောက်မှာလားစောက်မှာမလားခဏလေးပို့စိတ်ပဲတင်လိုက်အောင်
ဆောင်း
BBN လေးကြော်ပြီး
ချင်းနဲ့မှာဆောက်ကြည့်ပါဦးဘဘက Hyper လေးကနာပါ chocolate စိတ်မကောင်းပါဘူးကန်ချင်တော့
ပြန်ရသွားရင်တော့မင်းတို့ကမေးခံပြီဗျာမင်းတို့တရားရဘူးလားဆိုပြီးတော့မေးခံပါဗျာ
နေချင်တော့ဘယ်လောက်တော့ပိတ်စားမှာ
စာလေးနဲ့တပွဲကနိုင်သွားသေးတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးသွေးနှစ်ထင်ရောက်ပြီးတော့နောက်ကျရင်အဲ့လိုမျိုး dictionary ရှောက်ပစ်တဲ့အကွက်ကလည်းရှီအောင်ပါဗျာတင်းကဘာမှလည်းသွားပြောလို့ကလည်းမရဘူးเนาะအဲ့ကွက်တွေလာတော့
အဲ့ဒါလေအမှန်တော့ဒီပထမအစပိုင်းမှာလေ
ပြောမယ်ပြော
ဘယ်လာမလို့မရှိဘူးစီပြီးပြီး
တော်တော်တော့ဖြစ် TI champion ဖြစ်တာတော့ရှင်းမှာနမူနာတွေရှိခဲ့တယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုး offlaner captain တွေဒါပေမဲ့တယောက်မှမဖြစ်ထုံးခဲ့ဘူးဒါပေမဲ့ MTF ကတော့ဖြစ်ထုံးသွားတယ်ပဲပြောရမယ်
လူတွေရတဲ့စိတ်ကောင်းမှမထီ
ဒီပွဲဆိုလဲ max
ရှုံးနေ
ယူပြီးတော့လုံးဆရာရှိရလုံးနေတာမားစီပန်ကိုတွေရလဲကောင်းတယ်ခုနလိုအာဆိုင်
ကနတကောင်ကြောင့်စိတ်ထိခိုက်မှုမရှိသေးရ
နော် razor တွေပါတယ်မဟုတ်တော့ magnus နဲ့သူကသူ
ပြောရင်မရပဲငါတဲ့ဒီကွယ်တဲ့ဒီလိုဟာမင်း
ဒါမှပိုချင်သွားလဲဆိုတော့ငါ့ကိုတော့ပါလုံးကအာဒီအကုန်ပေးသွားတာကိုချင်တော့ဒါကောပေးရင်တော်ပြီပေါ့လေ
ဖုန်းရပါချွဲဖြစ်နေမှာဟိုအဲ့လို like လက်ကအဲ့လိုစီပြန်ညစ်ပတ်နေမျိုးကိုင်းတာ
ဆက်ကနောက်မှာ meet
ဘာတွေကတော့ဟာ
လက်စတာတောက်နေတာဟာ
မဟုတ်ဘူးအဲ့လိုမျိုးရေးမစေးတာလို့ဖြစ်တယ်ဟိုကကိုင်းတော့ငါအဲ့လိုမျိုး2ရက်တခါတော့အဲ့လိုရေးပုံအောင်ထိုးထိတ်စီကိုကမစေးဘူး
ဟုတ်ပြီမစေးရတော့နေကဖုန်းကိုပါသွားလို့တော့ရေအောင်စေးရ
အမြဲစေးရတယ်ငါအဲ့လိုဖုန်းထားနေရထားတာကြီးကားဟိုကားချမ်းကြီးမော်တွေကြားတယ်အတွက် ကားမောင်းနေဆိုအဲ့ကားကိုလည်းကြောက်ရင်ငါပြန်မကောက်ပြဘူးကားရတော့မကောက်ပြတယ်ဆိုတော့
ဘာကျွန်တော်ရှိတာကျွန်တော်ကနောက်ကအားပဲ
ဒါဘေးနားလေးတွေကိုလေအစုတ်ကလေးထားလိုက်ပါ
ရှင်းမဝင်ဘူးလားအဲ့ဒါ
ဒီလိုမသိမပြောနဲ့
မဝင်ဘူးလေကားဖိနိုင်အောင်ကြာတယ်ကွာ
ရှင်းမဝင်ဘူးလားအဲ့လိုပြောတာမဟုတ်ဖုန်းကိုရေးရော
ဝင်ဘူးလေအဲ့လိုမှုတ်လေရေးပုံမှန်အော်ပတ်နဲ့နှစ်ချက်သုံးချက်လို့ဖြတ်ပြေးလိုက်တယ်
ပါသွားပြန်ပြီ
ပြေးကြမလို့ဒီတီရှူးလေးရေဆိုပြီးတော့ပဲရတာပဲ
တရှူးမှမရှိရ
တော့တနာဖို့ကောင်းနေပြီပါအဲ့လိုပါ
စိတ်ဆင်းရဲတယ်စပွန်ဆာပေးရမလို့
လိုပေးလို့ရတယ်အကုန်ပဲ
ရတယ်ငါလေရောတိုက်ပွဲတော့မင်းတို့နိုင်အောင်တော့ဆော့တော့မင်းတို့ဆာကနေတိုက်ပွဲပွဲမစသေးဘူးပွဲမပြီးသေးဘူးလေတိုက်ပွဲနော်မင်းတို့ဆောက်ရှောက်
မပြီးသေးပဲပေါ့ဒီတိုက်တာ
ဟမ်နိုင်နေပြီလေဘယ်လိုစောမနိုင်တော့ဘူးအဓိကလောင်းနာလေးပါနိုင်ရင်လို့ငါရဲ့အရှိကအရှုံးတွေကိုပြန်ယူရတဲ့ဟာလေးအဲ့ဒါငါ
ဆုံး game file မှာတိလိုက်ပြီးတော့မထည့်လိုက်
အခုအဲ့လေးကနိုင်သွားတယ်ငါဒီ DI မှာငါမနိုင်တော့ငါမနိုင်တော့ငါမရှုံး1000လောက်တော့မြတ်တယ်1000ကြာ DI တကူလုံးလောင်းလာပြီ1000ကြာလီး
ခေါင်းကနိုင်ဝယ်ဖို့ပတ်စံဆိုတာလေအဲ့တော့လိုက်
မတုံးပါဘူးအဲ့ဒါမတုံး
ဒီပေါ့အဲ့တော့လိုက်တာ
မတုံးတဲ့ရှောက်ပြောနေရ
ကျေးဇူးပဲတော့
နှစ်ခါနဲ့တော့လွယ်လွယ်နဲ့တော့မပေးပါဘူးအဲ့ဒါမှာ Medusa BKB
ဟိုရှောက်ပြောနေတော့ဟောပြောတော့နော်3သိန်းချုံနေတယ်ရှောက်ပြောနေရ
ပြန်လဲအဲ့ဒါမှာ Omi Splash Omi Splash ကြီးပြီးသွားပြီ
သူစားကောင်းတာစိတ်ဆင်းရဲဘူးကောင်းတာချူးချက်
တဲတဲအောင်တော့ပြန်တော့ဝင်ပေးထားရင်းနဲ့ပဲ
ပြောမှလည်းမသိ
ဒီစတာတော့မရှိတော့ဘူးဆိုတော့ Shaker အနေနဲ့တော့
အယူလင်းလောက်ရတယ်လား
အဲ့လိုပဲပြောလိုက်တော့
သွားပြီ
အေးလို့ကေးတော့မ over နဲ့တော့မင်းတို့လှုပ်ချင်တာလှုပ်ကေးမ over နဲ့တော့ငါပြောဖို့ရနော်အေး
နော်ကဲဆိုတော့အတင်းပြေးဖြတ်တာ Medusa ကိုဘိုင်းဟို ages နဲ့ဆိုတော့ဒါပေမဲ့ Refresher on နဲ့ပြေးဖြတ်တာတော့မှာပဲ Medusa ကမပြတ်သွားဘူးဆိုတော့ပြီးသွားရော
ဟိုကလူကလေးရော ချန်ငယ်ရယွန်းချင်စရာလေးခုနကပဲချန်ငယ်ပဲပန်းတော့
ဒီစတာဘန်လို့
မဟုတ်ဆိုင်ကိုကမင်းစတာပန်းမှုသူမကြောက်လေဘာလို့ပြောနေရမပြပဲ
သိညက်တယ်ငေါနေနေဆော့
ရော
ဒိုတာပလက်ကတော့ဟိုကနိုင်ဖို့10%ရှိရဲတဲ့ဟိုကဗာလဲအေးရွှေနိုင်ဖို့10%ရှိရဲတဲ့ဒါတကယ်တမ်းပြောရင်ဒိုတာမှာ10%ဆိုတာအရန်မှားတယ်ဟုတ်ဟုတ်ဗာလဲပိုကာမှာ5%ပိုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်ဒီက10%နဲ့
တော့ဆိုင်လို့လည်းမရတော့ဘူးပေါ့နော်ဒီပွဲကတော့ player တွေအကြောင်းရယ်လို့တော့မဟုတ်ပါဘူးပစ်ပန်းမှာပဲဆိုတော့ coach တွေပဲပြင်သွားတယ်ဒီလုံးဝ TI final
နာပတ်ထားတယ်
သူကဘာပစ်မလဲဘယ်သူကဘာပစ်မလဲနဲ့ပေါ့ပဲမူတည်သွားတာဆိုတော့ဒီနေ့ TI ကတော့တကယ်ဟိုနော်တကယ်ဟိုမိုက်တဲ့ draft တွေကြည့်လိုက်ရတာလွတ်တဲ့လူကတာသွားတာပဲဒီပွဲဆိုလည်းနှစ်ပတ်စလုံးကဘာမှမရှိနေတော့ဘူးသိလားအကုန်လုံးဘန်းခံပြီးသွားပြီကွာသူတို့ငါလို့အဲ့ထဲမှာမှနော်နာဂါဆိုင်ရန်တကောင်သွားလွတ်နေတာဆိုတော့အဲ့နာဂါဆိုင်ရန်8တာနဲ့နောက်က Magnus နဲ့ Disruptor နဲ့ Jenny တဲ့ပန်ကိုးလေးနဲ့အဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ Shaker အဲ့ Magnus ဒီနဲ့တော့ OP 2 man အလားလေးပြန်ပေးသွားပြီးတော့ SF Okay sound the siren Medusa အနေနဲ့အသက်ရှင်နေသေးတယ်
အဲ့လိုစပိတ်အများကြီးတုံးပြီးဘတ်တယ်ကိုအဲ့လို reset ချလိုက်တာတဲ့ချစ်စင်
SF ဘယ်မှာသွားလို့တော့မရတော့ Medusa 3 game
စပိတ်ကြီးပေးပြီးတော့ဘတ်တယ်ကို reset ချပလိုက်တယ်ပြီးတော့ဟိုဘက်ကောင်တွေယူ
စပိတ်ကတော့ကုံသွားသလောက်တော့ပြောသွားတယ်ဆိုတော့မိုက်တယ်တကယ်ကောင်းတဲ့အသင်းတွေဗတ်တယ်တကောင်းမှမသိအောင်ဗတ်တယ်ဆိုင်တက်တယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့နောက်ဆုံး Echo Slam Disruptor ချီစားလိုက်ရင်လည်း Medusa အနေနဲ့ရှေ့မှာတယောက်တည်းနာဂါဆိုင်အနေနဲ့ထပ်အိပ်ပြီးလို့တော့ရနေသေးတယ်အဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ SF ဆိုခွဲပေးထားရင်လည်းနောက်မှာတော့ Saw the Siren ပေးလိုက်တော့မှဟိုးနောက်ထဲမှာ Shaker Ethereal Blade အဲ့နောက်မှာတော့ Saw the Siren အားမေအနေနဲ့ light တော့ကတ်ပေးထားသေးတယ်ဆိုနေမယ်လို့တော့ Falcon အနေနဲ့တော့ TV ထောက်ပြီးတော့ပြန်ပြီ
မောင်ကြီးကြိုင်တဲ့လား
ဟေးအောင်ကြီးတကယ်လုံးဝအမှုပညာဆန်ဆန်ဆော့နေတာဟေးအောင်ကြီး
ဘာမှမသိပါဘူး
လီကနှစ်ဖက်လုံးစပိတ်ကုန်ပါတကောမသိလီပဲရှစ်မြတ်စပိတ်ကြီးအကုန်
တဲ့လားဖာစာခိုင်းတဲ့လား
ပါစာမကောင်းလှုပ်ရရအောင်ခိုင်းဟိုမှာဟာရီဂျီနဲ့တိုးလိမ့်မယ်
ဘာအောင်က
နာနာတော့အကောင်းဆုံးပဲတကယ်တော့
ဟွန်း No, no.
Đó rồi mà Harry cả tu mà nè, khui tu mà.
Đó là nay mâm này nè.
Mau liền mà nay nghe, lâu giờ thì pha giá ở diện lý đi. Mà Aluka thì có thấy luôn à, nếu nó nên trao mỹ ngoài thì còn nên tỷ này gì.
Không có sao vì là sao vì con này vẫn câu mà đấy. Này, two time ဖြစ်ပြီဟမ်စနီးကင်းနဲ့စနီဒါနဲ့two time ဖြစ်ပြီခရလေးလည်းတရားရပြီအမှန်တည်းအဲ့လည်းတရားရတယ်အမှန်တည်းတကောင်ပဲ
မင်းအမှန်တည်းတရားရဝိုင်းတော့မင်း public မှာကောင်းတယ်ထမင်းဝအောင်စားတာပဲဆောင်းအားချောင်းတဲ့ကောင်နဲ့အားချောင်းတဲ့ကောင်ယူတရားရင်ပြီးလိုက်လို့ရတော့မင်းတို့ထမင်းဝအောင်စားတာပဲOh, Ori 2000က3ခါဖြစ်သွားပြီအဲ့ Ori က EG နဲ့ player နဲ့တစ်ခါ coach နဲ့နှစ်ခါဟုတ်တယ်နော်
တန်းနေဘွားကဘာရှိမလဲဆိုတော့တန်းနေဘွားကဟိုရုပ်ရှင်ရှိမယ်လေကိုရိုက်ထားတဲ့ရုပ်ရှင်ဟုတ်ပါ Enchantress ဆိုအဲ့လောက်မစိုးသေးဘူးနာဂါဆန်ရင်ပြောပါပို့ဆိုးပါ
စားမှာပေါ့လို့ကိုယ့်ဘက်ကိုတီးကြတဲ့ဘက်ရင်စားမှာပေါ့လို့စိတ်ဆင်းရဲဖို့ကောင်းလိုက်တာ
ဘာမှလည်းမဆိုင်ငိုရဒီတိုင်းလည်းမြင်ရမှာပဲဖင်ခွန်ထည့်တယ်ဘာမှမဆိုင်စကားကြီးဘာမှလည်းမဆိုင်ဖိုင်ကွန်နိုင်ပြောပါဦးအခုကကျွန်တော်ကဖိုင်ကွန်နိုင်ပြောရတယ်ဖိုင်ကွန်နိုင်ရတခုနဲ့ပြောရတယ်ဟိုကောင်ကနိုင်မှုအကြောင်းရင်းလည်းမရှိဘူးဆိုတော့အေးစေး
မတူသား BKB မလုပ်ဘူးလားတဲ့မတူသား BKB သွားလဲဘာမှမလုပ်မြတာဒီကောင်က BKB သွားလဲသိတယ်မလားတော့စပယ်တွေစားမှာဒီတော့စားကျင်တာတော့စားကျင်တာတော့စပယ်တွေစားကျင်
လာပိတ်တာပိတ်တဲ့ကောင်ရှော့ရတယ်ရော
အဲ့လိုနေကျင်တာအဲ့တော့ BKB မသွားတော့စတမ်းမယ်ပြန်ပြည့်မယ်
သူကပိတ်တာ
ကဲအားမေနေနေတာလောက်ပဲလားညီကိုကြီးနော်အိုက်တန်
တော့ကောင်းတော့လည်းပြန်ရှောနေမှာမလာတော့ဘူးနော်တတ်တဲ့ဘက်ချောရ
န BKB ကလည်းထည့်ထားတာလေဒါတော့ Disruptor ကအပြားအခုမှရတာဆိုတော့ကုံသွားပြီ BKB ကပုတ်နေတာ Hero ကွာသွားတာပေါ့ Jackanet နဲ့
execution မထွက်သွားဘူးကွာ
ဘာမှမပဲနေရမှာပဲပြောသားပဲ Jackanet မလူစားတော့သွားခုတ်လို့မရဘူး
အတားလေးကြည့်ပြီးတော့မောင်ကြီးဒါပေါက်အကောင်းလေဒါမကြီးရဲ့ကိုကောင်းပါရဲ့
နော် Dateless သွားမယ်
အမကြီးလည်းကောင်းပါရဲ့ငါကိုကြီးလည်းကောင်းပါရဲ့
ရန်တာနေတော့လှုပ်ချင်
တာပါရဲ့
မသေးဘူးမသေးမှသူတို့ငါကိုကြီးလည်းပဲခဏတက်ထားသေးဒီမှာကောင်းပါရဲ့လို့ပြောတာ
သူကစကားအကုန်ပြောလို့မရဘူးလား
သူကဒါချီတူတူနေတော့လွတ်တယ်လို့
မရညောက်ပြီးလို့ဂွေးတောင်ကပြမှာမင်းမီလို့တေးပြီးကြကြပါဦး
အမိတာတော့ပြီးကန်နေကြမှာဒီမှာ asset ကြီးဘလို့တေးသွားရလဲ what the fuck နော်ဒီမှာ asset ကို magnet screamer ကြီးနဲ့ခေါ်သွားတာ status strong နဲ့ medusa ပစ်လိုက်တာဘယ်နှချက်မှတော့မပြည့်ရဘူးနော်ဟုတ်ပြီ
မတဖက်မှာနေတော့ကေးလည်းမပြီးပါနဲ့ပြီးလိုက်ပါတော့ဖန်သားရဲ့နည်းတော့အိမ်မှာတယောက်တော့နိုင်တာပေါ့ကိုဖန်သားရဲ့ဘာလို့ဆူတောင်းနေရလဲကြီးခေါ်ခိုင်းလိုက်ပါတော့
ဟာမောင်းနေတာပဲငါတမျိုးတာ
ဟုတ်တယ်တော့မျိုးရခေါ်မှာမဟုတ်ပါဆိုဒီကောင်အေးရွှဲကောင်တွေမျက်နှာကြီးပဲပြပါလားမျက်နှာကြီးပဲကြည့်ကျင်တော့ဒီကောင်တွေငိုရဲတာလီကြည့်ကျင်လို့
လူရှင်မဲစောင်းလိုက်မလားလူရှင်
တေး
စ
ပြီး
က
နေ
က်
နေ
လေးတဲ့ပဲ
ဟာအယူကြီးချလိုက်တယ်ကွာအာလုံးမ
ဟာကန်ဆယ်တာလို့စိတ်ဆင်းရဲပါတယ်ကန်ဆယ်တာဟိုဘက်ကိုချတယ်
ဒီပါခေါ်มาလားဟိုဘက်ကတော့ဘိုင်မက်တွေတော့လုံးလို့ရနေပြီနော်ဘိုင်မက်နဲ့တော့ဘက်တွေကတော့နှစ်ခါလောက်ဖြစ်ရင်လည်းဖြစ်သွားမှာနော်ဘိုင်မက်နှစ်ခါလောက်ဖြစ်ရင်လည်းဖြစ်သွားမှာ
ကိုလည်းလည်းလားမသိဘူးခုနပေါ်ရဟိုက်ပါလိုက်လို့
hello
အဲ့ဒါလေးတော့ကြည့်ပါ
မင်းမမျက်လုံးမပါဘူးလားရော
illusion နေနဲ့တာဝါ
ဒီကြတော့မပြီးတော့
ရိုရှင်မန်သွားယူရင်လည်း
အကောင်ငါ့ကိုမုန်းနေတာသူ့စီဘက်လူပါလို့
ဟိုကောင်ထရာမာတွေပါရနေ magnet ဆိုတဲ့ hero ကြီးဟမ် magnet ကြီးနဲ့နှစ်ခါရိုက်ခံ
လုံးမကွာကြည့်အောင်ကွာဟဲ့လို့
Flora ဟီး
magnet နဲ့နှစ်ခါရိုက်ခံရတာကြီးကြတော့မပြောတော့
ပေါ့ဘူးလေဘာဖြစ်လို့ကိုယ့်ဘက်ကိုမကန်မဲဟိုဘက်ကန်တာတော့ဟုတ်တော့ပါဘူးပဲ
အမတဲ့ဖတ်ပေးထားနေပဲနောက်ဆုံးအားမေးနေတော့ဆိုင်မှုတော့စဉ်းစားထားပြီဆိုပေမဲ့တော့အောက်မှာ T4 3ရတော့ကျိုးကနေနီးနေပြီနော်ကဲ A-string gaming အနေနဲ့တော့အိမ်ုံလည်းပြန်ကြည့်အောင်ညီကိုတို့အေး
တယ်လေးရွှေပြီးတော့စိတ်ဆိုး
ဟုတ်တယ်လို့
နေတော့ပြန်သွားခဲ့ရပြီဆိုတော့ဒီ crew way
ကဲကွာအကောင်
ရတော့မှာ3ယူလည်းကြည့်အောင်
အော်မာကြီးကြုံပြီး
ကြ
ပါ
ည့်အောင်ဆိုရင်တော့ Falcon တွေတော့မဆိုင်တော့ဘဲနဲ့ BKB တွေကြီးပြီးတော့
ရှောင်းလို့နည်းနည်းတော့ကြီးပြီးကြပါလို့မ
A-string
မီ
gaming
တော့
မှာတော့ fortification တော့ကျန်နေပါသေးတယ်နော် forty တော့ကျန်နေသေးတယ်ဆွဲနေထားမှာတော့
ဟုတ်ကြပါဦးထောင်ရေး
သေးတယ်ပကနာရှောသွားခဲ့တယ်အဲ့ဒါမှနောက်ထပ်
ငါလုံးမချင်ကြိုက်တယ်ကွာ
ဆောင်းနဲ့ siren နဲ့3ရိုက်မလားနာက siren ဘာလို့ချင်တာလဲဆိုတော့ vision ကတော့မြင်နေရတာအဲ့ဒါမှတော့ Jagna all lotus ဆိုကြီးကိုပိုင်းပလိုက်တာ
ပြီးသွားပြီရောင်းပြီးသွားပြီရောင်းတိုင်ငိုးလေးရပြီတိုင်ငိုးလေးရပြီငိုးလေးရပြီ
ပေးလိုက်ရပြန်ပြီအဲ့ဒါမှ SF ဆိုတော့ဝင်ခွဲ
ငို
ပြီး
ငိုငိုမေးလို့ငိုစောက်တော့မကြကောင်ငိုငို
ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါဘာလို့ကြွေးကြမ်းခဲ့တော့
မဟုတ်ငို
ပြောရမရှိတော့ဘူးဟိုကြောင်ပြောင်းနေလေ
ဟမ်
ကြောင်ပြောင်းရတဲ့ကြောင်ပြောင်းရတဲ့ကနေပြီးတော့ငါတေးတာ400ဇက်တာကြီးတဲ့
ကြောင်ပြောင်းပြီးမှတည်တာဘာဘယ်လိုပြော
အေးကြောင်ဖြစ်သွားတယ်လေအစစ်မဖြစ်ခင်မှာတေးတာ400ဇက်တာ
အတော်ကြီးပဲသားလေးပေးရပွဲပြီးသွားပြီလားအောင်ဆက်လိုက်တော့
မပြီးသေးဘူး
refresher all echo slash အရင်မနာအောင်အဲ့ဒါမှစိုးခွဲပေးတိုင်းနေမှာ marine ဒီနေ့တော့ဘိုင်ဘက်လို့ရနေသေးတယ်ဆွဲနေထားမှာတော့ SF ဆိုရတော့ခွဲပေးတိုင်းနေမှာအဲ့ဒါမှ oh sound of the siren sneaking လုံးဝ timing လေးပဲ medusa တစ်ခါပြန်ကယ်သွားတယ်ဆွဲနေထားမှာ medusa ဒီနေ့တော့ဂျားလေးတော့ပြန်တော့ပြစ်ဝေးအားမင်းဒီနေ့တော့ဘာမှနာမမရှိတော့အဲ့ဒါမှ SF screamer ဆက်ဆွဲကန်လိုက်ရတယ်မယ်နောက်ဆုံးအားမင်း Jagna ဒီနေ့တော့ဘိုင်ဘက်ဆွဲနေထားမှာ skitter ဒီနေ့ကတော့ထပ်ပြီးတော့ကိုကြီးတော့ရိုက်ဝိုင်းနေအားမေးတကယ်ကိုအပိုင်းရိုက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာပဲနာဂါဆိုင်
အေးကြီး fuck မင်းမကျိုးလိုက်ငါလုံးမသားရှုံးအဲ့မှာ
Falcon နေနေတော့2025
ရလား
ဆောင်းပါ
champion နေနေကတော့အနိုင်ရရှိသွားခဲ့ပြီပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ် oh my god
မရောက်တော့
မိဝင်နေပြီသားလေး
AOE 2000
အော်မသိဘူးကြောင်
နော် coach အနေနဲ့
သေးဘူးအမ
player အနေနဲ့တစ်ခါနဲ့တူပဲ
ပြစ်တော့
TI Skida
ငါကောင်မရောက်ပါ
နေရတော့လုံးဝ
ငါကောင်မရောက်ပါငါကောင်မရောက်ပါ
crit နေနေရတော့ finally
လီးရမှာ
finally crit ထိုင်နေပြီရောင်ရေး
ချက်ပဲပိုင်းနေ
GG
ဟိုမှာတော်တက်နေရဟိုမှာ
ငါကောင်ဖေရောက်ပါငါတော့တရားပြောစမ်းမှာ
တိုင်းပြန်သားထဲတော့လိုရတာပဲထဲလိုက်တော့တော်လိုက်တော့ဒီလိုက်တော့
ဒီ game မှာတော့လုံးဝ mask ကို ban လိုက်ပြီးတော့နော် first pay ရတာကို Naga Siren ယူလိုက်တာကတော့လုံးဝဒီ game ရဲ့အဓိကအချက်ပဲဆိုတော့တကယ်ကိုကောင်းတဲ့ Naga Siren
ဒီမေလို့ပါလဲကွာ
နော် Naga Siren တော်တော်ကြီးဆိုးသွားတာဆိုတော့နော်အရှိက Enchantress တွေ channel နေတာအဲ့လောက်မဆိုးဘူး Naga Siren ကြီးကတော်တော်ကြီးဆိုးသွားတယ်ဆိုတဲ့အနေထားမှာတော့
ကြီးခေါ်သွားပြီလား
ဟောပြီးသွားပြီ
ထပ်ပြီးတော့ villain ဖြစ်ရပြန်ပြီပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ် oh my god အာမေ
မနေ့တော့ထိနေမနေ့တော့ထိနေပြီးရောတနာပါအဲ့လိုမျိုးစိတ်မကောင်းတာမင်းပတ်ဆက်မင်းငါမင်းရှုံးနေကြတာမဟုတ်မင်းငါပတ်ဆက်နေရှုံးရလို့မင်းကပါရှုံးနေကြတာ အဲ့ဒါ
အဲ့ဒါကောโอเคပြတ်တယ်ကဲအော်မပြတ်တော့ဘူးကွာအဲ့ကောင်မကြီးနဲ့ကွာ
ဖရဲကတော့တကယ်ပျော်ပြီနောက်ဆုံးတော့ရခဲ့ပြီဒီက
တတလေးကြည့်ပါတတလေးကြည့်ပါ
တေးအဲ့ကောင်တေး
မင်းမေလူကန်ကောင်းလို့မင်းမေလူဖေတော့နည်းနည်းကြုံသွားတယ်ဟော
နော်2 time ဟုတ်တယ်
ကန်ကောင်းလို့မသိကြရောက်လို့ဖြစ်တာဟုတ်သေးရဲ့
မားကရနေတာကိုအမ
ဟိုတောင်းလိုက်ချိုးတော့ဒီကဟိုအားက
သူလှုပ်ချင်တာ तू မလှုပ်သွားပဲနဲ့เนาะနောက်က
အားကလေကင်းလေးရရှိပါသေးတယ်
နောက်ကဘယ်လိုမျိုးအကြောင်း